Chapter 83. After the duel, the sun had long disappeared into the horizon, and a bright moon rose slowly from the east, where the sky and the water met. Half of the myriad red river was green, and the other half red. Against the wavering shadow of the moon and the water, a lonely thought emerged out of thin air. A middle-aged man, no taller than 7 feet, clad in an ordinary burlap white robe, was walking slowly from the lower reaches of the river towards them with his hands clasped behind his back. He walked on the myriad red river as if he was walking on flat ground. Wherever his bare feet passed, a 3-inch deep footprint would be left on the surface of the river. No matter how the river rolled and flowed, these footprints were clearly imprinted on the surface of the river and did not dissipate even after a long time. Looking at the footprints on the surface of the river, Wuxia had goosebumps all over his body. This was the unique sign of a cultivator of Jindan realm. When a cultivator formed the Jindan realm, he or she would step into the realm of human immortals, with 1 foot detached from the 5 elements and the realm of mortals. They stood on the dividing line between human immortals and human immortals. Half of them were human immortals, and the other half were immortals. In a human immortal of Jindan realm, the conflict between the great Tao of heaven and earth was very obvious, and the external signs were all kinds of unusual signs. Some immortals carried a strange fragrance, while some immortals were surrounded by colorful clouds. Wherever this white-robed man passed, his footprints would be left on the surface of the river, which was also a kind of unusual sign. This was a sign that could be seen with naked eyes, and Wuxi's divine sense told him that this white-robed man, who was walking slowly from a few miles away, was emanating a sword intent that was as sharp as a cold wind in the winter and as sharp as a well-tempered blade. Wherever he passed, the sword intent seemed to split the void. This was the unusual sign on the spiritual level of a human immortal of Jindan realm. Without sufficient cultivation base and soul force, no one could sense the sword intent emanating from his body. Step by step, Nia Baihong, the current sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Swordsmanship sect, came to the deck of Heaven Music Immortal Palace. When his bare feet touched the deck, the footprints that stretched for several miles on the surface of the river behind him disappeared one after another. When the footprints spread out, the fishes, shrimps, turtles, red leaves, and petals in the river nearby were all crushed to pieces by the invisible sword energy. More than 30 young masters from influential clans rushed out from the crowd and came before Nia Baihong in a disorderly manner. One after another, they dropped to their knees and kowtowed to Nia Baihong. Some of these young masters addressed Nia Baihong as sect master, some addressed him as grand master, and some even addressed him as supreme ancestor. The seniority of all these people was extremely diverse, and it caused Wuxia to roll his eyes. Taking advantage of this chaotic situation, a few guards of Taba Haofeng hastily carried their master, who had been frozen into a block of ice, and stealthily sneaked off the pleasure boat. After that, they boarded the speedboat and quickly left the place. As Wuxia was about to give the order to kill Tuoba Haofeng and his men, Nia Baihong suddenly gave him a look. A chill ran through Wuxi's body, as if both his flesh and soul were slashed by a heavy sword. A buzzing sound kept ringing in his head, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. With just an indifferent glance, Wuxia could tell that Chi-Chi's internal organs had suffered serious injuries. It was as if countless sharp blades were gently slicing through his internal organs, causing tiny cracks to appear on them, with blood oozing out bit by bit. He felt a sweet taste in his throat as a mouthful of blood rolled up to his throat. Wuxia took a deep breath and swallowed it back down. The reverse flow of blood had attacked his heart. Not only did Wuxia spit out a mouthful of blood, he forcefully swallowed it back down. The innate energy in his body, which had just recovered a little, was thrown into chaos instantly, causing his internal injuries to worsen. His internal organs were shaken by the reverse flow of blood that he forcefully swallowed, and the cracks on his internal organs became even deeper. Eventually, Wuxia still couldn't control the injuries in his body, causing him to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. The blood he spat out was bright red, bringing with it a pungent smell of blood. It seemed that his prime energy essence had been damaged, and his injuries were extremely serious. Fortunately, Wuxia had a strong foundation, and the amount of blood essence stored in his body was a few times greater than ordinary people. For ordinary people, these few mouthfuls of blood would require them to stay in bed for at least a few months, but he would only need a few days to recuperate. Coldly looking at the blood Wuxia spat out on the deck, Nia Baihong snorted lightly. Those young masters from influential clans who came forward to greet Nia Baihong rose to their feet hastily, holding their heads up high and lining up neatly according to their seniority in heaven-breaking sword sect. Nia Baihong nodded his head lightly. From the corner of his eyes, he gazed at Lu Chengfeng, who was standing by the window at the highest point of the banquet hall. Slowly, he raised his hand and bowed to Lu Chengfeng, saying, "Greetings, Duke Yanle." Lu Chengfeng floated down and landed on the deck. He gave Wuqi a worried look, then hastily cupped his fist and bowed to Nia Baihong, saying, "Chengfeng offers greetings, sect leader." "May I know what brings sect leader here today?" Indifferently, Nia Baihong gazed at Lu Chengfeng and said with a cold voice, "Just like what I said just now, I'm here to accept Wu Qi as my disciple." Nia Baihong turned to look at Wu Qi and said with a deep voice, "Among the 13 immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty, the overall strength of heaven-breaking sword sect is rank number 1, and my cultivation base is at the later stage of Jindan realm. Today, I'm here to accept you as my disciple, and this is your good fortune. Quickly come up here and kowtow to me as your master. I don't want to stay in such a filthy place for too long." Before Nia Baihong could finish his words, a beautiful teenage girl, who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, was irritated by the cold air contained in the sword beam unleashed by Wuqi just now. She felt an itch in her nose and suddenly sneezed. Nia Baihong's expression changed. He spun his head and glared at the teenage girl. A crisp sound of ripping rang out in the air, as the teenage girl's body was suddenly split into two from the middle. Her blood and flesh exploded and splattered on the floor of those people around her. A dead silence fell over the deck, especially those girls on the pleasure boats. Each of them had their hands tightly covering their mouths, and none of them dared to utter a single word. Among them, there were a few dancers who had a good relationship with the teenage girl. Although they were grief-stricken and frightened to death, they could only bite their own palms tightly and let big drops of tears fall from their eyes, not daring to make a single sound. Even these young masters from influential clans on the spot could kill them, and they could take away the lives of all the girls on this pleasure boat at any time, let alone Nia Baihong. He was the sect leader of an immortal sect, and these young masters from influential clans were just his juniors and apprentices. The life of a mere dancer was nothing in this situation. Abruptly, Lu Chengfeng clenched both his hands into fists. He gave Nia Baihong a quick glance, then slowly lowered his head. The dancer who was killed just now was not far away from him. A large amount of blood splashed onto Lu Chengfeng's soft brocade boots. Soaked in the blood, the green boots turned into a strange dark green color. Lu Chengfeng could feel the warm blood sticking to his feet, and it was slowly turning cold. Abruptly, Wuqi took a step forward. He looked at the dead body of the teenage girl, clenched his teeth, and stared at Nia Baihong as he asked, "What crime did she commit?" As if he had just heard the most unbelievable joke in the world, Nia Baihong looked at Wuqi in astonishment and asked, "Do I need to convict her? She was disrespectful when I was speaking, and that is a capital crime. But why would you ask me such a question? Do I need an excuse to kill a lowly peasant?" Abruptly, the little bit of innate water energy left in Wuqi's water meridians was activated, but immediately, a severe pain came from his internal organs, which nearly made him faint. His internal organs were still bleeding. When he forcibly circulated his internal energy, it was like a juicer, as the pressure forced his internal organs to secrete more blood. Wuqi's vision darkened, his body swayed, and he nearly fell to the ground. Suddenly, a bright smile emerged on his pale face. Blinking his eyes, Wuqi looked at Nia Baihong with a gentle expression. Respectfully, he walked before Nie Baihong. Forcing himself to keep himself from fainting, Wuxia dropped to his knees before Nie Baihong and gave him a few kowtows. Your disciple pays respect to master. It is my good fortune in my previous life to be able to receive guidance from master. What master said is absolutely right. For a lowly peasant like her, it doesn't matter if she dies. Indeed, she doesn't need to be charged with any crime. With a respectful and even slightly admiring smile on his face, Wuxia stared at Nie Baihong with an innocent and naive look whose expression had become very gentle. With a bright smile on his face, he asked, "But I have no idea why master would come here and take me as your disciple. I've long heard about the reputation of heaven-breaking swordsmanship sect, but even in my dreams, I never dared to dream that I could become your disciple." The flattery made Nie Baihong feel comfortable from the bottom of his heart. The fact that he had just killed a dancer was like a drop of water sliding across an ice-cold diamond, leaving no trace in his heart. Looking at Wuxia, whose face was filled with a smile, and whose eyes were filled with admiration, respect, and awe, Nie Baihong nodded satisfyingly. "Well, this is your good fortune. If not for Princess Zhang Lu personally sending someone to beg me, I wouldn't have made an exception and accepted you as my disciple." Princess Zhang Lu had actually sent someone to beg Nie Baihong to accept Wuxia as his disciple. Wuxia's heart trembled. Once again, he owed Princess Zhang Lu a favor. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the master that Princess Zhang Lu had found for him out of kindness was actually someone like Nie Baihong. The moment they met, he had given Wuxia a show of strength, nearly shattering his internal organs. Furthermore, he had secretly protected Tuoba Haofeng, allowing Tuoba Haofeng to escape smoothly. Then, he had even killed an innocent girl right in front of Wuxia because of a trivial matter. It was better not to have such a master. However, facing the formidable sword energy emanating from Nie Baihong's body, Wuxia's smile became even more amiable and adorable. Then, he kowtowed to Nie Baihong and said smilingly, "So, it's Princess Zhang Li's kindness. Disciple finally understands now. Thank you, Master, for coming here personally. Even if I have to sacrifice myself and break all my bones, I won't be able to repay your kindness." Nie Baihong felt more and more satisfied. Wuxia's flattery had made him feel very comfortable. After all, which young master from those influential clans would say such flattering words to Wuxia? Finally, a trace of a smile was squeezed out from Nie Baihong's stiff face. Slowly, he fished out a long sword from his storage ring and casually handed it over to Wuxia. "Well, from today onwards, you're a disciple of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, one of my direct disciples. From now on, you'll come to Mount White Sun for a lecture at the beginning of every month. During the rest of the time, you're free to do whatever you want. I'll give you this sword. Take good care of it." Patting on Wuxia's shoulder, Nie Baihong threw a thin palm-sized book called Qi Circulating Technique of 5 Elements to Wuxia. After that, he spun around and flew away. He walked quickly on the surface of the river, leaving a trail of footprints on the surface of the river. Very soon, he disappeared into the distance. Nie Baihong's voice was heard coming from afar. "The Qi Circulating Technique of 5 Elements is the foundation of our sect's sword technique. Cultivate it diligently and don't slack off. Anyone who secretly teaches it to an outsider will be killed without mercy. Anyone who covets the secret technique will have his entire clan executed. You must remember this." Reverently, Wuxia picked up the thin book, bowed towards the direction where Nie Baihong had left. When he bowed, Wuxia's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and his face was filled with a ferocious expression. When he straightened his back, his face was once again wearing the smile of a spring breeze. Chapter 84. On the small lake in the backyard of Duke Yin Li's mansion, Wuxia was lying quietly in a small boat. He had memorized the Qi Circulating Technique of 5 Elements by heart, liver, lung, spleen, and kidney, and had begun his preliminary cultivation. Using the heart, liver, lungs, spleen, and kidney as the core, 5 vast streams of energy were flowing through Wuxi's 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 principal meridians. The qi circulating technique of 5 elements was the most traditional method of laying the foundation for a cultivator. It was to refine the essence of the blood and flesh into the innate energy, nurture the 5 internal organs, give birth to the 5 elements, and nurture the innate energy of 5 elements, strengthening the innate foundation of cultivating the Tao hidden in the 5 internal organs. With the innate energy of 5 elements, the innate spirit seed would grow into spirit sprout and spirit root, laying the foundation for the Tao of immortals. If there were some other warriors of Xianxia realm who wanted to cultivate the qi circulating technique of 5 elements, they would have to change the circulation route of the innate energy in their meridians, and this would be a huge trouble. For warriors who could cultivate to the realm of Xianxia realm, the circulation route of the innate energy in their meridians had already formed a fixed pattern and had even fused with their blood and spirit. If they wanted to change the circulation route of the innate energy, it would be like trying to change the track of a speeding train, and it would be extremely difficult. Therefore, ordinary immortal sects were only willing to accept disciples who did not cultivate. Warriors of peak stage Hodian realm were already the limit. For a warrior like Wuxia who had stepped into the realm of Xiantian realm, if not because of Princess Zhang Li's great influence, it would be impossible for Nie Baihong to accept him as a disciple. Putting everything else aside, if a warrior of Xiantian realm wanted to cultivate the qi circulating technique of 5 elements, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years of hard work. That was the reason why Nie Baihong left a cultivation manual to Wuxia casually, as he didn't think highly of Wuxi's future in cultivation. He was just giving face to Princess Zhanglo, and that was why he came to accept Wuxia as his disciple. As for whether Wuxia could achieve any results in his cultivation, it had nothing to do with him. But for Wuxia, it was not a problem at all. The technique he was cultivating came from the scroll of stealing, and the core meridians he cultivated were the 7 stealing heaven meridians in both of his arms. As for the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 standard meridians in his body, they were completely empty, without any innate energy left in them. He only needed to follow the qi circulating technique of 5 elements to absorb a bit of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and use his spiritual sense, which was several times more powerful than an ordinary person's, to guide the spiritual energy to circulate in his meridians for 36 cycles, thus laying a solid foundation for the qi circulating technique of 5 elements. The meridians in Wuxi's body were unobstructed, and the width and strength of his meridians were dozens of times that of an ordinary person. In just a few days of cultivation, his cultivation of the qi circulating technique of 5 elements had reached the level of 30 years, and he had achieved a preliminary balance of the minor 5 elements in his 5 viscera. With the nourishment of the genuine qi of 5 elements, Wuxia could clearly sense that there was a vigorous vitality growing in his internal organs with his soul sense. As long as his cultivation of the qi circulating technique of 5 elements broke through to the Xiantian realm, he would be able to nurture the spirit sprouts and spirit roots in his 5 viscera, which were brought about by his innate spirit seed. That would lay the foundation for him to pursue the Tao of immortality. However, to be honest, in Wuxi's opinion, although the qi circulating technique of 5 elements could allow one to reach the peak stage of Xiantian realm, it was too crude and shallow. No matter it was the quality of the cultivated innate energy, the speed of accumulating innate energy, or the effect of nurturing and nourishing the 5 viscera, they were all very weak. Compared to the techniques found in the Source of Water chapter, the qi circulating technique of 5 elements was just trash, the kind of trash that had been soaked in a latrine for several dozens of years. So this is the basic qi cultivating technique that Heaven-Breaking Sword sect is so proud of. He laughed mockingly, casually shoving the small booklet into his storage ring. After that, Wuxia took out the long sword given to him by Nie Baihong. The long sword had a pale green hue, and its blade looked like a ripple of water. It was bright and dazzling, and gave off a sharp feeling when looking at it. The length of the long sword was 3 feet and 6 inches, and it could be considered as a big and sturdy fellow among all the flying swords. Compared to the ordinary flying swords, which were only 3 to 5 inches long and 1 foot long, it was really huge. However, although the flying sword was huge, it was still a lower-grade magical item. It was no different from the few small flying swords in Wuxi's hands. It was made from an ordinary 100-years-old dark steel, mixed with a little bit of dark copper from the bottom of the ocean, and its quality could not be considered as good. As for the formations engraved on its blade, they were the wood element sky, sweeping array, and the grand white gung metal iron slashing array, which are the most common lower-grade magical items. Of course, due to the huge size of the sword, there were 12 sky, sweeping arrays engraved on its blade, which are 9 more than the ordinary lower-grade magical flying swords, and 6 iron slashing arrays, which were 3 more than the ordinary lower-grade magical flying swords. Therefore, once this flying sword was unleashed, its speed would be 30% faster than the ordinary lower-grade flying swords, and its sharpness would be at least 50% higher. However, such a little improvement in its attributes could not change the fact that this flying sword was just a lower-grade magical item. If Wuxi's cultivation base was strong enough to produce the Samadhi true flame in his body, he could use his divine sense to carve formations on the flying sword. Then, with the knowledge he obtained from Scroll of Stealing, he could carve 108 higher-grade formations on the body of this huge flying sword. With that, he could at least forcibly upgrade this flying sword to the level of an upper-grade magical item. Using a mere lower-grade flying sword as a favor? Do you think I've never seen anything good? Narrowing his eyes, Wuxi tried to recall the vast amount of formations and methods used to craft various magical treasures and spirit items when he inherited the Scroll of Stealing. He could not help but let out a faint sigh. The Samadhi True Flame was an ability that only human immortals could possess. Carefully, Wuxi raised up the sword edge and gently licked it with the tip of his tongue. After that, he sprayed a mouthful of blood essence onto the sword edge, branding a thread of divine sense into this flying sword named Autumn Water. Then he performed a profound sword incantation gesture and pointed at the flying sword. A sword cry rang out, and the flying sword soared up into the sky, leaving behind a short cold beam as it flew up into the sky, circling 3 times above Wuxi's head. For a cultivator of the Meridian cultivating tier, it was considered pretty good that his flying sword could soar into the sky. With the strength of Wuxi's soul, which was a few times stronger than the others, the fact that the flying sword could fly and pierce through the air within a radius of 200 feet around him showed that it possessed a certain level of combat strength. At first glance, he could be considered as a qualified sword immortal. Behind the chi circulating technique of 5 elements, there were 3 most basic sword incantations and the most basic sword techniques of thrusting, spinning, and slashing. However, Wuxi did not pay any attention to these trivial sword incantations and sword techniques. What he was using now was a sword technique inherited from Scroll of Stealing, which was far more advanced than the sword incantation of chi circulating technique of 5 elements. After wielding the flying sword for a while, he kept the Autumn Water sword back into his storage ring. After that, Wuxi swallowed an innate water pill, and with the power of the pill, he strengthened the innate energy cultivated by the chi circulating technique of 5 elements by 30%. After that, he closed his eyes and began to snore contentedly. In the pavilion next to the lake, Lu Chengfeng, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked enviously at the cold beam left behind by Wuxi's flying sword in the sky. He breathed out a faint sigh. Carefully, he took out a few pieces of earth element materials from his storage bag, then slowly burned them with the little 25th lamp. He began to think if he should use his connections to find an immortal sect and join it. However, among all 13 immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty, which one of them was an expert in the art of formations. Therefore, Lu Chengfeng decided to find out more about them. A few days had passed, and it was the first day of the month. Wuxia suddenly recalled what Nye Baihong told him, that he had to go to Mount White Sun and listen to the lecture of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect on the first day of every month. Currently, Lu Qingfeng was carrying out all the tasks in his hands in an orderly manner. It wouldn't make a difference whether Wuxia was there or not. Therefore, Wuxia simply asked for a day's leave from Lu Qingfeng, borrowed a guide from Yan Bugue, and began his journey towards Mount White Sun outside Ji City. The area of several tens of thousands of miles outside Ji City was filled with flatlands and hills, and only a few beautiful mountains could be seen. In this world where mountain ranges stretched for several tens of thousands of miles, these mountains outside Ji City could only be described as small pebbles. They were really inconspicuous. However, as the saying goes, the height of a mountain doesn't matter if it's an immortal. 270 miles to the south of Ji City, Mount White Sun, the tallest mountain was only 3,000 feet tall, and its circumference was only about 100 miles. It could be considered as one of the famous blessed lands of Great Yin Dynasty. 600 years ago, the founding ancestral master of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, Nye Yaonu, was lucky enough to encounter an immortal's fate in Mount White Sunday. She entered a cave left behind by an immortal, inherited the legacy of that immortal, and founded Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. Although it was founded less than 600 years ago, Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect had caught up from behind. Relying on its formidable overall strength, it had firmly occupied the position as the #1 immortal sect among all 13 immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty. Mount White Sun used to be a place where the rich and idle people of Great Yin Dynasty would go for an outing. But since Nianu founded Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect here, it had become the headquarters of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. Today, Mount White Sun was shrouded in a layer of white mist, and a defensive formation had tightly covered the mountain range of 100 miles in circumference. Led by the guide, Wuxia rode on a single horned deer and came to the front of Mount White Sunday. There was a rugged path paved with stone slabs and a simple and crude archway made of pure wood. This was the location of the headquarters of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. Amidst the white mist, for young men clad in white robes, their faces filled with arrogance, were seen sitting on a long bench under the archway, their legs crossed and chatting with each other. Because of the barrier of the formation, the voices of these men couldn't be heard. Therefore, Wuxia had no idea what they were talking about. But by looking at the strange smile on their faces, which any man would understand, Wuxia knew that they were not talking about some pure and innocent business. He coughed and leaped off the mount. Wuxia came before the archway, cupped his fist, and bowed to the 4 young men standing several tens of feet away from him through the defensive formation. Fellow disciples, I, Wuxia, offer my greetings. Please do me a favor, as Wuxia is here to listen to the lecture. The few young men were taken aback. Chi-Chi rose to his feet, fixing his eyes on Wuxia. One of them raised a jade medallion and waved it in front of Wuxia. The cloud in front of Wuxia blinked and blinked, opening up a wide path. 4 young men in white robes walked out from the formation, giving Wuxia a scrutinizing glance from top to bottom. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, the young man who activated the formation sneered at Wuxia and said, "So, you're Wuxia? The hanger-on of Duke Yin, Li's mansion, Wuxia? So, you're the one who killed Taba Qingye and wounded Tuoba Haofeng?" Upon hearing this, Wuxia knew that this man did not speak in a friendly tone. He smiled reservedly, nodded his head and said, "Yes, I am Wuxia. However, between Taba Qingye and Tuoba Haofeng, one was killed and the other was wounded." It was Wuxia who had no other choice. The young man stretched out his hand hastily and stopped Wuxia from continuing. He sneered and said, "Don't bother explaining. We won't listen to you, and you don't have a right to ask us to listen to your explanation. Whether Taba Qingye and Tuoba Haofeng are dead or alive has nothing to do with us. But aren't you the one who wounded Haoying Fenglong?" Wuxia was struck dumb again. They knew Haoying Fenglong? The one who wounded Haoying Fenglong was Lu Qingfeng. But with the friendship between Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng, Would it make any difference who wounded Hao Yingfeng? Chuckling, Wuxia nodded his head and said, "The one who wounded Hao Yingfeng is Wuxia. May I ask what advice do you have for me?" The four young men in white robes exchanged a glance, then sneered together. Clanging noises of swords rang out, as four flying swords flew up into the sky from Chi-Chi. Grinning coldly, the four young men said, "If you want to enter the mountain and listen to the lecture, you'll have to defeat us." Not allowing Wuxia to say anything, the four flying swords thrust towards him at the same time. Chapter 85. Looking at the four sword beams, Wuxia could not help but feel surprised. These four young men were so arrogant, and he thought they had some incredible cultivation base. But now, he realized they were nothing special. The sword beams were only a few feet long, and their speed was not even as fast as Wuxia's movement technique. "Let's fight then." After staying in Ji City for so many days, Wuxia had learned some information about the 13 immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty. When the disciples fought among themselves, not only would they not be punished by the sect rules, they would also be strongly supported by the seniors of the sect. As long as they didn't use poison or sneak attack from behind, even if they killed their fellow disciples in a head-on fight, the sect would not punish them. Sneering, Wuxia didn't care about the background of these few fellows. With a sway of his body, he dodged the four sword beams and quickly came before the four young men. A series of thunder-like kicks were unleashed, and one of the young men had his lower body kicked by Wuxia. Among these four young men, one of them had the cultivation base of respiration of Xianxia realm, while the other three were peak-stage Hotian realm cultivators. But no matter what cultivation base they had, the most vulnerable part of a man was still the most lethal part. With just one kick from Wuxia, the four young men were sent flying 30 feet away. But, as they possessed a pretty good movement skill, they managed to land on the ground steadily. Strangely, they covered their lower bodies with both hands, spread their legs apart, as if they were standing in a horse stance. Hissing sounds could be heard coming from their mouths as they stared at Wuxia with a very strange look. Slowly, their eyeballs bulged out from their eye sockets. The sword beams that failed to hit Wuxia were hovering above his head in a sluggish manner, not moving at all. Without hesitation, Wuxia grabbed all four lower-grade flying swords and shoved them into his storage ring. He looked sympathetically at the four young men, whose faces were slowly turning pale. With a soft voice, he said, "If it hurts, just scream it out. I've kicked that part of your body. I know it hurts. We're all from the same sect, so I won't laugh at you. If you want to scream, just scream it out." A high-pitched scream rose into the sky. The four white-robed young men covered their nether regions and rolled on the ground. Their faces suddenly turned purplish-red, and cold sweat appeared all over their bodies. Leisurely, Wuxia walked past them, walking along the stone path and heading up the mountain. Just now, he had a sense of propriety. The lower bodies of the four people would, at most, be swollen for a few days. There wouldn't be any sequelae. At most, they would feel a lot of pain now. After giving a few instructions to the guide, asking him to wait for him outside the mountain gate, Wuxia walked along the path up the mountain for more than 1,000 feet. Suddenly, he looked at a big rock on the side of the road and laughed. "Hey, you've been looking for a long time, haven't you?" Just now, when he kicked those four youths, he heard someone take a deep breath on this big rock, so he knew that someone was hiding here. A green light flashed, and a young man in a white robe emerged from the green light. He looked at Wuxia in surprise, then looked at the green jade invisibility talisman in his hand that was carved in the shape of a leaf, and frowned deeply. With a cold snort, the young man jumped off the big rock and took out a small booklet with a golden silk cover from his sleeve. Using a thin pen, he quickly wrote a few lines of words on it. "You guys can't even handle a new disciple who hasn't even officially joined the sect, and you guys have learned so many tricks of heaven-breaking swordsmanship sect. All four of you will be demoted from second-class disciple to third-class disciple. After your duty today, go to the punishment hall and report to the elders yourselves." Yelling at the four young men who were twitching on the ground, the white-robed young man raised his chin and glanced at Wuxia out of the corner of his eye. "You're Wuxia, The new disciple of the sect leader? You're pretty good. All the new disciples are third-class disciples, but since you've defeated 4 second-class disciples, your status will be promoted to second-class disciple today. He took out another booklet from his sleeve and threw it over to Wuxia. With a cold voice, the white-robed young man said, I'm Haoying Fengying, the elder brother of Haoying Fenglong. For the past 3 months, I've been in charge of investigating and recording every single word and action of heaven-breaking swordsmanship sect's disciples. These are the rules of our sect, and all the things that you need to pay attention to. Memorize them first, and don't break any rules. If that happens, no one can save you. Haoying Fengying snorted a cold breath from his nostrils, gave Wuxia a disdainful glance, then turned around and was about to leave. Wuxia hastily caught up to Haoying Fengying, grabbed his sleeve. Haoying Fengying's face darkened. He turned around, stared at Wuxia, and snapped, Wuxia, what are you trying to do? Clang! The sword hanging on Haoying Fengying's waist suddenly leaped out from a sword case. It was about 1 foot long, glowing with a dark green light and emanating a cold air. It was a mid-tier magical item, a flying sword. Haoying Fengying's cultivation base was quite mature, having reached the physique-strengthening tier of innate realm. A powerful innate energy surged into the flying sword, and suddenly a few inches thick sword beam burst out from the flying sword. Wuxia threw a glance at the flying sword that emitted a cold air, then smiled. He pulled Haoying Fengying's arm and asked, Are you Haoying Fenglong's elder brother? Haoying Fengying answered with a cold voice, Yes, I am. What are you going to do? Wuxia smiled again. Since Lu Chengfeng had slapped Haoying Fenglong on the pleasure boat, he had learned about the current situation of Haoying clan through Yin Bugui. It was true that Haoying Fenglong was Haoying Fenglong's elder brother, but he was just the son of a concubine. Thus, it was impossible for him to inherit the power and position of Haoying clan. The best result would be that he could own a small piece of land in Haoying clan's territory and live a carefree life for the rest of his life. With a bright smile on his face, Wuxia grabbed Haoying Fengying's wrist. Haoying Fengying was startled. The sword hanging on his waist flew out from the sword case with a loud clang, leaving an 8 feet long green beam in the air, and was about to thrust towards Wuxia. Hastily, Wuxia shouted, Don't be hasty, listen to me. You help me gain a foothold in heaven-breaking sword sect, and I'll help you deal with Haoying Fenglong. Those who are not the legitimate eldest son are not allowed to inherit the clan's property. But there are always exceptions, don't you think? The sword beam returned to the sword case. Haoying Fengying gazed at Wuxia coldly for a while, sneered and said, What can you help me with? Wuxia said without hesitation, However much you can help me, my young master and I can help you. I know nothing about heaven-breaking sword sect, and it is not easy for me to gain a foothold here. As for you, based on your birth mother's background, don't tell me you want to be a wealthy man for the rest of your life. After a brief moment of silence, Haoying Fengying laughed as well. He held Wuxia's hand, lowered his voice, and said, It's worth it for me to exchange my position with senior brother and come here to wait for you. I thought you wouldn't come back today, but I didn't expect that you would really come. Deal. Wuxia squeezed Haoying Fengying's hand, smiled, and said, You've been waiting for me here? We're both smart men, so let's cut to the chase. You help me, and I'll help you. In the future, in G City, not only me, my young master will have to rely on many friends as well. Both men smiled at each other. Without saying anything, they had already made up their minds. Hand in hand, both men walked along the stone path towards the depth of Mount White Sunday. Along the way, Haoying Fengying told Wuxia about the situation of heaven-breaking sword sect in detail, and these were the information that Wuxia urgently needed. After all, even in the secret archives of Scouting Office, there was no detailed information about the 13 immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty. Even if there was, it was not something that Yin Bugui could easily access, as it was a top secret of Great Yin Dynasty strategic level. According to Haoying Fengying's introduction, the two people with the greatest power in heaven-breaking sword sect today were the Grand Elders, Nie Yanu and Yin Li. Niaounu was the founding ancestral master of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, and also the birth mother of the current sect leader, Niaobai. 100 years ago, after she handed over the position of sect leader to Niaobai, she had been living in seclusion and cultivating in the back of the mountain. 100 years ago, Niaounu had broken through the peak of Jindan realm. As for Yin Li, he was the lineal grandson of Emperor Yindan, the third son of Yin Shijuan, the crown prince of Yin. 2 months after Niaounu accidentally discovered the Immortal's cave left behind by an immortal in Mount White Sun, he married Niaounu. It was said that the relationship between the couple was not very good. Apart from Niaounu, his first wife, Yinli had no less than 200 concubines and concubines. Niaounu was the founding ancestral master of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, the spiritual leader of the sect. On the other hand, Yinli, as well as many elders who were close to him, were the men with the real power in Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. There were a total of 36 elders in Heaven-Breaking Sword sect's Elder Council, and all of them were human immortals who had cultivated the Jindan realm. Among them, 27 were elders who were close to Yinli. These 27 elders all came from the imperial clan of Great Yin Dynasty, Jing clan, Qin clan, Gao clan, and other influential clans. As for the current sect leader, Niaobai, it seemed to be a taboo topic. Haoying Fengming opened his mouth, but no words came out. Then, he changed the topic and began to introduce some other things that happened in Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. For example, the disciples of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, like Wuxia, who just joined the sect, were all third-class disciples. Unless they contributed some meritorious service to Heaven-Breaking Sword sect or defeated some higher-ranked disciples, they would never be able to get a promotion. Therefore, they could only cultivate the basic energy cultivating technique of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, the qi circulating technique of 5 elements. Only after they broke through the first class from the third class, second class, and finally became an inner sect disciple of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, could they have access to the cultivation scriptures of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. And only the core disciples among the inner sect disciples could inherit the most orthodox sword technique of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. For example, Niaobai alone had 3,000 disciples. Among them, there were less than 300 second-class disciples, over 70 first-class disciples, 13 inner sect disciples, and none of the core disciples. These 3,000 disciples were all the more important disciples from the influential clans of Great Yin Dynasty. Those disciples like Wuxia who did not come from an influential clan could be counted with 2 hands. Basically, it was the same situation in all 13 immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty. The members of the imperial clan with the surname of Yin held most of the real power, and their disciples were all from the wealthy and influential clans of Great Yin Dynasty. Unless an ordinary citizen had a heaven-defying talent, he or she would never be accepted as a disciple. Even if there were some heaven-defying geniuses among the ordinary citizens, it was unknown if he or she could survive until the day he or she finished his apprenticeship. At least in the 20 years since Haoying Fengming joined the sect, he had witnessed with his own eyes the accidental death of several hundred so-called geniuses who came from ordinary families. Listening to Haoying Fengming's description of the situation in the sect, Wuxia felt his heart tighten again. It seemed like every step he took in Heaven-Breaking Sword sect was filled with trepidation, and he had to be extra careful. While talking, both of them walked at a brisk pace for nearly an hour. Finally, they arrived at the base of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, which was located at the core of Mount White Sunday, surrounded by mountains. There was a basin with a diameter of tens of miles. A couple dozens of palaces of different sizes were erected in this basin. This was the base of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. Haoying Fengming grabbed Wuxia, pulled him, and ran towards the nearest palaces. There was still some time before today's lecture. The sect's elders would only appear at noon to give a lecture. The most important thing now was to help Wuxia go through all the procedures required for a new disciple. First of all, he had to test Wuxia's root of cultivation. Chapter 86. The palace where heaven-breaking sword sect tested the bone structure of new disciples was called the Heavens Will Palace. It meant that the foundation of all cultivators was the predestined Heaven's Will. The Heavens Will could never be defied. If the Heavens Will determined that one could become an immortal, then one could do it. If the Heavens Will determined that one did not have the qualification to become an immortal, then one could only play with mud in the mortal world. Because of this, the overall atmosphere of the Heavens Will Palace was very oppressive and heavy. The pitch-black palace was entirely built using mountain rocks with a very high content of iron, and the words written on the plaque hanging in front of the door were gray and without any luster. It was as if the Heavens Will Palace was pressing heavily on one's body, something that could never be defied, changed, or transcended. One could only endure it passively. Hao Ying Feng kept explaining to Wuxia. Not only the Heavens Will Palace of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect had the same design, the palaces used by all 13 immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty to test the bone structure and innate talent of the new disciples had the same design. It was as if Great Yin Dynasty was purposely declaring something, and the meaning behind it could only be comprehended by oneself, and no one could tell it to them. Wuxia walked along the path paved with black stones for a long distance, and finally arrived at the palace where the Heavens Will Palace tested the bone structure of new disciples. The palace was very deep and wide, measuring over 1,000 feet in both length and width, but only less than 20 feet in height. Even when standing outside the palace, it gave off a very heavy, oppressive feeling. But when they entered the palace, the oppressive feeling was at least 100 times stronger. The four walls of such a wide and low hall were pitch black, and the ceiling and floor were as black as ink. Yet, there were only 6 candlesticks placed in the middle of the palace, and a few large butter candles were lit sparsely on top of them. The light in the palace was very dim. A few old men were sitting on cushions at the far end of the palace, chatting idly. They looked like ghosts in the dim palace. Hao Ying Feng brought Wuxia to the far end of the palace, bowed respectfully at the few old men. The aura emanating from these few old men was very obscure, and their skin was extremely shriveled and withered. It was as if their grayish skin would turn into ashes with just a little poke of a finger. All of them were at the embryonic breath tier of Xianxia realm, and all of their spirit, qi, and spirit were gathered inside their bodies. They were all peak-level Xianxia realm martial artists. Among them, there was an old man with a sharp life force faintly discernible in his body. He was a top-notch expert who had 1 foot in the Jindan realm. As long as he could take this step, he would transform from a Xiantian Taoist to a human immortal, which would increase his lifespan by at least 800 years. 1 step mortal, 1 step immortal. Among the 5 old men who were chatting idly, this old man's status was clearly the most important. The other 4 old men seemed to regard him as their leader. When the old man saw Hao Ying Feng, he let out a dry laugh and said, "Oh, it's you, Feng. Aren't you in charge of patrolling the mountain today? Why did he come to the Heavens Will Palace? Who is this kid? A new disciple? I haven't heard that the elders have accepted any new disciples." Hao Ying Feng laughed. He turned to the old man and said, "Third grand uncle, you may not know this, but this is Wuxia. The sect leader has just accepted him as a disciple a few days ago." It was Princess Zhang Lu who personally sent someone to greet the sect leader. Princess Zhang Lu said that if the sect leader refused to accept Wuxia as his disciple, she would cut off the supply of energy stones and swords for this year. Therefore, the sect leader personally came to accept him as a disciple. "Oh," answered Chi-Chi, and curiously looked at Wuxia. Hao Ying Feng's third grand uncle, Hao Ying Xiong, nodded his head in surprise and said, "So, it was Princess Zhang Lu who gave the order? I can't believe she would actually do something like this. Didn't Bai Xiaoguan offend her 3 years ago?" As a result, all the energy stones and magical items that Bai Xiaoguan should have received for that year were thrown from the upper reaches of Myriad Red River to the lower reaches by Princess Zhang Lu. The few old men laughed at Chi-Chi. Hao Ying Xiong waved his hand at Wuxia, smiled, and said, "Since he is the new disciple of the sect leader, it doesn't matter if he has a bone frame or not. But, since he has come to Heavens Will Palace, It is a good thing for him to have a better understanding of his own bone frame. Xianxia smacked his lips, smiled, and said, if he really has the bone frame of cultivating immortality, he should put in more effort. Perhaps he can form the Jindan and exchange it for a few hundred years of freedom. But if he doesn't have the bone frame of cultivating immortality, since he is still the disciple of the sect leader, no one will drive him out. Borrowing the name of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, you can bully the men and women in G City for over 100 years. That is quite a pleasant thing. Cold sweat broke out on Wuxi's forehead when he heard what Xianxia said. Sure enough, Xianxia was straightforward with his words, without any hypocrisy. He was right. There were 3,000 disciples under Nie Baihong, and not every one of them was a talented cultivator. At least half of them didn't have the talent of cultivating Tao. Nevertheless, these 3,000 disciples were still the disciples of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, just like Haoying Fenglong. He didn't even have a strong cultivation base, but it didn't stop him from becoming the disciple of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect and continued to be the first successor of Haoying clan. Xianxia and the few old men continued to talk nonsense for a while. Suddenly, they recalled the purpose of Wuxi's visit. Xianxia pressed a few times on the ground. A few thick and heavy tiles on the ground slowly moved away, and a stone platform slowly rose up from the ground. On top of the square platform stood a white crystal pillar, about 10 feet tall and as thick as a water bucket. Wuxi recognized it. It was the Yuan Ling crystal mentioned in Scroll of Stealing, which was specially used to test the bone structure and talent of a cultivator. Without saying anything, Wuxi stepped onto the stone platform, placed his right hand on the Yuan Ling crystal, and injected a stream of innate energy into it. A watery gleam flickered on the surface of the Yuan Ling crystal, and a pale blue gleam emerged. Xianxia nodded his head slowly and said, it's a spirit seed, that's not bad. No matter how far the spirit seed can develop in the future, it's better than nothing. Furthermore, it's a water spirit seed, so I can cultivate the sword technique of the Azure Water Sword. But if it's an earth or fire spirit seed, it would be troublesome. Shakily, Xianxia rose to his feet and walked onto the stone platform. He performed an incantation gesture and cast a hand incantation on the Yuan Ling crystal. A large sheet of nearly transparent white gleam surged out from the Yuan Ling crystal, enveloping Wuxi within it. Wuxi felt that all his blood and qi were flowing at an incredible speed under the stimulation of the white gleam, and all his energy essence was rushing towards his spiritual ocean without his control, forcefully crashing into a mysterious place in his spiritual ocean. A faint cry rang out. A ray of light burst out from between Wuxi's brows, and an indistinct shadow gradually emerged. Xianxia took out a ruler from his sleeve, pointing it at the shadow and measuring it. After that, he nodded his head smilingly and praised, "Innate nascent embryo is 5 feet tall. Wonderful. This is an upper-tier innate nascent embryo." With a thought in Wuxi's mind, all the information about innate nascent embryo that he found in Scroll of Stealing quickly emerged in his mind. Innate nascent embryo had nothing to do with Taoists of Xiantian realm or human immortals of Jindan realm. However, after cultivating into the nascent soul realm, the so-called Earth immortals of nascent soul realm, their achievement would have a great relationship with the innate nascent embryo. The innate nascent embryo would decide the highest achievement an Earth immortal could achieve, because the highest height a nascent soul could achieve was directly related to the height of the innate nascent embryo. When an innate nascent embryo was 3 feet tall, the strongest nascent soul would be 3 feet tall. When an innate nascent embryo was 6 feet tall, the strongest nascent soul would be 6 feet tall. When a nascent soul was 1 inch tall, its energy would be 3 times stronger, depending on the level of the cultivation technique it was cultivating. If the energy of a 1-inch nascent soul was divided into 1, the energy of a 3 feet nascent soul would be 90, and a 6 feet nascent soul would be 180. Generally speaking, The tallest innate nascent embryo of an ordinary cultivator was 6 feet tall. 1 foot was lower grade, 2 feet was lower grade, 3 feet was lower grade, 4 feet was middle grade, 5 feet was upper grade, and 6 feet was upper grade. As for those whose nascent embryo was over 6 feet tall, they were destined to be gold immortals. Wuxi's innate nascent embryo was 5 feet tall. Among all the cultivators, this was a rare and excellent potential. If he could cultivate into the nascent soul realm, his achievement was destined to be greater than the others. Wuxi smiled faintly. He did not put the matter of innate nascent embryo in his heart. For those who were cultivating the scroll of stealing, the innate nascent embryo was definitely not the deciding factor that would restrict their future achievement. Even if his innate nascent embryo was only 3 inches tall, it would not affect him at all. There was nothing under the heaven that could not be stolen, and this innate nascent embryo was also something that could be stolen from the scroll of stealing. As long as he could steal a thread of innate fortune energy from someone, Wuxi's innate nascent embryo could keep growing and growing stronger. Not to mention 6 feet tall, it was even possible for him to have a nascent embryo that was 6,000 feet tall. When Xianxia saw the disapproving expression on Wuxi's face, he thought Wuxi did not know the importance of innate nascent embryo. Therefore, he quickly explained the pros and cons to him. In the end, Xianxia even told Wuxi with mixed emotions that his innate nascent embryo was only 3 feet and 6 inches tall, which was considered as a middle grade. If one day he could cultivate into the nascent soul realm, his future achievement would be unpredictable. At least, when facing the heavenly tribulation, the stronger the nascent soul was, the more confident he would be in transcending the heavenly tribulation. The last test was when Xianxia took out a thumb-sized lower-grade water elemental energy stone, which was polished into a square shape. The amount of energy contained within this energy stone was fixed. Xianxia wanted Wuqi to absorb the energy within 1 hour with all his might. Exercising the technique of qi circulating technique of 5 elements, Wuqi held the energy stone in his palm and slowly absorbed the faint energy contained within it. The technique of qi circulating technique of 5 elements was not a good cultivation technique. In just 1 hour, Wuqi had only absorbed 30 portions of energy from the energy stone, and only 9 portions of energy remained in his meridians and transformed into innate energy of 5 elements. In other words, Wuqi could only retain 30% of energy. When he absorbed 100 portions of energy from the outside world, he would be able to transform 30% of it into innate energy. Faced with this result, Wuqi felt that the technique of qi circulating technique of 5 elements was the trashiest cultivation technique, while Xianxia and the others kept nodding their heads in satisfaction. To retain 30% of energy could be considered as a pretty good cultivation talent. Among the 3,000 apprentices under Niebaihong, some of them who possessed spirit seeds could not even retain 20% of their energy. All in all, Xianxia and the other 4 apprentices gave their evaluation of Wuqi's bone structure and talent. With a spirit seed, one could cultivate the Tao. With a water elemental spirit seed, one could cultivate the sword technique of the Azure Water Sword in Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. With a 5 feet tall nascent embryo, an excellent talent, and a 30% retention of energy, he could already be considered as an excellent apprentice. All in all, according to Xianxia, Wuqi was an excellent talent that was suitable to develop in Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. As long as he did not make any mistakes, he would be able to form the Jin Dan in the future. At such a young age, he had already reached the realm of Xiantian, so it was possible for him to form the Jin Dan within 100 years. Before Xianxia could finish his words, a loud laughter was heard coming from the entrance of the Grand Hall. I can't believe there is such a beautiful talent here. Who is your master? Why don't you become my apprentice? Along with the laughter, an old man clad in a black robe strode into the hall. Chapter 87. Ear-piercing slicing sounds rang out incessantly, causing the empty hall to reverberate with waves of reverberations. Behind the old man who walked into the hall, there were 6 dark swords spinning slowly, forming a harmonious and flawless wheel of swords. Invisible sword intents burst out from the swords, slashing across the pitch-black floor of the hall and producing a large amount of sparks. Wherever the old man passed, sparks would fly in all directions, and the jarring noises would make one's eardrums hurt and their brains roll. Just like Nie Baihong, this old man was also a human immortal of Jindan realm, and a very strong one at that. The 6 sword shadows behind him were not real swords, but the strange signs of the overflowing and condensing of core qi in his body. Just like how Nie Baihong left footprints on the surface of the river, they were the signs of a human immortal activating the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth and manifesting them. However, compared to the strange sign formed by Nie Baihong, the 6 swords behind the old man were undoubtedly more aggressive and aggressive. If not because the floor of Heaven's Palace was protected by a formation, the old man would have destroyed at least half of Heaven's Palace along the way. Upon seeing this old man, Hao Yingxiong and the others quickly rose to their feet and bowed, addressing him as Elder Qin. Hao Yingfeng quickly bowed to the old man as well, then secretly transmitted his voice to Wu Qi, Qin Shuwen, the elder of Heaven Breaking Sword Sect's Punishment Hall, the youngest brother of the current clan leader of Qin clan of Great Yin Dynasty, the grand uncle of Scouting Office's Central Wind Guard, Qin Xianxia. His main cultivation technique is the Raging Thunder Sword of Heaven Breaking Sword Sect. Quickly bow to him. Hao Yingfeng dared not to raise his head, but condensed his voice into a thin thread and transmitted it into Wu Qi's ears. Qin Xingshui's grand uncle? Wu Qi suddenly recalled the long, donkey-like face of Qin Xingshui, and on the day when Lu Chengfeng was assassinated, Qin Xingshui actually wanted to arrest Lu Chengfeng and interrogate him. Qin Xingshui was definitely not Wu Qi's friend, so it was obvious that his granduncle would not fall in love with Wu Qi at first sight. Bowing deeply, Wu Qi turned to Qin Shuwen, smiled, and said, "Wu Qi offers greeting, Elder Qin." The so-called beautiful talent was really an overpraise. Wu Qi is just an ordinary warrior. He only joined the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect for a 1 in a million chance. I don't deserve to be called an elder. Qin Shuwen walked slowly and came before Wu Qi. Suddenly, he pressed his palm onto Wu Qi's shoulder. He laughed out loud and said, "You deserve it. You deserve it. I've been listening outside the main hall for a long time." A 5 feet long nascent embryo and 30% of its spiritual energy is a top-notch cultivation aptitude. I specialize in Berserk Lightning, which is a variant of the metal element sword technique. You are a water element spiritual seed. Metal begets water, so I can teach you. When he pressed his palm down, an invisible force of thunder rushed into Wu Qi's body, attacking his entire body through his meridians. With Wu Qi's cultivation base, the force of thunder could not harm his life, but it was more than enough to injure his meridians and even hurt his cultivation foundation. If not handled properly, the force of thunder could even shatter all his meridians, and it might even ruin his future of cultivation. Wu Qi was startled and hastily took a step back. However, Qin Shuwen followed closely like a shadow. He didn't move at all, but his right palm was pressed tightly on Wu Qi's shoulder, following closely behind Wu Qi for a few steps, never leaving Wu Qi's side. Qin Shuwen let out a long laugh and said, "Good boy, Wu Qi. It's your good fortune that I've taken a fancy to you. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me, and you'll be my disciple from now on." The force of Qin Shuwen's palm had increased by a few notches. All the muscles on Wu Qi's body were trembling violently. The force of thunder was crazily surging in his meridians, stimulating all his internal organs and making them vibrate at a very high frequency. The powerful electric currents kept flowing inside his body. Wu Qi's body was twitching and shivering, and the short hair on his head stood up. Suddenly, a few dazzling sparks burst out from the ends of his hair. Hao Yingxiong and the others looked at Wu Qi, who was being pressed down by Qin Shuwen's palm. They kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make any sound. A mighty Jin Dan realm human immortal had struck out and killed a new disciple. Even if he was backed by a duke like Lu Chengfeng, who would dare to say a word? He was just a rookie duke who had just inherited the title of nobility. If it were someone like Yu Xian, he might still be able to make people fear him, but the weight of Lu Chengfeng was far from that. A bright gleam shone from Qin Shuwen's eyes. He stared fixedly at Wu Qi, whose body was shivering uncontrollably. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "Aren't you going to kowtow to me? Acknowledging me as your master will bring you a lot of benefits." The Sword of Raging Thunder is the fiercest and sharpest sword technique in Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. I don't care what level of disciple you are, I'll teach you the essence of the Sword of Raging Thunder. Isn't that good? Wu Qi's body turned stiff, trembling violently under Qin Shuwen's palm. His nerves were nearly separated from his body. Even though he was roaring crazily in his mind to take over his body, he still couldn't move even a finger. He stared at Qin Shuwen with his eyes wide open. His eyeballs were popping out from his eye sockets bit by bit, nearly bursting out from his eye sockets by the powerful force of thunder. "Kneel down, kowtow, perform the ritual of acknowledging me as your master. Are you still not willing to do that?" An unhappy expression emerged on Qin Shuwen's face. He sneered and said, "Are you saying that I'm not qualified to be your master? Do you really think that I'm not qualified to teach you? Don't think that you will have a great achievement in the future just because you have some innate talent. In my eyes, you're no different than an ant." Wu Qi opened his mouth, wanting to let out some curses. However, as the muscles around his vocal cords were paralyzed by the electric current, how could he make any sound? He fixed his gaze on Qin Shuwen and could only let out a weak sound of air flow from his throat. Gradually, blood began to flow out from his 7 apertures. The crimson blood looked particularly dazzling against his fair skin. Haoying Yingxiong and the others were still standing at the side, remaining silent. They dared not to make any noise. They bowed their heads, not even daring to look at Wu Qi's current appearance. Even Haoying Fengying, who had formed an alliance with Wu Qi, could only lower his head and stare quietly at the tip of his own feet. The so-called alliance, the so-called code of brotherhood, under the pressure of a human immortal of Jindan realm, they were nothing but bullshit. Qin Shuwen was laughing, a very happy laugh. Wave after wave of thunder force kept bursting out from his palm, smashing into Wu Qi's body. While laughing, he scolded, "You're really not giving me any face. I've personally taken you as my disciple, but you didn't even say a word and showed no reaction at all. Wu Qi, oh Wu Qi, what can I say about you? Who are you relying on? You actually dare to not put this elder in your eyes?" Crack! Qin Shuwen clenched his fingers together, and in an instant, a dozen cracks appeared on Wu Qi's left shoulder blade. The severe pain made Wu Qi's vision blacked out, and the circulation of innate energy in his 12 standard meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians stopped immediately. The few meridians near his left shoulder were clogged up, and the meridians that were like the intestines of a chicken that had been forcefully inflated. Gradually, they began to swell up, making Wu Qi's shoulder swell up. Staring straight into Qin Shuwen's face, Wu Qi swore in his mind that no matter what background Qin Shuwen and Qin Shui had, no matter what kind of rich and powerful clan the Qin clan behind them was, he swore that he would wipe out every last member of the Qin clan. Twice. This was the second time that the Qin clan had tried to kill him without any reason. The first time was Qin Shui, but it was a pity that he failed. But this time, it was a human immortal of Jindan realm who personally struck. The innate water energy was flowing slowly in the water meridians in both his arms, constantly devouring and absorbing the thunder force that blasted into his body. Among the 5 elements, gold gave birth to water. Qin Shuwen's Raging Thunder Sword technique was a variation of the gold element sword technique. The thunder force unleashed by him was filled with the energy of gold element. Bit by bit, the innate water energy was absorbing the thunder force, transforming it into his own cultivation base. With the water meridians as the center, The blood in Wuxi's body formed into two huge whirlpools, transforming and absorbing the thunder force that gushed into his body and storing them into the water meridians. This was a cultivation technique that was completely different from the orthodox cultivation technique. Even though Qin Shi Wen had formed the Jindan realm and possessed the body of an immortal, he still couldn't sense the subtle transformation happening in Wuxi's body. Scroll of stealing. No matter it was a great thief or a petty thief, all of them had the ability to conceal their aura. If they were easily discovered by others, how could they steal the profound meaning of the heaven and earth? It was because Wuxi's body was slowly transforming the thunder force that blasted into his body that Wuxi was able to hold on until now without being killed by the thunder force. If it were any other cultivator of Xianxia realm, after being struck by such a heavy attack by Qin Shi Wen, his internal organs would have long been burned into ashes by the thunder force. You don't want to acknowledge me as your master? You really don't want to? You don't want to learn the profound meaning of the raging thunder sword technique? Like a cat toying with a mouse, Qin Shi Wen revealed a mocking smile. He liked to see people struggling in a desperate situation, and he liked to see the look of despair and helplessness on their faces. The fact that Wuxi was able to hold on for so long under his thunder force had filled him with an abnormal pleasure. The longer he could hold on, the better it would be. He liked to toy someone to death slowly. It looks like you really don't want to give me any face. Who are you relying on? Qin Shi Wen burst into a loud laughter. Haoying Fengying, who had been standing aside without saying a word for a long time, suddenly mustered his courage. He raised his head up carefully, lowered his voice, and said, "Elder Qin, Wuxi is the man personally ordered by Princess Zhonglu." Qin Shi Wen turned his head back angrily. His eyes focused, and an invisible sword intent knocked Haoying Fengying several hundred feet away. The fierce sword intent sliced open Haoying Fengying's body, bringing up tens of long streams of blood. Qin Shi Wen roared furiously. "Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt me? You are just a dog with no manners." Although Qin Shi Wen's words were harsh to the ears, it had also scolded Haoying Xiong. Haoying Xiong's face turned blue with anger. If Haoying Fengying was a dog, then didn't that mean all the members of his Haoying clan were dogs? Although Haoying clan was a clan that had risen in the recent few hundred years, there were still people in their clan who were ranked among the 9 ministers. They were one of the most prestigious clans in Great Yin Dynasty. Haoying Xiong raised his head and glared at Qin Shi Wen, then strode towards Haoying Fengying. He took out a healing pill and gave it to Haoying Fengying to stop the bleeding. While working, Haoying Xiong said with a deep voice, "Elder Qin, I'll report what you said just now to the elders of my clan." Qin Shi Wen glared at him, sneered, and said, "Oh, then you can lie down with me." Qin Shi Wen retracted his right palm, then performed a sword incantation and was about to point his finger at Haoying Xiong. Qin Shi Wen had never expected that right after he retracted his right palm, Wuxi would use the quickest speed, even at the cost of his own blood essence, to forcefully devour all the thunder force in his body using a mystic technique learned in Scroll of Stealing. Without the replenishment from the external thunder force, once the thunder force was absorbed by his body, he immediately regained his ability to move. He glared at Qin Shi Wen furiously, then pulled out a thick stack of explosive talismans from his storage ring. These talismans were the defensive items that Wuxi had bought from Yin Bugue with a hefty sum of money during the past few days. Ji City was a dangerous place. Following Wu Wang's instinct of arming himself to the teeth, after Lu Qingfeng inherited the title of Duke, Wuxi had immediately used all the gold, silver, and jewelry he found in Little Meng City to purchase a total of 200 explosive talismans. Now, he had taken out all 200 explosive talismans. With the quickest speed possible, he shoved all 200 explosive talismans into Qin Shi Wen's belt. After that, Wuxi circulated all his innate water energy and exercised the escape art of innate water. In just a blink of an eye, he had fled several hundred feet away. After that, Wuxi performed a hand incantation and shouted out loud, "Explode!" A miserable howl and a loud boom echoed out. Heaven's Palace was instantly enveloped by a raging flame. 200 explosive talismans controlled by Wuxia using his divine sense exploded at the same time. Chapter 88. The flames spread in all directions, and a threatening heat wave blanketed the entire Heaven's Palace. Xianxia, Fengying, and a few other men were pushed far away by the airflow. Their bodies were pressed tightly against the wall of Heaven's Palace, unable to move even a little bit. The tremendous pressure made blood burst out from their 7 apertures, and all their internal organs were severely injured, especially for the 4 old men who were sitting on the cushions just now. God knew how many of their bones were broken by the explosion, and they had fainted while coughing out blood. However, the one who suffered the most was Xianxia. As a middle-stage human immortal of Gold Core realm, Xianxia had never thought that Wuxia could actually attack him, and that Wuxia really had the courage to attack him, and that Wuxia really possessed something that could hurt him. Explosive talismans, especially those used by the secret agents of Scouting Office, were the best of the best. They were crafted by the Heavenly Spirit sect, the sect that was the best in crafting talismans in Great Yin Dynasty. The power of each explosive talisman was roughly equal to the power of a highly explosive grenade. When 200 explosive talismans were stacked together and detonated, the destructive power would be far greater than 200 highly explosive grenades. Xianxia didn't use his energy to protect his body, and he didn't have the time to take out any defensive magical treasure. With his cultivation base, it was impossible for him to own a spirit item that could protect its owner on its own. Therefore, he had suffered the explosive power of 200 explosive talismans at a close distance. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his body was badly mutilated from the explosion from his chest to his knees. It was a horrible sight to behold, especially the area near his dantian, the vital spot where the Jindan realm human immortal Jindan resided. Xianxia's abdomen was nearly pierced through by the explosion. A large amount of pale golden airflow kept bursting out from the bowl-sized hole on his abdomen. The destructive power of the explosive talisman had wounded his Jindan and caused cracks to appear on his Jindan. Jindan was the most fundamental thing for a human immortal, and it was the seed that they used to develop their nascent soul. When a human immortal successfully cultivated the Jindan, he would have a lifespan of 800 years, but when he cultivated his nascent soul, he would have a lifespan of at least 3,000 years. If Jindan was damaged, not only would his cultivation level fall a lot, but might also affect his future nascent soul cultivation. Xianxia, who was severely wounded by the explosion, sat on the ground with a blank expression. He stared blankly at the huge wound on his lower abdomen, sensing the messy and broken meridians near his dantian. He threw his head back and let out a miserable howl that shook the heaven and earth. His Jindan was damaged. Along with the pale golden airflow gushing out from his body, Xianxia could clearly sense that his cultivation base was fading away bit by bit, and the connection between his divine will and Jindan was weakening as well. If not for the fact that a human immortal of Jindan realm had the body of an immortal, which was at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary mortal, a warrior of Hotian realm, or a Taoist of Xiantian realm, Xianxia would have long exploded into pieces. Although the 200 explosive talismans meticulously crafted by Heavenly Spirit Sect were the lowest grade among all fire element talismans, when Xianxia imagined the scene of 200 explosive talismans exploding at the same time, he could not help but feel a chill running down his spine. The floor of Heaven's Palace was crafted using mountain rocks with a high content of iron, and was protected by all kinds of defensive formations. A hole of about 10 feet in diameter was created by the explosion. Wisps of dark smoke kept gushing out from the hole, and tiny pieces of dark flesh and sticky blood could be seen everywhere. 99% of these things came from Xianxia's body. Xianxia covered his dantian tightly with both hands, exerting his cultivation to stop the energy of Jindan from leaking out. He murmured to himself, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Wuxia, you've ruined Xianxia's plan. I'm going to kill you." How dare you hurt me, your patriarch, with the explosion? I'm going to kill you. Qin Shu Wen, who was nearly hysterical, suddenly threw his head back and let out a shrill cry into the sky. Wuxia, your patriarch, will definitely kill you. Wuxia, who was sent flying several hundred feet away by the enormous airwaves unleashed by the explosive talisman and nearly had all his bones and joints shattered, stood up from the ground while letting out a strange laugh. He stood up inch by inch and slowly straightened his body. Casually, he took out an innate water pill and shoved it into his mouth, using the medicinal strength to stimulate his innate water energy and nourish his damaged meridians, bones, and flesh. After that, Wuqi fixed his gaze on Qin Shu Wen and strode towards him. Want to kill me? Old dog, I, Wuqi, will fight you to the death. The will to fight that came from the depth of Wu Wang's soul was burning like a raging flame. Wuqi's eyes had turned bloodshot. Once someone showed hostility towards you, you would use the most violent method to destroy him. Completely destroy his will and flesh, his soul, and everything he had. This was the best reward to the enemy. With a hideous smile on his face, Wuqi came next to Qin Shu Wen, whose face had turned pale. He pressed both palms forcefully on both sides of Qin Shu Wen's chest, covering the position of his lungs. Qin Shu Wen was cultivating the raging thunder sword technique, a variant sword technique of gold element. Among the 5 elements in the human body, gold meridians originated from both lungs and were the source of the great white energy essence. For those who cultivated gold element cultivation technique, the most vital part of their foundation was located in both lungs. Soundlessly, the pure and dense, innate water energy invaded into the body of Qin Shu Wen, who was nearly in a coma. It was like the spring breeze and rain that nourished everything silently. In just a blink of an eye, it had found out the current condition of Qin Shu Wen's body. Jin Dan was severely injured, his body was severely wounded, and his spirit was nearly in a coma from the shock. At this moment, Qin Shu Wen was like a city that had lost all its soldiers, completely defenseless. The innate water energy went straight into Qin Shu Wen's body, but did not cause any reaction from him. Quietly, Wuqi unleashed his divine sense, carefully checking on Hao Yingxiong, Hao Yingfengying, and a few other men. They had been knocked unconscious by the tremendous destructive force produced by the explosive talisman, and none of them had noticed what was happening here. Wuqi put his mind at ease. With a hideous smile on his face, he exercised the mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing. An invisible whirlpool emerged in the center of his palm. Wuqi exercised the innate water energy and wrapped around Qin Shu Wen's lungs bit by bit. Qin Shu Wen had the innate foundation of Dao cultivation, and his innate spirit seed was bred in both of his lungs. When a cultivator stepped into the realm of Xianxia, the innate spirit seed would be nourished by the innate energy, like a seed receiving nourishment from the rain. Gradually, it would grow into a spirit sprout, which would eventually develop into the spirit root for Dao cultivation. Along with the improvement of the cultivator's cultivation, the innate spirit root would gradually grow and grow. It would spread out from the place where it was bred and gradually extend into all the internal organs, changing the innate properties of the body, transforming the human body into the unique body constitution of a cultivator. When a cultivator stepped into the realm of Jin Dan, the innate spirit root would have attained a great accomplishment. Qin Shu Wen had the cultivation of middle stage of Jin Dan realm, and the spirit root that extended out from both of his lungs had transformed all his internal organs into the element of gold. When Wu Qi peeped into his body with his divine sense, he found that all his internal organs had turned into a hazy, silvery white color. Currently, Qin Shu Wen's heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys still carried a tiny bit of the original color of 5 elements. When all 4 of his important organs had turned into a pure silvery white color, looking like a pure piece of silver without any other color, he would have stepped into the late stage of Jin Dan realm. His entire body would have transformed into the body of gold, and he would have the foundation to form his nascent soul. At this moment, when Wuxia peeped into his body with his divine sense, Wuxia found that both of Qin Shuwen's lungs had turned into a pure silver color, glinting with a dazzling silver light. The razor-sharp, grand, white energy was rolling and rocking in both of his lungs. Wisps of sharp energy kept flowing out from both of his lungs, invading the other 4 important organs. The enormous grand white gold energy had condensed into a vague shadow of a tree root in both of Qin Shuwen's lungs. Part of the root went straight through his dantian and connected with the Jin Dan realm, while the other part extended along his meridians, drilling into his heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys. If you were cultivating with some other cultivation technique, I wouldn't be able to deal with you. But it's a cultivation technique of gold element. Gold gives birth to water, and the energy of gold element can be transformed into the energy of Kuei water. Wuxia grinned hideously. Suddenly, a faint sound of waves was heard coming out from his palm. The innate water energy suddenly burst out with a frightening suction force. The silvery white energy in both of Qin Shuwen's lungs suddenly faded away. The natal gold element energy that he had painstakingly cultivated for several hundred years was being absorbed into Wuxia's body, quickly transforming into an extremely pure, innate water energy and storing it in Wuxia's water meridians. Not only the natal gold element energy that was leaking out, the innate spirit root in both of Qin Shuwen's lungs that had already taken shape suddenly had countless of its root system crack. The natal innate energy that formed the innate spirit root was also absorbed into Wuxia's body, quickly merging into Wuxia's lungs. In just a blink of an eye, Wuxia felt that the function of both of his lungs had improved by a lot, and even his breathing had become much easier. This was an opportunity to change a person's constitution from the root. Wuxia crazily stole the spirit root that Qin Shuwen had cultivated with great effort, then slowly condensed the natal innate energy in both of his lungs into a tiny innate spirit root of metal element. This was the scariest thing about Scroll of Stealing. As long as the elemental attribute was the same, there was nothing under the heaven that could not be stolen. Even your innate talent, your innate aptitude, everything about you could be stolen from your own body, turning it into your own innate talent for others to use. Originally, Qin Shuwen's innate talent in cultivation could be considered as an upper tier, but it was just at the edge of upper tier. But today, after Wuxia extracted his natal innate energy, his innate talent in cultivation had dropped by 1 grade, from the edge of upper tier to the upper tier of mid-tier. From today onwards, the speed of Qin Shuwen's cultivation would be greatly slowed down. No matter it was the speed of absorbing natural energies or the efficiency of transforming natural energies into his own energy, all of them would be at least 30% slower than before. Initially, he still had the hope of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. But now, it was nearly impossible. Exerting all his strength, Wuxia fused all the natal gold element energy and natal innate energy that he could steal from Qin Shuwen's body into his own body. After that, he fixed his eyes on Qin Shuwen's kidneys. Gold gave birth to water. For those who cultivated gold element cultivation technique, when the gold element energy was absorbed by the kidneys, it could be easily transformed into the energy of kidney water. Therefore, the energy essence around Qin Shuwen's kidneys was very powerful. In other words, in some aspects, his functions were very powerful as well, at least 100 times more powerful than an ordinary man. You're not cultivating with a water element cultivation technique, so why do you need 2 good kidneys? You old pervert, you're already a few hundred years old, yet you still have such a powerful energy source in your kidneys. How many innocent girls do you want to rape every night? Well, today, I'll fulfill your wish. After flipping the unconscious Qin Shuwen over, Wuxia pressed both palms forcefully onto Qin Shuwen's waist. He exerted the full power of the hand of web. A faint blue light shone out from Wuxia's palms. With all his effort, he began to crazily extract the enormous water element energy from Qin Shu Wen's kidneys, fusing it into his own body. A cold feeling flowed into his body through his palms and quickly fused into his kidneys. The cold feeling quickly transformed into a scorching heat in Wuqi's kidneys. He could feel his energy getting better and better. His kidneys were like two powerful engines, driving a certain part of his lower abdomen to change its shape, turning it as hard as steel and as hot as fire. A cultivator of Jin Dan realm indeed has an abundant source of energy. Wonderful, the energy in the kidneys is exactly the same as the cultivation technique of Water Chapter. Watch me drain your kidney energy. When stealing the source energy of gold element from Qin Shu Wen's lungs, Wuqi could only steal a very small part of Qin Shu Wen's source energy, due to the difference in their cultivation and the ratio of gold element to Kuei water. However, the source energy of Qin Shu Wen's kidneys was an innate water element. Therefore, when Wuqi used the Water Chapter cultivation technique to extract Qin Shu Wen's kidney energy, it was as easy as blowing off dust. Although it was also limited by his cultivation, Wuqi still managed to steal at least 30% of Qin Shu Wen's kidney energy. When the clamor came from the outside of Heaven's Will Palace, Wuqi had already plundered everything he could from Qin Shu Wen's body. Slowly, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. Chapter 89. One after another, footprints were left deep on the floor of Heaven's Will Palace. The footprints were 3 inches deep, and the lines on them were clear and distinct. Even the lines on the toes could be seen clearly. Clad in a white robe, Nie Baihong had his hands clasped behind his back, and his long hair hung loosely behind his back. Through the corner of his eyes, Wuqi glanced at the footprints left under Nie Baihong's feet, wondering if Nie Baihong was destroying everything wherever he went. Even the sturdy floor of Heaven's Will Palace, which was protected by defensive formations, couldn't withstand his sword energies. If he went to the Imperial Palace of Great Yin Dynasty, would he also destroy the floor of the Imperial Palace? Would Yin Dan ask him to pay for the repair fees? With a subtle smile on his face, Nie Baihong came next to Wuqi. He lowered his head and looked at Wuqi, who was gasping for breath, coughing out a mouthful of blood, and had a few bloody marks all over his body. Gasping for breath was the result of Wuqi activating the concealing technique found in Scroll of Stealing, concealing his aura. Coughing out a mouthful of blood was the result of his internal organs being injured by the shockwave. The bloody marks on his body were caused by his own sword. Since his internal organs were injured by the shockwave, why would he care about these minor injuries? In short, Wuqi looked like he was severely injured, like a pitiful little kitten who had been trampled by 10 elephants in turn. With great effort, Wuqi opened his eyes, squeezed out a strained smile, and said, "Mas. Master, why did Elder Qin want to kill me?" With a simple question, not only did Wuqi bring the relationship between him and Nie Baihong closer, he had also pushed all the responsibility to Qin Shu Wen. In front of nearly 100 disciples of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, Wuqi had addressed Nie Baihong as his master. How could he not handle this matter impartially? Well, once he handled this matter impartially, saying that it was Qin Shu Wen who wanted to kill Wuqi, and Wuqi was just defending himself, it was needless to say who was responsible for this matter. The corner of Nie Baihong's mouth curved up, and a subtle smile became more obvious. With a twitch of his finger, Nie Baihong fished out a pale silver pill and threw it towards Wuqi. Wuqi opened his mouth and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Immediately, a medicinal strength with a slight cutting power flowed through his entire body, rapidly healing the injuries caused by the thunder strength in Wuqi's body. Visible electric light spurted out from Wuqi's pores, and thin blue light danced on his skin, turning him into a man of light. Snorting coldly, Nie Baihong cried out unhappily, "It is indeed the raging gold element thunder force. Elder Qin, the older you get, the more useless you become. How could you attack a new disciple?" A Jin Dan middle stage human immortal attacked a Khanate Taoist master and was injured to this extent. How can the heaven-breaking swordsmanship sect elders guild keep their face? Qin Shuwen, who was lying on the ground and badly mutilated, showed no reaction at all. No matter who it was. After his dantian was nearly pierced through, his Jin Dan was severely damaged and cracked, and the prime energies in his lungs and kidneys were plundered. It was impossible for him to remain conscious. Blood was slowly oozing out from Qin Shuwen's body, spreading out and forming a large pool of blood on the ground. Baihong didn't say anything. None of the disciples of heaven-breaking swordsmanship sect who followed him to Heaven's Will Palace dared to save Qin Shuwen. Wuxia gasped for a few breaths, then stood up from the ground. He bowed at Baihong and said with a serious tone, "Thank you, Master, for giving me the medicine. But why is this raging thunder force so evil? I was nearly killed by him. AI, not only did he hurt me with his internal energy, he even hacked me so many times with his sword, leaving me with scars all over my body. How am I going to find a wife in the future?" While complaining and complaining, Wu Qi took off his shirt, exposing all the sword wounds on his body for those disciples of heaven-breaking swordsmanship sect to admire. While sighing and asking Baihong why Qin Shuwen wanted to kill him, he took out a bottle of gold wound ointment and carefully applied it on those sword wounds. He applied the ointment to stop the bleeding and circulated his innate energy to heal the wounds. Although these wounds looked scary, they were not really dangerous. Upon hearing Wu Qi's question, Baihong sighed lightly and cooperated with him. "I'm afraid Elder Qin's cultivation has been growing too fast, and his state of mind couldn't keep up with the growth of his cultivation. That's why he became so arrogant and rebellious. But no matter what, as a dignified elder, he attacked a new disciple, and even wounded himself to this extent. This is just too unreasonable." Wu Qi didn't say anything. Both of them stood side by side, looking at Qin Shuwen, who was lying quietly on the ground. Blood kept oozing out from Qin Shuwen's body, and pale golden Dan energies kept dispersing from his body. The Dan energies were the foundation of the Jin Dan. Every time a Dan energy was lost, his cultivation would drop by one level. At this point in time, Qin Shuwen's cultivation had almost dropped to the initial stage of Jin Dan realm. In another 15 minutes, perhaps his Jin Dan cultivation would be completely gone. If the Jin Dan disappeared completely, Qin Shuwen's several hundred years of painstaking cultivation would be gone as well, and he would immediately become an ordinary mortal. An ordinary mortal only had a lifespan of about 100 years. Once the Jin Dan disappeared, Qin Shuwen's lifespan would be depleted, and he would die with all his cultivation gone. What Wu Qi and Baihong were watching quietly was the journey of a human immortal of middle stage of Jin Dan realm walking step by step towards death. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Wu Qi noticed that Qin Shuwen was having difficulty breathing. Only then did Wu Qi pretend to ask, "Master, no matter what, Elder Qin is an elder of our sect. Shouldn't we save him? It is not easy to cultivate to the stage of Jin Dan realm. It would be a pity if he were to die like this." Baihong pondered for a brief moment, then fished out 2 medicine bottles from his sleeve and threw them over to Wu Qi. "Forget it. After all, he is an elder of our sect. Although his way of doing things is a little absurd, he is still an elder. It is his fault that he wanted to kill you. But, as a junior of heaven-breaking sword sect, you can only repay evil with good. You should go and save Elder Qin, so that he will owe you a favor. In the future, he will never attack you again." Baihong smiled happily, but there was an indescribable weirdness in his smile. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and smiled as well. Qin Shuwen was blown to this state by Wu Qi's explosive talisman, and his foundation of cultivation was stolen by Wu Qi secretly. Now, he even wanted to owe Wu Qi a favor for saving his life. "Qin Shuwen, oh Qin Shuwen, how are you going to fight with your Lord Wu Qi in the future? Do you still have the face to show up in front of your Lord Wu Qi?" Baihong, "Oh Baihong, you are a ruthless man. You are humiliating Qin Shuwen to death. With both hands clasped behind his back, Nie Baihong breathed out a faint sigh and said, "The favor of saving my life, Tisk." Raising his head up proudly, Nie Baihong stared at the ceiling of Heaven's Will Palace. Gradually, his eyes lost their focus. Obviously, he was having a daydream. Smilingly, Wuxia carried 2 medicine bottles and came next to Qin Shuwen. First, he used a bottle of 9 Ganoderma Heaven replenishing ointment to treat his external wounds. Then he poured a bottle of Tri-Golden Life seizing pill into Qin Shuwen's mouth. He stimulated the medicinal strength and forcibly raised Qin Shuwen's life force, stimulating him to quickly wake up. After all, he was a cultivator of Jindan realm. Once he woke up, his body immediately reacted. The light green, colored 9 Ganoderma Heaven replenishing ointment was quickly absorbed into his body. Next to the wound on his dantian, new flesh began to grow rapidly, and the bowl-sized hole began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eyes. A faint white mist sprayed out from the top of his head. The Tri-Golden Life seizing pill was dispelling the clotted blood in his body, mending his meridians and restoring the energy essence that was consumed due to his injuries. It was easy to restore energy essence, but the innate root of cultivating Tao was something intangible. How could the pills in the world of cultivators be able to replenish the loss of energy essence in this aspect? Qin Shuwen, whose face was glowing with blood and flesh, was now shriveled and skinny like a piece of old tree bark, as if he had lost his original form. However, Wuxia made things worse. When Qin Shuwen woke up, he smilingly nodded at him and said, "Elder Qin, you're awake? It was me who saved you with the heaven replenishing ointment and life seizing pill. It was me who saved you, but please don't think that it was someone else who saved you." Upon hearing Wuqi's words, Qin Shuwen immediately felt both angry and anxious. His lungs and kidneys, which had lost too much of their innate energy essence, were suffering a severe pain at the same time. With a loud cry, he coughed out a mouthful of blood with a strange color, a mixture of pale silver and black. Obviously, it was the blood essence that flowed out from his lungs and kidneys. With this mouthful of blood, his foundation had been damaged by another 30%. Upon seeing this, Wuxia did not say another word. He quickly put away the medicine bottle and retreated to the back. He couldn't tease Qin Shuwen anymore, or else this old fellow would really die of anger. If that happened, no one would be able to repay the debt of saving this old fellow's life. However, even though he did not say anything, Nie Baihong, who was standing beside him, said coolly, "Forget it. As a dignified elder of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, it is a great humiliation for a newly joined disciple to end up like this. In the name of the sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, I hereby expel Qin Shuwen from the Elder Council. Wuqia, you're able to defeat an elder of Jindan realm in a face-to-face battle. Let's not talk about your bone structure and innate talent, but your courage and ability to adapt to the situation are really rare. You shall be my new disciple." With that, Wuqia had skipped the status of second grade and first grade disciple, and directly became Nie Baihong's new disciple. Wuqia did not reject the offer. He hastily bowed and thanked Nie Baihong while laughing. Qin Shuwen's unsightly face changed instantly. He stared fixedly at Nie Baihong, gasping for breath like a broken bellows coming out from his throat. Suddenly, he coughed out another 3 mouthfuls of blood essence from his internal organs. After these 3 mouthfuls of blood, Qin Shuwen fell backward, and his aura quickly dispersed. Wuqia was taken aback. Was this old fellow going to die of anger, just like that? Meanwhile, the corner of Nie Baihong's mouth curved upwards, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. All of a sudden, a clump of dark watery light shot into Heaven's Will Palace from the outside. A cold and gloomy voice scolded angrily. "What is the meaning of this, sect leader? Are you really going to force old Qin to his death? As the sect leader, your words and actions are against the rules, and you even provoke the elders with words. This is simply absurd and unreasonable. The watery light landed right next to Qin Shuwen. From within the watery light, a tall and skinny girl clad in black clothes suddenly appeared. The girl was half a head taller than Qin Shuwen. Although her body was dry and flat like a chopping board, devoid of any curves, she had a very beautiful face. However, on this beautiful face that looked like a 16-year-old girl, there was an eerie coldness, giving one the feeling that she was a 1,000-years-old zombie that had just crawled out from a coffin. Nie Baihong glared at the girl, sneered, and said, "What is the meaning of this, Elder Shangwan? Don't tell me that I have the intention to frame Elder Qin." The girl clad in black, Shangwan Yuhong, gazed fixedly at Nie Baihong. Suddenly, she snorted coldly, and a dark beam shot out from her waist like a waterfall, thrusting straight towards Wuxi's chest. Shangwan Yuhong let out a shrill cry and said, "Today, I'll kill you, a little bastard who has no respect for his superiors." Nie Baihong was instantly enraged. He bellowed furiously, "How dare you? Wuxi is the inner sect disciple acknowledged by me. Who dares to touch even a single hair of his?" A razor-sharp sword energy shot out from Nie Baihong's body. He opened his mouth and shot out a 30-feet-long white beam, clashing and tangling with the dark beam. Clanging noises of swords kept ringing out. Nie Baihong's body remained motionless, but Shangwan Yuhong's body was trembling violently, and she was forced to take 18 steps back. Basically, every time the black and white sword beams clashed, she would take a step back. 18 steps later, a plaintive cry was heard as the black sword beam burst out with a large sheet of light rain. Its color dimmed and was pushed back at top speed. Shangwan Yuhong let out a miserable cry as 2 streams of blood burst out from her nostrils. Chapter 90. Nie Baihong sneered. Suddenly, 3 thumb-sized white mists rushed out from the top of his head, transforming into 3 white sword shadows and wheeling in the sky. Then, they merged back into one and returned to his body. The sword beams shot out from his mouth, took 9 rounds around his body, and finally transformed into a cold beam that was as thin as a strand of hair and nearly 1 foot long. Then, they were swallowed by Nie Baihong. Shangwan Yuhong's face turned dark. She stared fixedly at Nie Baihong, sneered, and said, "The unity of profound swords, sect leader has indeed mastered the supreme sword technique of heaven-breaking sword sect. What a pity, what a pity! The heaven-breaking sword technique is missing the earth and fire sword techniques, and sect leader has only mastered the 3 unity of profound swords. If you could master the 5 unity of profound swords, perhaps you would be able to form your nascent soul right away." Nie Baihong smiled proudly, then said in a cold voice, "Even if we don't have the earth and fire sword techniques, the unity of profound swords is still the supreme sword technique of our sect. Elder Shangwan, this time, are you convinced? I repeat, Wuxi is now an inner sect disciple of our sect. Who dares to touch even a single hair of his?" Shangwan Yuhong's eyes flickered as she stared at Wuxi without saying a word. A few cold beams flashed outside the Heavenswell Palace, as a few old men with different outfits and mannerisms revealed themselves from the sword beams. They first gave the severely wounded Qin Shuwen a look, then turned to look at Shangwan Yuhong, whose chest was stained with blood. After that, they asked Nie Baihong at the same time, "Sect leader, why is Elder Qin wounded like this? And who is the one who wounded Elder Shangwan?" Nie Baihong just kept grinning coldly. He raised his head up proudly and threw a sidelong glance at these elders. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, he left these elders hanging on the spot. When all the elders' faces had turned livid, and when they could no longer restrain their anger and were about to fly into a rage, Nie Baihong said in an indifferent tone, "Wuxi, my disciple, tell these elders about the cause and effect of the incident." With a wronged and fearful expression on his face, Wuxi took a few careful steps forward. Then, like a frightened bird, he hastily moved closer to Nie Baihong. He lowered his voice and described what had happened in an aggrieved manner. In Wuxi's narration, Qin Shuwen had turned into a murderous devil, and for some unknown reason, he tried to kill him. Wuxia was just a pitiful and innocent disciple who was being persecuted by Qin Shuwen. He was forced into a desperate situation, and that was why he risked his life to counterattack and severely wounded Qin Shuwen. Pitifully looking at Shangguan Yuhong and the other sect elders, Wu Qi said in an aggrieved tone, "I was forced to do this." The few sect elders looked at each other, then gave Qin Shuwen a close look at the terrible wounds on his body. They sensed that Qin Shuwen's cultivation had dropped by 1 realm, and his aura had become much weaker. They couldn't help but frown at the same time. A bald sect elder, who only had a small tuft of white hair on the back of his head, sneered and shouted, "This Wu Qi, which clan does he belong to?" Clearing his throat, Wu Qi bowed at the sect elder and said with a deep voice, "Wu Qi is the chief hanger-on of Duke Yin, Duke Chengfeng." Silence. The few sect elders fell into a long silence. After a long while, the white-haired sect elder suddenly laughed coldly and said, "Ha ha, ha, ha. Interesting, very interesting. The hanger-on of Duke Yin Lu actually wounded in sect elder of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect? Lawless, this is simply lawless. Wasn't this Duke Yin Lu Yin Buji? How did he become Yin Chengfeng?" Nie Baiong also cleared his throat, then told them about the accidental death of Yin Buji, and how Lu Chengfeng was the first one who arrived at Ji City and inherited all his belongings. With a dry voice, Nie Baiong said, "Recently, all the sect elders are in a secluded cultivation, so we have no idea about the replacement of Duke Yin Lu." Suddenly, Shangguan Yuhong interrupted. She pointed her finger at Wu Qi and snapped, "For the sake of this lucky Yin Chengfeng's hanger-on, sect leader, are you going to allow Elder Qin to be wounded like this? Not only did sect leader not avenge Elder Qin, but you even shielded this Wu Qi. What is your intention, sect leader?" Nie Baihong's face darkened instantly. He stared straight at Shangguan Yuhong and said with a gloomy voice, "If he is just the hanger-on of Duke Yin Lu, I wouldn't care about his life or death. But as for Wu Qi, he is the disciple personally sent by Princess Zhonglu, who asked me to take him as my disciple." Princess Zhonglu made it clear that if anything were to happen to Wu Qi, she would deduct the supply of energy stones and magical items that Heaven-Breaking Sword sect is supposed to receive next year, and the supply of energy stones and magical items in the future will be greatly reduced as well. Nie Baihong snorted angrily, then said furiously, "If Elder Qin really killed Wu Qi, Princess Zhonglu would fly into a rage and really deduct the supply of energy stones and magical items from Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. Who can bear the responsibility? Who? Which sect elder has the guts to solve this problem? If so, I won't interfere in the matter between Elder Qin and Wu Qi. Who? Who can solve this problem?" Silence. Shangguan Yuhong shut her mouth tightly, and the other few sect elders were busy talking about something else, no longer paying any attention to the wounded Qin Shuwen. Nie Baihong sneered, breathed out a long breath, stared at these sect elders, and said with a cold voice, putting aside the relationship between Princess Zhonglu, as a human immortal of middle stage of Jindan realm, Elder Qin has the body of an immortal. However, he was severely wounded by Wu Qi, a mere Taoist, a meridian cultivating tier. It was Elder Qin who launched a sneak attack on Wu Qi first, and was even wounded by Wu Qi in the end. If this were to be spread out, would Elder Qin still be able to face anyone? Qin Shuwen, who had just regained some of his spirit and was silently circulating his energy to regulate his breath, had his mind thrown into chaos. He glared angrily at Nie Baihong, and sticky blood burst out from his 7 apertures almost at the same time. Trembling, he pointed his finger at Nie Baihong, threw his head back, and shouted, "This is infuriating." After that, Qin Shuwen's body turned stiff, and he fell backward. Hastily, the white-haired sect elder grabbed Qin Shuwen and pulled him into his arms. The few sect elders looked at each other. 2 of them shook their heads, transformed into sword beams, and flew away. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yuhong, the white-haired sect elder, and the other 3 sect elders were still staying in Heaven's Will Palace. They gave each other a meaningful glance, then communicated with some unknown mystic technique. In the end, it was still Shangwan Yuhong who took 2 steps forward and started to attack Wuqi. Even so, Wuqi did not respect the seniors of the sect and brazenly used an explosive talisman to wound Elder Qin. Even if we can't expel him from the sect because of his relationship with Princess Zhonglu, he still has to be punished. The white-haired sect elder shook his head, then quickly chimed in, "What Elder Shangwan said is absolutely right. If everyone behaves like Wu Qi, easily attacking the sect elders, then the rules of our sect will be too lawless. Among the rules of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, respecting the seniors of the sect, and no one is allowed to deceive the sect elders. This is the first rule." Nie Baihong's face turned serious again. He snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes. Wu Qi, who looked extremely timid and aggrieved just a moment ago, suddenly breathed out a sigh. He straightened his back, clasped both hands behind his back, and looked at the few sect elders with a cold grin on his face. Wu Qi spat on the ground, then used the sole of his boot to rub the spit on the ground. He sneered and said, "It seems like the few sect elders are really determined to defeat Wu Qi. You don't want to let me go, do you? You want to punish me, do you? Do you want to force me to death?" Stretching out the middle finger of his right hand, Wu Qi pointed at the noses of Shangwan Yuhong and the few sect elders. With a ferocious voice, he said, "Look at you bunch of thieves and prostitutes. What the hell are you? All of you are old fools who have lived for several hundred years. Yet you want to argue with me, a junior who has not even reached his 20s. You have lived all your years in vain." Slapping his own chest forcefully and producing loud popping sounds, Wu Qi roared like a gangster. "You want to kill me, don't you? You want to punish me, don't you? Elder Shangwan, come, use your flying sword and stab it into my heart. If your master Wu Qi blinks his eyes, he will be raised by you. Come, stab me. Use your flying sword and stab me. If you don't have the guts to stab me, you will be raised by Master Wu Qi's concubine." Wu Qi's words were too unpleasant to hear. Shangwan Yuhong's face turned purple instantly. She let out a furious roar that sounded like she had gone mad, and the black sword beam shot out once again. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Shangwan Yuhong's sword beam. If her flying sword really came stabbing at him, he would definitely use a mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing, fleeing at top speed even at the cost of his prime energy essence. After that, he would risk everything and fight with these few sect elders of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect until one of them was dead. However, before Shangwan Yuhong's sword beam could be unleashed, Nie Baihong had already snorted coldly and stood in front of Wu Qi. He sneered and said, "Wu Qi, shut up. Elder Shangwan, you are really a good-for-nothing. Wu Qi is right about one thing. You are men who have lived for several hundred years. But have you been living your life like a dog?" Seeing that Nie Baihong had stepped out to protect Wu Qi, Shangwan Yuhong's face fell once again. She pointed her finger at Wu Qi and roared furiously. "What an arrogant kid. You are. When had Shangwan Yuhong ever seen a man like Wu Qi, who was so rude? She, who stood high and mighty, had never been insulted like this before. It took her a long time to figure out what Wu Qi meant when he scolded her. When she finally figured out what Wu Qi meant with his filthy words, she was so angry that she nearly went crazy. Even though Wu Qi was backed by Princess Zhonglu, she still swore that she would kill Wu Qi at all costs. However, Nie Baihong was standing in front of her, and she was really no match for him. Wu Qi sneered, looking at these Jin Dan sect elders with an extremely arrogant expression. Weren't they just human immortals of Jin Dan realm? If Wu Qi was given a little more time, in his eyes, human immortals were just some ants that he could crush with one finger. Even though he was no match for a human immortal now, it would not be easy for Shangwan Yuhong to kill him. Not to mention that he had already grasped the pulse of Heaven-Breaking Swordsmanship sect and had seen through some serious disputes in it. He was betting that no matter how badly he offended Shangwan Yuhong, Nie Baihong would definitely protect him at all costs. Since he had figured this out, why would he still pretend to be a child bride who had been bullied? Naturally, He would be as arrogant as he could be. The more arrogant he could be, the better it would be. Spitting on the ground again, Wuxia looked at Shangguan Yuhong contemptuously, sneered and said, "You don't have the guts to kill me, it's true. Elder Shangguan, even if I lend you 3 more dog guts, you still won't have the guts to kill me. You're a woman, you're just a coward. If you have the guts, stab me in the heart with your sword." Once again, Wuxia patted on his own chest. Shangguan Yuhong's eyes turned bloodshot because of anger. Her body trembled violently, and suddenly, she threw her head back and let out a furious roar, then opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The white-haired sect elder was so angry that the corners of his eyes twitched. He and the other 3 sect elders took a step forward at the same time, eager to strike. Nya Baihong snorted coldly. Once again, 3 streams of white mist rushed out from the top of his head, transforming into sword shadows and wheeling rapidly around him. Seeing this, Wuxia was bursting with joy. He could not hold back his laughter, and suddenly threw his head back and let out a loud, ear-piercing laughter that made the entire Heavenswell Palace buzz. Chapter 91. Amidst Wuqi's wild laughter, Shangguan Yuhong let out a hysterical curse, while a beam of black light shot out from her waist. The white-haired sect elder and the other 3 sect elders shouted at Chi-Chi as well, while 4 sword beams, 1 green, 1 white, and 2 black shot out. All of a sudden, the entire Heavenswell Palace was filled with a chilly air, while immense sword energies shot out in all directions, forcing all the disciples of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect to flee in all directions. "How dare you?" Nya Baihong narrowed his eyes, and his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip. With 3 white sword beams wheeling above his head, Nya Baihong cried out, "Fine. Today, I'll let you know that the surname of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect is Nya. Unity of sword energies, go." Then he opened his mouth and spat out 5 white sword beams, which transformed into long rainbows and greeted the 5 sword beams in front of him. All of a sudden, the 3 white sword beams above his head dispersed, turning into countless streams of swift and fierce sword energies and merging with the 5 white rainbows. After the 9 feet long sword beams merged with the sword energies transformed from the sword beams, the sword beams spat out by Nya Baihong abruptly became 30 feet long, vigorous, and agile. They were at least a few times stronger than the sword beams unleashed by Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders. In an instant, 10 sword beams tangled and clashed with each other, producing jarring metal clanging noises that shook the entire Heavenswell Palace. The surging sword energies dispersed in all directions, and large amounts of sparks were seen flashing across the pitch-black floor. The defensive formations deployed on the floor of Heavenswell Palace were shattered one after another, with long and deep sword marks being left on the floor. Nya Baihong clenched his fists tightly, while a foot-long white beam shot out from his eyes. Sword energies surged from all over his body, while his long hair stood erect. Every now and then, his long hair would sway and produce a sonorous and jarring sword cry. The secret art of unity of sword energies, which could only be inherited by the sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, allowed Nya Baihong to transform himself into a flying sword, an extremely hard, indestructible, and emotionless killing sword. A series of cracking noises lingered in the air as the ground under Nya Baihong's feet cracked inch by inch. In just a blink of an eye, a round pit with a diameter of 30 feet and a depth of 2 feet was created. Wisps of white mist gathered from all directions and kept sucking into Nya Baihong's body. After that, he breathed out mouthful after mouthful of white mist, fusing it with the 5 sword beams, transforming into a long rainbow, and fighting against 5 Jindan realm elders at the same time. Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 Jindan sect elders had joined hands to fight against Nya Baihong. However, they were forced to tremble continuously by the 5 white beams, and their steps were weak and unsteady. The 2 weakest sect elders were gasping for breath while retreating step by step. Nie Baihong's sword beam contained a tremendous force, which completely suppressed all 5 sect elders, making them breathless. He wanted to retract his sword light, but he couldn't. He wanted to retract the thread of nascent divinity attached to his sword beam, but he couldn't. Like a muddy swamp, Nie Baihong's 5 white beams had tightly bound the sword beams of Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders, slowly whittling away the nascent divinity and energy essence attached to their sword beams inch by inch, while squeezing out the energy in their bodies bit by bit. Hiding behind Nie Baihong's back, Wuxia laughed. He said in a deep voice, "You really have the guts to attack me? That means you have disregarded the face of Princess Zhang, disregarded the dignity of the sect leader, and are bent on killing me to vent your anger? Since you want to kill me, then we are mortal enemies. What else do you want to say?" A strange laugh rang out, as a strong beam of light burst out from the storage ring worn on Wuqi's finger. It was the autumn water sword given by Nie Baihong to Wuqi, shooting out from the sword beam along with a 1-foot-long, pale green beam, sweeping toward Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders. Shock cries of nearly 100 heaven-breaking sword sects disciples rang out in the Heavenswell Palace. Amidst the cries, a large amount of blood burst out from the chests of Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders. The 5 sect elders, who were being pressured by Nie Baihong to the point that they could hardly breathe and had all their attention focused on their sword beams. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that Wu Qi, a disciple who had just joined the sect, could actually control a flying sword. They could not believe that Wu Qi actually had the courage to attack them. However, Wu Qi, who was a lawless and ferocious man deep in his bones, still did it. Although the autumn water sword was just a lower-grade flying sword, it was much tougher than a fleshly body. As the 5 sect elders were fighting Nie Baihong with all their strength, they did not circulate their energy to protect their bodies, and neither did they have any spirit items that could actively protect their bodies. Wherever the sword beam swept across, all 5 sect elders were slashed from the left chest to the right ribs, leaving behind a deep and long wound that went straight through their internal organs. A large amount of blood sprayed out from their wounds, while Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders let out a miserable howl. Ignoring the fact that they were still fighting Nie Baihong, all 5 of them forcibly cut off the connection with their flying swords, covered their wounds, and retreated hastily. Hot blood sprayed and sprayed all over the ground, while their faces turned deathly pale. Nie Baihong sneered. Suddenly, 2 feet of white beams shot out from both of his eyes, while the 5 white beams that were crazily fighting above his head shone with a dazzling light. 5 crisp cracking noises echoed out, as the flying swords of Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders were broken at the same time, turning into several dozens of pieces of scrap metal that were spraying countless bright specks and falling down at high speed. These 5 flying swords were sharp weapons that Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders had spent at least 200 years of painstaking cultivation. Since the beginning of their cultivation, they had used their own blood essence to temper these 5 flying swords. After a few rounds of reforging and tempering, these 5 flying swords had long reached the level of supreme-grade magical items, nearing the level of lower-grade magical treasures. They were connected with the 5 sect elders by blood and soul, and had nearly become a part of their lives. At this moment, when their flying swords were broken, all 5 sect elders coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time, falling to the ground on their butts in a sorry state. Wu Qi's autumn water sword had brutally slashed across their bodies from left to right, nearly breaking their thoracic vertebrae. Nie Baihong was even more vicious, as he simply destroyed the prime magical items that they had refined with their lives. Being attacked from both inside and outside, the 5 sect elders had suffered a severe injury to their vitality. How could they still have the strength to stand? A sword cry rang out as Wu Qi retracted the autumn water sword. Innate water energy covered his entire body. Stealthily, Wu Qi performed an incantation gesture, getting ready to activate a mystic technique and flee for his life. After all, They were 5 sect elders of Jindan realm. He had brazenly launched a sneak attack on the sect elders and even severely wounded all 5 of them at the same time. If it were any other sect, wouldn't it be a capital offense? However, Wuxia had already mentally prepared himself. Once something went wrong, he would immediately flee, even though it would cost him some of his prime blood essence. After all, it was easy for him to obtain his prime blood essence, so he did not feel any heartache. Nie Baihong let out a long laugh as he opened his mouth and swallowed the 5 white beams back into his body. Then, countless white sword energies in the air gradually converged into 3 sword shadows, and in the blink of an eye, they squeezed back into the top of his head. Taking a deep breath, Nie Baihong let out a long laugh and said, "Wuqi, how dare you? I'm having a sword battle with all the sect elders, and you actually sneak attack them from the back?" Upon hearing Nie Baihong's words, Wuqi moved his fingers and nearly activated the mystic technique to flee for his life. However, Nie Baihong sneered. Then he laughed out loud and said, "However, considering that you were anxious to protect your master and had unintentionally attacked and made a mistake, I'll not pursue this matter any further. Go apologize to the 5 sect elders and apologize to them. After all, you're a junior, and the 5 sect elders will feel embarrassed to make things difficult for you." Upon hearing Nie Baihong's words, Wuqi was immediately amused. Was this Nie Baihong trying to absolve himself of the crime? Since you insist on shouldering the responsibility, that would be great. Hastily, Wuqi took a step forward, cupped his fist, and bowed to the 5 sect elders, who were sitting on the ground about 100 feet away from him. 5 sect elders, I'm really sorry. After all, 5 sect elders had the advantage in numbers, and they had joined hands to bully Wuqi's master. No matter how you look at it, it was not justifiable. Therefore, the reason why Wuqi struck out with his sword was because he wanted to share some of the burden for master. But I never expected that the 5 sect elders, who are mighty human immortals of Jindan's sect, are actually so useless. Breathing out a long sigh, Wuqi kept shaking his head and said with mixed emotions, "Today, I've made a name for myself with just one battle. With just one sword strike, I've wounded 5 human immortals of Jindan's sect. How delightful!" Wuqi's words were too harsh, and he did not leave any face for the 5 sect elders. Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders were injured both internally and externally, and their injuries were so severe that it would take them at least a year and a half of recuperation to fully recover. After hearing Wuqi's harsh words, all 5 sect elders coughed out a mouthful of blood once again. The color of the blood they coughed out this time was very similar to the color of their sword beams. Obviously, their prime blood essence was coughed out because of their extreme anger. Looking at the scene, even though Wuqi had the intention to stir up some trouble, he dared not to make any noise. If he really angered 1 or 2 human immortals of Jindan realm to death, even if Nie Baihong had the intention to make use of him, he would never protect him. Immediately, Wuqi lowered his head and took a few steps back obediently, placing both hands behind his back and pretending to be a good person. Nie Baihong grinned coldly, but when he was about to say something, an extremely heavy pressure suddenly came from the entrance of Heaven's Will Palace. An old man clad in a long black robe, on which 3 flood dragons were embroidered with purple threads, was seen walking step by step into Heaven's Will Palace. He was surrounded by a ring of faintly discernible sword beams. From time to time, the sound of metal clashing could be heard coming out from the ring of sword beams. Wherever the old man passed by, the ground within a circumference of 3 feet was turned into powder. Upon seeing the old man, Nie Baihong's expression turned extremely unsightly immediately. On the other side, Shangguan Yuhong and the other 4 sect elders acted as if they had just seen their savior. With an unknown strength that came from nowhere, and disregarding the frightening sword wounds on their chests, they stood up from the ground. Chi cupped his fist and bowed to the old man. "Grand Elder, please uphold justice for us." An old man clad in black robe, who had a bushy beard, a dark complexion, a pair of deep eyes, thick eyebrows, and a square face, walked slowly until he was about 100 feet away from Nie Baihong. He glared at Wuxia with a cold gaze. Suddenly, Nie Baihong took a step to the side and stood in front of Wuxia. A light ringing that could only be produced when two sharp swords collided with each other rang out in the air. The casual glare from the old man was equal to shooting a sword at Wuxia. If not because Nie Baihong stood in front of Wuxia, with Wuqi's current overall strength, there was no way he could find out where the attack came from. A layer of fine hair on the back of Wuqi's neck stood straight up. When the old man glared at him just now, he could clearly sense the aura of death. If not because Nie Baihong had blocked the stare from the old man, even though he had inherited countless mystic techniques from Scroll of Stealing, Wuxia reckoned he would at least be severely wounded and waiting for death. The old man was a frightening man who could decide whether Wuxia would live or die at the current stage. Cautiously, Wuxia took a step back. At the same time, he performed an incantation gesture with both hands that were placed behind his back. 90% of the blood essence in his internal organs began to boil and burn. He had activated the mystic technique for escaping, and an enormous force began to flow through his meridians. If this old man showed even the slightest hostility to Wuxia again, Wuxia would flee at the fastest speed without saying a word. After that, he would focus on cultivating and form the Jin Dan. Then he would come back and seek revenge from this old man. However, as he failed to kill Wuxia with just a glare, it seemed this old man had lost his interest in Wuxia. He coughed lightly, then said with an indifferent voice, "This is getting out of hand. Baihong, this is getting out of hand. How dare your disciple offend my sect elder like this? As his master, it seems like you haven't taught him enough." Nie Baihong stared at the old man coldly and said, "Why did Grand Elder say that? Why do I need Grand Elder to remind me how to teach my disciple?" Suddenly, the old man laughed. With a strange, hoarse voice mixed with gentleness, he said, "I'm your father. Why can't I teach you anything?" Wuqi's heart skipped a beat. So, this old man was Yin Li, the Grand Elder of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect together with Nieyanu, the third prince of Yin Shijuan, the crown prince of Great Yin Dynasty, and the third brother of Princess Zhongli. Chapter 92. With a complicated expression, Yinli stared at the 5 vague sword shadows hovering above Nieyanu's head. He said with a dry voice, "You actually managed to complete the unity of sword energy script of 5 elements, even though you're missing the earth and fire sword techniques? The hard work you've put into secluded cultivation for the past 100 years is indeed not in vain." Yinli sighed lightly, lowered his voice, and said gently, "Yanu, since you're the one who begged for mercy for this kid, what else can I say? Let's just forget about this trivial matter. In the future, as long as he doesn't stir up any troubles in Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, I can guarantee that no one will touch even a finger of his." Right when Wuqi was about to leave, a soft, sweet, yet emotionless voice was heard coming from afar. Shangguan Yuhong's face turned extremely unsightly. Yin Li snorted lightly, turned to look at Shangguan Yuhong, and asked, "Are you serious?" After taking 3 steps back, Wuqi was about to activate the innate escape art of burning blood spirit water. Among all the escape arts of innate water element, this was the escape art that consumed the most vital energy, placed the heaviest burden on one's body, and had the most disastrous price. However, it was also the escape art with the strongest effect among all the escape art of innate water element. With Wuqi's current cultivation of Meridian cultivating tier, once he used this escape art, unless he was confronted by an earth immortal of nascent soul realm, no one could stop him. Nieyanu said coolly, "Although the unity of sword energy script of 5 elements is still missing the sword techniques of earth and fire elements, but hard work pays off. Mother has almost completed it, and I'll teach it to you later." She paused for a brief moment, then sneered and said, "Don't be afraid, little kid named Wuqi. With me here, who dares to touch even a single hair of yours?" Yinli, are you the one who wants this little kid to cripple one leg, one arm, and one eye? Yinli sighed lightly, then slowly raised his right hand and pressed it toward Shangguan Yuhong's chest. The invisible sword intent surged out crazily. Shangguan Yuhong let out a miserable howl as a finger-sized, transparent wound was left on her chest. A stream of blood shot out from her back and hit the wall of the hall, which was several hundred feet away. Yinli stared at Shangguan Yuhong, whose face had turned deathly pale, and said indifferently, "Since I can create you, I can also kill you. The next time you talk to me, you must tell me everything clearly. Do not hide any details." In fact, the hazy sword chi had even circled around his neck 3 times, easily chopping off his head. Just now, Yinli had been on the brink of death. It would be strange if he could look good. Nye Baihong just kept grinning coldly, as if he had not heard Yin Li's words. As a human immortal, Jean Dan had a very strong life force. Although there was a transparent wound on her chest, Yin Li had a good sense of propriety in his attack. He did not hurt any vital internal organs. Therefore, Shangguan Yuhong could still swing her body and bow to Yin Li, hastily responding to him. Upon hearing Shangguan Yuhong's words, Yin Li's expression turned uglier and uglier. His face was already dark, and now it was as black as ink. He looked at Wu Qi coldly and asked indifferently, "Wu Qi, is what Elder Shangguan said true? Kill yourself, and I'll let you reincarnate as a broken soul." All of a sudden, the dark green sword wind that filled the entire hall condensed, transforming into a hazy sword beam and thrust whistling out, thrusting straight towards Yin Li's chest. Wu Qi sneered. Yin Li's way of doing things was at least 100 times worse than Shangguan Yuhong and the others. Shangguan Yuhong merely wanted to kill Wu Qi with her flying sword, but Yin Li simply wanted Wu Qi to kill himself. He didn't even want to waste the energy of using his flying sword to kill someone. In Yin Li's eyes, a small potato like Wu Qi was just an ant that could be killed by him with a single word. Nie Yanu giggled, stared at Yin Li, and said, "Yin Li, do you understand what I just said? Not only the matter of Wu Qi, but also the matters of heaven-breaking sword sect in the future. Otherwise, I, Nyanu, will fight you to the death." Hiss! Nyanu laughed mockingly and said, "Me? Pleading for him? Since I, Nyanu, married you 600 years ago, when have I ever pleaded for anyone? Yin Li, you think too highly of yourself. Since the day Baihong was born, I've sworn that I'll never beg for help again in my life." Scroll of stealing, a great thieving technique that aims at the Tao of the heaven and earth. How could this technique of escaping be something trivial? In order to be a good thief and great thieving, you have to make sure that you won't be caught by the owner. Otherwise, you will be captured alive with just one mistake. What else can you steal? What else can you steal? She threw her head back and let out 3 long laughs, then spun and walked towards the outside of Heaven's Will Palace. Yin Li, the Grand Elder of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, was indeed worthy of being the grandson of Yin Dan. With a bottle of medicinal powder casually taken out by Yin Li, the Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect's Grand Elder, within the span of 2 to 3 breaths, the wounds on the chests of Shangguan Yuhong and the others were healed. The few spirit pills he gave them had even healed more than half of the internal injuries of the few elders in just a blink of an eye. Their consumed blood essence was recovering at a speed that could be sensed by Wu Qi's divine sense. Hiss! Once again, Nyanu let out a cold sneer and said, "You know you're not, so why are you still trying to flatter yourself?" Yin Li, how could you give birth to a son like Baihong? With your character? Among the few elders, Shangguan Yuhong was the most eloquent one. With a cold and expressionless face, she told Wu Qi everything that had happened to Wu Qi and Wu Qi. However, similar to Wu Qi's ability to distort the truth, Shangguan Yuhong had also pushed all the blame onto Wu Qi. According to her, everything was caused by Wu Qi, and Wu Qi had become a treacherous villain who sneaked into Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect with evil intentions, cutting off one of his arms and one of his legs and gouging out one of his eyeballs, Didn't that make him a cripple? No one knew where the sword-quenching coal pond at the back of the mountain was, but obviously it was an extremely dangerous place. Wuxia was not crazy, nor was he an idiot. He would not do as Yanli said. He gave Yanli a strange smile, as the boiling blood essence in his body suddenly transformed into a stream of clear water and circulated through his entire body. Abruptly, he took 3 steps back. Suddenly, Nie Baihong laughed out loud and said, "Grand Elder, I, Shangwan Yuhong, have forgotten to tell you one thing. Wuqi did not come to Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect with evil intentions. It was Princess Zhang Lu who sent someone to me and asked me to personally accept him as my disciple. Grand Elder, since you want to kill Wuqi, I hope Grand Elder can personally go to Princess Zhang Lu and explain everything, so that I won't be in a difficult situation here." Amidst the strong wind formed by countless strands of sword energies, a petite and slender figure slowly revealed itself. Wuqi had a clear look at her. It was a lady, clad in a simple and crude long dress made of black linen, with the edges of the dress being patched. She was not wearing any ornament and looked clean and simple, like a wild grass growing in the mountains. The lady had a pretty face and a beautiful visage. Judging from her appearance, she looked like a teenage girl in her early 20s. However, her long white hair hung straight down to her ankles, and the weariness in her eyes and brows made her look like an old man who was several hundred years old. She was the former sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, and one of the 2 grand elders of the current Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, Nie Yaonu. Amidst the strong wind of sword energies that filled the sky, Nie Yaonu, with 5 vague sword shadows looming above her head, walked slowly into Heaven's Palace. Like an old hen protecting her chicks, she naturally stood in front of Nie Baihong and shielded him. Yanli stood stiffly where he was, with cold sweat rolling down from his forehead. He fixed his gaze on Nie Yaonu, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. After a long while, Yanli suddenly opened his mouth and coughed out a stream of blood. The silver sword beam was actually a lower-tier magical treasure flying sword, the Silver Dragon Sword, which Yanli had cultivated with his life for over 700 years. Unexpectedly, it was shattered into pieces by Nie Yaonu with just a single sword strike. Yin Li's prime magical treasure, which had nearly fused with his nascent divinity, was destroyed, and the injury he suffered this time was not light. Yin Li cried out in shock. He opened his mouth and spat out a silver beam, greeting the blurry sword beam. A loud explosive noise rang out, as the silver beam was shattered into pieces. The blurry sword beam shot straight to Yin Li's side, wheeling 3 times around his neck at high speed, before dispersing into countless sword energies that blotted the sky. Wuqi opened his mouth, puffed up his internal energy, and let out 3 wild laughs with all his energy. After that, he strode forward with steady steps, humming a little tune, and followed closely behind Nie Baihong. Fortunately, Wuqi did not have a tail, or else his tail would have stood straight up into the sky. Shangwan Yuhong bowed her head, cowering and daring not to say a word. After dealing with the injuries of a few sect elders and feeding some medicine to Qin Shuwen, Yanli looked at Nie Baihong and said indifferently, "What is going on here? I've only stayed in a secluded cultivation for 6 months, studying the sword technique. Could it be that Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect is going to split up? A mighty sect leader is fighting with 5 sect elders, and a disciple of sect leader dares to mock and ridicule the sect elders? How rude." Nie Baihong threw his head back and let out 3 wild laughs, then followed behind Nie Yaonu with a complacent and almost arrogant manner. In the eyes of others, the reason why Wuqi took 3 steps back was because his legs were weak and he could not stand straight. However, Wuqi himself knew very well that 90% of the blood essence in his internal organs had turned into clear water, and the enormous energy contained in this blood essence had filled and surged in his meridians. With just a thought in his mind, he could transform into a stream of blood and fly far away. Yin Li, the current sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, is Baihong. As a Grand Elder, you can only enjoy an empty title, but if you want to meddle in the internal affairs of the sect, You will need me, Nianu, to stay alive. Along with the voice, countless tiny and fragmented sword energies came shooting from outside the main entrance of Heaven's Will Palace. In just a blink of an eye, they had transformed into a wild wind that swept across the entire Heaven's Will Palace. Amidst loud, sizzling noises, a layer of the ground was removed from the ground. Yanli opened her mouth and coughed out another mouthful of blood. The face of Nie Baihong, who had always been cold and arrogant, suddenly turned gentle. He bowed respectfully at Nie Yanu's back, then asked with a deep and gentle voice, "Mother, why did you come out from your secluded cultivation? This is just a trivial matter. I can still handle it." Yanli was so angry that his body was trembling. Abruptly, he leaped 8 feet high into the air, pointed his finger at Nie Yanu, and said furiously, "Why can't I meddle in this matter? I'm Baihong's father." Nie Yanu kept her hands under her sleeves, stared at Yanli indifferently, and said, "Do you understand now? I'm not asking you to spare Wuqi's life, but I won't allow you to touch even a single hair of his. And Shengwan Yuhong, all of you listen to me. I don't care what kind of grudge you have with Wuqi, but as long as I'm alive, you are not allowed to touch him. If anyone dares to disobey me, I, Nianu, will kill him myself." Sighing softly, Yanli retracted his hand. His long brows that were as thick as blades were tightly knitted together. "That girl Zidan asked for a favor? Wuqi, what method do you have to make that unruly little girl speak up for you? However, even though Zidan is taking care of you, you still have to be severely punished for violating the sect rule of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. Break one of your arms and one of your legs, gouge out one of your eyes, or go to the cold pool of sword quenching at the back of the mountain and meditate for 3 days. Make your choice." Shangguan Yuhong and all the other sect elders had a complacent smile on their faces, while Qin Shuwen, who had just woken up, was grinning coldly. If Yanli wanted Wuqi dead, Wuqi would be dead for sure. In Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, Yanli's words were more effective than the Imperial Edict. The life and death of the disciples, the reward and punishment, were all decided by him. Chapter 93. After they came out from Heaven's Will Palace, Nianu looked up into the sky with both hands folded under her sleeves. Suddenly, a dark green cloud rushed out from under her feet, carrying Wuqi and Nie Baihong up into the sky. The cloud carried the 3 of them, flying straight towards the highest peak of Mount White Sun at the speed of a shooting star. Near the mountainside of the highest peak of the White Sun Mountain, on a precipitous, golden cliff, hundreds of oddly shaped pines were growing here and there. These pine trees were shaped like flood dragons, with their roots firmly rooted in the cliff. Their trunks and crowns poked out at an angle, absorbing the misty energies that pervaded the air around the cliff. It was a truly breathtaking place. A couple dozens of white cranes were building their nests on these thick and sturdy pine trees. When Yanu brought Wuqi and Nie Baihong closer, these white cranes let out joyful cries, flapped their huge wings, and soared into the sky, wheeling and wheeling around Nie Yanu's cloud, as if they were welcoming the return of Nie Yanu. Right in the middle of the cliff, at a place several thousand feet away from the ground and the top of the mountain, there was a small flat land. A few ancient pine trees could be seen growing on it, and a large field of exotic flowers and plants could be seen. A few stone blocks that were not finely processed were placed under the pine trees, and at the end of the flat land was a 30-feet-tall cave abode. A pale golden plaque was inlaid on the stone wall above the abode, engraved with 4 large characters. The sword originates from the heart. Wuqi gave the entrance of the cave a glance, from which a dense natural energy kept gushing out, then quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at it for too long. This cave abode should be the most important place of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, the place where Nie Yanu inherited the legacy of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. When it came to such an important place, Wuqi would come and explore it when he had sufficient overall strength. It was not only because of the instruction in Scroll of Stealing, but also a habit Wuxia had developed after he joined the underhand sect back on Earth. When facing the goal of the future, it was better not to show too much interest. Nieyanu landed on the cloud, walked to the foot of the ancient pine tree, and sat on a stone block. Nie Baihong did not say anything, and just sat on the stone block in front of Nieyanu. Wuxia looked to the left and right, and it seemed that he had no place to sit here. Therefore, he had no choice but to stand in front of Nieyanu and Nie Baihong, letting Nieyanu examine him from head to toe with narrowed eyes. Wuxia calmed his mind and put on a pure and kind smile, and allowed Nieyanu to examine him for a full 15 minutes without showing any unnatural or uneasy expression. Only then did Nieyanu nod her head satisfyingly. She said in an indifferent tone, "You have a calm temperament, and neither arrogant nor rash. It's worth it for me to protect you this time." Laughing dryly, Wuxia asked in a low voice, "What if I can't be accepted by Grand Elder?" Both of Nieyanu's hands were still hidden under her sleeves. She said in a very natural manner, "If you are really weak, you should count yourself lucky that I saved you today. In the future, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. You're not my son. Don't tell me you want me to take care of you all day, protect you, and stand up for you when something happens. There is no such logic in this world." Wuxia pondered over what Nieyanu said. She was right. He was not Nieyanu's son. Obviously, Nieyanu wanted to teach Yanli a lesson by protecting him today. He was just an excuse. After today, his life and death had nothing to do with Nieyanu. Although Nieyanu had promised to protect him, if he really vanished from this world, Nieyanu would never waste any effort to avenge him. Laughing dryly again, Wuxia withdrew the enormous power that was about to explode in his body and asked cautiously, "Supreme Elder brought me here and found that I seem to be the kind of person who can be trained. May I know what advice does Senior have for me?" Nieyanu pondered for a brief moment. Without paying any attention to Wuxia, she turned to Nie Baihong and asked, "Baihong, what is the background of this Wuxia? At such a young age, his cultivation base is not bad. But how audacious is he?" Nie Baihong smiled, then told Nieyanu about Wuxia's background. He told her that Wuxia was the hanger-on of Lu Qingfeng, and it was Princess Zhang Lu who asked him to join Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, and the fact that today was the first day Wuxia came to Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect to attend a lecture, and how he was dragged into such a huge storm. Nie Baihong told her everything he knew. Nie Baihong even told Wuxia about Lu Qingfeng's background. He was the nominal eldest son of Lu clan of Liang Kingdom, the illegitimate son of Yin Buji, who had just arrived at Ji City from the Lu Kingdom and inherited the title of Duke Yin Lu. Obviously, Nie Baihong had spent a lot of effort in investigating Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng. After all, he was the sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. It was not difficult for him to find out the background of a new noble of Great Yin Dynasty. "Is that so?" Nieyanu drooped her eyelids, bowed her head, and pondered. The mountain breeze blew past, and her long white hair danced behind her head. The sunlight shone on her white hair, and it faintly glowed like silver. What had Nieyanu gone through that made her have such a strange look? Wuxi's mind was spinning rapidly. Very soon, he came up with a few possible scenarios. From Nie Baihong's surname, from Nie Baihong's attitude towards Yin Li, from the conflict between Nieyanu and Yin Li, from the strange atmosphere in Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, and from the indistinct confrontation between Nie Baihong, the sect leader, and all the sect elders, Wuxia felt he was getting closer and closer to the truth, and he even had a bolder guess. However, the things he guessed were too frightening, and he dared not to confirm if his guess was correct or not. However, he was sure of one thing. Judging from the confrontation between Nieyanu and Yin Li, he, Wuxia, had a bright future in Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. Vaguely, Wuxia had a premonition that as long as he managed his business well in Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect, he would be able to safely cultivate until he reached the Jindan realm. When he thought of this, Wuxi's body became taller, and the smile on his face became more impeccable. His eyes had become pure and flawless, filled with an innocent wildness, like those wild beasts living in the mountains. Yes, The eyes Wuxia had disguised were filled with wildness, just like those wild beasts, a wildness that came from their innate instinct, and not the wildness that was cultivated with a filthy heart. Nieyanu, who seemed to be pondering with her head lowered, was actually secretly observing Wuxia with her divine ability. When she saw the pure wildness in Wuqi's eyes that had not been tainted by the mortal world, a faint smile finally emerged on her face, and she was satisfied with what she saw. After listening to Nie Baihong's explanation of Wuqi and Lu Qingfeng's background, Nieyanu could at least be sure that Wuqi was a useful man, because he had nothing to do with those people whom Nieyanu dreaded and hated. Although he was recommended by Princess Zhang Lu to join Heaven Breaking Sword sect, Princess Zhang Lu was not on the list of people whom Nieyanu dreaded and hated. She was just a young girl who was overly spoiled. Although she had some power in her hands, she was not worthy of her attention. Nieyanu pursed her red lips and smiled. When she smiled, the weariness and heaviness in her eyes immediately vanished without a trace, making her look like a blooming orchid in a valley, giving one a wonderful feeling of fragrance. Although Wuqi knew that Nieyanu was an old lady who lived for several hundred years, he was still struck dumb by her smile. Now that she was like this, how charming was she when she was still a young girl? "He is a good boy," Nieyanu said coolly. "Go back and tell your Duke Yen Lu that if he has the intention to cultivate, I can make an exception and ask Baihong to take him as his true disciple and teach him the true essence of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect's sword technique." Wuqi was taken aback. Then he quickly said, "Our young master has the dual element of earth and gold, and he is more willing to study the Tao of formation." A bright gleam burst out from Nieyaunu's eyes. She nodded and said, "That's good. Everyone under the heaven knows that the sword technique of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect is the strongest in Great Yin Dynasty. But no one knows that the Tao of formation is also in the legacy of the immortal I inherited. However, the Tao of formation is too difficult, and I have no time to study it. Therefore, Heaven-Breaking Sword sect doesn't have this legacy." Looking at Wuqi, Nieyanu said in a deep voice, "Ask Duke Yen Lu to join Heaven-Breaking Sword sect. I'll personally teach him the script of Heaven-Patching Formation, which is on par with the Heaven-Breaking Sword technique." Wuqi was taken aback. Then he bowed deeply to Nieyanu and said, "On behalf of our young master, Wuqi thanks Grand Elder for your kindness. But regarding this matter, Wuqi can't make the decision on his own. Our young master has to make the decision himself." Nieyanu said in a deep voice, "All right, Baihong will send you back to G City later. You can also take Duke Yin Lu as your disciple on the way." Not allowing Wuqi to refute, it seemed like Nieyanu had made up her mind to take Lu Chengfeng as her disciple. Judging from her words, she wouldn't allow Lu Chengfeng and Wuqi to reject her suggestion. Wuqi answered helplessly. It looked like Lu Chengfeng was going to be forced to do something beyond his ability. After deciding the matter of Lu Chengfeng becoming Lu Qingfeng's disciple, Nieyanu continued asking, "Wuqi, how is your bone structure and innate talent assessed by Heaven's Will Palace?" Without wasting any time, Wuqi told Nieyanu everything about his bone structure and innate talent tested by Haoying Xiong. There was nothing worth hiding, apart from the frightening 5 feet innate nascent embryo. Although the rest of his bone structure and innate talent were not bad, they were not the most outstanding geniuses. Thus, there was nothing to hide. However, Nieyanu was full of praises towards Wuqi's bone structure and innate talent. It seemed like she was very satisfied with Wuqi's bone structure and innate talent. She muttered to herself for a while before slowly saying, "Fine, I like your temperament and background very much. Baihong can really take you as his disciple. We cultivators have our own Taoist name. You can just name yourself." "Taoist name?" Looking at Nieyaunu's serious expression, Wuqi did not think there was anything to be nervous about. It wasn't a Taoist name, just a nickname outside of one's real name. Wuqi recalled Wu Wang's nickname when he was in the army. He said casually, "Then I'll call you Greedy Wolf." Taoist Greedy Wolf. What do you think, Grand Elder? Although it was just a random Taoist name, it made Nieyaunu's body tremble. She stared at Wuxia with surprise for a long while, then suddenly burst out laughing. So, this is your destiny, and also the destiny of that sword. Well, this sword of Greedy Wolf has finally met its master today. Nianu moved her hand, pulled out a strange-looking sheathless sword from nowhere, and handed it over to Wuxia. When the sword was thrust out, an invisible cold air swept across the surroundings. Wuqi's body was struck by the cold air, causing all the pores on his body to shrink and making him shiver. This sword is called Greedy Wolf, one of the 5 flying swords I found when I accidentally stumbled into an Immortals cave while picking herbs. I used the Shadow Hook sword. Baihong used the Grand White sword. Yinli took away the Purple Revered sword and the Grand sword and offered them to Crown Prince Yanqijuan, and the only sword I kept from him is Greedy Wolf. Nie Yaonu casually threw the sword to Wuqia. Then, as if she suddenly recalled something unpleasant, she said with a gloomy face, "Since you called yourself Greedy Wolf today, it seems you have a destiny with this sword. Well, go now. Just be more cautious in the future." Unwilling to talk any further, Nie Yaonu sent a few words to Nie Baihong through voice transmission. After that, she flicked her sleeve and unleashed a strong gust of dark green wind, sending both Wuqia and Nie Baihong several dozens of miles away. When they finally landed on the ground, they were already outside of White Sun Mountain. Chapter 94. The sword of Greedy Wolf was neither made of gold nor iron. Its main material was the 10,000 years whirlpool ice jade, a miraculous item from the outer space, combined with 48 other materials that did not belong to the category of metals and cast with the flame of extreme. The length of the sword was 4 feet and 2 inches, the width of a palm, the thickness of a finger, and the weight of 360 kilograms. The body of the sword was pitch black, and it felt like a piece of wood or stone. Strange patterns could be seen wriggling and stretching on the body of the sword, twisting into countless mysterious runes. When all the runes merged together, they transformed into a total of 49 wolf heads on the body of the sword, opening their mouths and roaring. The number of these wolf heads followed the number of the Great Evolution, and with the true form of the Greedy Wolf, it could trigger the murderous and greedy energies in the heaven and earth, giving this lower-tier magical treasure flying sword a little more power. Without a doubt, the person who forged this sword was an expert in the field of item crafting. In Wuqi's opinion, although the material of this sword was not bad, the technique used to forge it was very experienced. The material of this sword did not match the technique used to forge it. According to Wuqi's estimation, based on the technique used by the person who forged this sword, he could at least forge an upper-tier spirit item. However, he only used the 10,000 years whirlpool ice jade to forge it into a lower-tier magical treasure. However, because of the instinct of an expert in item crafting, the person who forged this sword had spent a great amount of time and effort on the sword of Greedy Wolf, making this lower-tier magical treasure nearly perfect. There were 49 acceleration formations in the sword, 49 formations that could increase its sharpness and flexibility, and the core of all the formations was the 9 Serenities soul-devouring formation. Normally, this formation would only appear on a spirit item. However, the person who forged this sword had brazenly fused this powerful formation into the sword of Greedy Wolf, allowing this lower-tier magical treasure to possess a power close to that of a spirit item. The only function of the 9 Serenities soul-devouring formation was that after the sword of Greedy Wolf killed its opponent, it would absorb the blood essence and soul of the enemy and fuse it into the sword, constantly enhancing its spirituality and quality, giving it a limitless development potential in the future. With the miraculous technique found in Scroll of Stealing, as long as he could find some excellent materials, after the sword of Greedy Wolf had absorbed enough blood essence and soul, he could upgrade it endlessly. Riding on the single-horned deer and fiddling with the heavy sword of Greedy Wolf, Wuqia nodded his head pleasantly. Compared to sword of Greedy Wolf, the Autumn Water sword given to him by Nie Baihong was simply trash. If not for Nie Baihong, who was riding on a flying sword and following him, Wuqi wished he could pull out the autumn water sword and give it to the secret agent of scouting office who led him here as a favor. After fiddling with the newly acquired sword for a while, Wuqi made up his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue and forced out 9 drops of prime blood essence, fusing them into the sword. After that, he sent a thread of divine sense into the sword, establishing a preliminary telepathic connection with the sword. With his current cultivation base, before he could cultivate the true flame of Samadhi, it was impossible for him to truly refine the Sword of Greedy Wolf, a lower-grade magical treasure. However, by using the mystic technique found in Scroll of Stealing, he naturally had other ways to freely control a lower-grade magical treasure. With the Sword of Greedy Wolf, Wuqi's ability of stirring up troubles and escaping had been greatly improved. High up in the sky, behind a thick layer of clouds, Nie Baihong was riding on a white beam and following closely behind Wuqi. As Nianu had made the decision to accept Lu Changfeng as her disciple and inherit the arts of heaven-patching formation of heaven-breaking sword sect, naturally, Nie Baihong had no choice but to personally make the trip. At the same time, he could save Wuqi the trouble of being killed by some living immortal of Jindan realm on his way back. Flying high up in the sky, Nie Baihong saw Wuqi spit out 9 drops of prime blood essence and sprayed them onto the Sword of Greedy Wolf. He could not help but twitch his lips. For a cultivator, the prime blood essence was the foundation of their cultivation. With Nie Baihong's cultivation base, it was already a heartache for him to spend 1 or 2 drops of prime blood essence to refine a new magical treasure. Therefore, it was an incomprehensible and crazy behavior for Wuqi to spend 9 drops of prime blood essence at once. Shaking his head, Nie Baihong thought that Wuqi was overjoyed because he had obtained a lower-tier magical treasure and did not suspect anything else. If he knew that the prime blood essence was not a problem for Wuqi, perhaps he would be so shocked that his teeth would fall off. The single-horned deer was running at an incredible speed. Not long after that, Wuqi had arrived at the city gate of Ji City. After greeting the guide, when Wuqi was about to enter the city gate, a large group of people suddenly dashed out from the city gate, rushing towards Wuqi. Before Wuqi could get a clear look at the purpose of these people, a cold breeze suddenly came piercing toward his thigh. A middle-aged man with a skinny face and a wretched appearance was holding a small dagger in his hand, thrusting it forcefully towards Wuqi's thigh. As this middle-aged man did not have any cultivation base, Wuqi just sneered, raised his leg, and kicked the man away. A miserable howl rang out, and suddenly, Wuqi realized something was not right. How could this man's body be so light? Right when the tip of Wuqi's foot touched the man, he was sent flying 70 to 80 feet away like a feather being blown away by a strong wind, slamming his head onto the wall of the city gate. Half of his head was smashed, and his brain and blood were splattering all over the ground. The group of people who dashed out from the city gate just now immediately burst into an uproar, rushing towards Wuqi. This bastard actually dares to commit murder in broad daylight under the bright sky. My lords, look carefully. This guy is killing someone in broad daylight. Wuqi was taken aback. Only now did he have a clear look at the group of people who came out from a few duty rooms of city guards on both sides of the city gate. They were a group of bailiffs, clad in black official outfits, each wearing a tall, square-shaped hat on their head, with a blood-red feather sticking on the left brim of the hat. These bailiffs were all dressed in a tight outfit, and a long blade hung on their waist. Obviously, they were the bailiffs under the jurisdiction of Great Yin Dynasty's Criminal and Justice Department, who were responsible for arresting thieves and maintaining public order. There were more than 100 bailiffs who came out from the duty rooms. When they saw Wuqi killed, the middle-aged man with a single kick, these bailiffs dashed forward in a disorderly manner, thrusting a few alloy chains towards Wuqi's head and face. The alloy chain, which was as thick as an egg, was whipped by these patrolmen, who all had strong inner force cultivation, with all their strength. Even an iron pillar would be broken, let alone an ordinary body of flesh and blood. Even with Wuxi's current cultivation base, he would never let these iron chains hit him like this. Coincidentally, the sword of Greedy Wolf was still in his hand. Wuxi casually swung the sword, unleashing a dark beam that flashed across with a faintly discernible howl of a wolf. Amidst a series of hissing noises, a few sturdy bailiffs felt their hands become lighter. As they had exerted too much force, they were unable to stop their momentum and fell to the ground, rolling a few times in a miserable state. Holding the sword in his hand, Wuxi cried out sternly, "Wait! What are you doing? This man tried to kill me first. Don't blame me for fighting back." A middle-aged bailiff, with dark circles under his eyes and a gloomy face, strode out from the crowd. He pointed his finger at Wuxi and snapped, "Bullshit! This man is obviously an innocent man. You killed an innocent man with a kick, and you think you are in the right? He tried to kill you first, but what did he use to kill you? Where's the weapon?" Wuxi quickly turned to look at the dead middle-aged man. The dagger held tightly in the man's hand was long gone. Wuxi's heart sank, as he knew he had fallen into a trap. After spending a few years in the Underhand sect, and with all the experience from Wu Wang, Wuxi knew that these bailiffs were here for him. They had used a man's life to set up a deadly trap for him. Before Wuxi could figure out a way to deal with this, the middle-aged bailiffs sneered and snapped. "You have nothing to say now? Somebody, bring him to the court of criminal injustice and interrogate him with torture. Let's find out who exactly he is relying on to have the courage to kill someone in the street." A man's life was taken by him with a kick. If we don't severely punish such a wicked man with the national law, we will be letting the heaven and earth down and the common people down below. Don't you think so? The city gate through which Wuxi entered the city was filled with many common people. At this moment, both sides of the city gate were surrounded by many common people. Hearing the bailiff scolding, someone in the crowd shouted, "Bravo!" Then, nearly 1,000 common people applauded and cheered. There were even some rangers armed with swords and sabers, who were filled with righteous indignation and were about to arrest Wuxi. A few rangers with the strongest cultivation base and the strongest courage had already drawn their swords and approached Wuxi. The bailiffs from the Court of Criminal Injustice had a gloomy and complacent smile on their faces. A man's life was tied to Wuxi's throat. Unless he wanted to flee for his life, he could only follow them to the Court of Criminal Injustice. As long as he entered the Court of Criminal Injustice, wouldn't Wuxi's little life be in their hands? The clatter of hooves was heard as 2 teams of scouting officers, clad in green soft armors, rode their horses and blocked off both exits of the city gate. Among these scouting officers, Wuxi saw Qin Qingshui's distinctive donkey face. Standing next to Qin Qingshui, who had a gloomy expression, Haoying Fenlong, who was beaten up by Lu Chengfeng, was smiling complacently at Wuxi. Behind these 2 men was Tuoba Haofeng, whose skin was greenish-purple. Obviously, he had not fully recovered from the frostbite. He too was smiling hideously at Wuxi. Well, in just a short while, all the enemies Wuxi had offended after he came to Ji City had gathered. The Court of Criminal Injustice had come to arrest Wuxi, and the scouting officers had blocked off the city gate to prevent Wuxi from escaping. Perhaps Tuoba Haofeng's subordinates had even brought some forbidden weapons, such as ballistae, and were lying in ambush outside the city gate. Everything was coming one after another. Wuxi breathed out a long sigh. Suddenly, he raised his head up and cried out furiously, "Master, please uphold justice for your disciple. Someone is trying to frame your disciple. They are not giving you any face." A blinding white light suddenly flashed across, as Nie Baihong, clad in a white cloak and with a gloomy expression that made him look like a ferocious ghost, suddenly appeared right next to Wuxi. Nie Baihong glared at Qin Qingshui coldly, which made Qin Qingshui's body tremble, and he was so frightened that he fell off his mount and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Qin Qingshui didn't even let out a snort. He just kowtowed 3 times toward Nie Baihong, then spun and ran away. Haoying Fenlong and Tuoba Haofeng were struck dumb. Both of them sprung up from the ground at the same time, throwing themselves on the ground and kowtowing a few times as well. Ignoring the blood that kept flowing out from their broken foreheads, both of them turned around and ran away. Nia Baihong sneered, staring at those patrolmen from Court of Criminal Injustice, who were shivering with fear, and said, "You're framing my disciple? Do you have no respect for heaven-breaking sword sect?" The onlookers in the city gate cried out in alarm, then spun and fled. In just a blink of an eye, all of them were gone. Even the few wandering knights who wielded their blades and spears, wanting to capture Wuxia alive, had vanished without a trace. Muffled thuds were heard, as nearly 100 patrolmen dropped to their knees at the same time. None of them dared to make a sound. Nia Baihong smiled arrogantly, then said with a deep voice, 30 of you who are the leaders, kill yourselves, and I won't hold your family members responsible for this." Before Wuxia could stop him, he saw 30 patrolmen, led by the middle-aged patrolman, drew out their blades at the same time, crying out, "Thank you, old immortal, for your mercy." After that, they hacked their own necks with their blades. 30 heads flew high up into the sky, and blood splashed and stained the ground. Wuxia was struck down by what he saw. Nia Baihong gave him an indifferent look, then cried out in a low voice, "What are you staring blankly for? Lead the way to Duke Yanlo." Throwing a glance at the 30 dead bodies lying on the ground, Wuxia rode on his mount and continued forward without saying a word. Chapter 95. There was not a single trace of a single person on the street that was as long and as wide as the street. A gust of wind blew across the street, rolling up a few leaves that had just fallen to the ground and drifting along with Wuxia. Nia Baihong hovered 3 feet above the ground as he walked step by step across the air. Wherever he went, he left one clear footprint after another on the surface of the street, so clear that even the lines of his fingers could be seen. The doors and windows of the shops and residences on both sides of the street were closed. Only a few brave residents were sneaking a peek at Nia Baihong through the slits of their windows. The news of the sudden arrival of a human immortal who had attained the Jindan realm had spread across the street like a gust of wind. Therefore, not a single person could be seen on the street, as they were afraid of offending Nia Baihong, the legendary immortal who was said to be unapproachable. The news of the suicide of 30 men in the city gate had also spread quickly through some secret channels. Bloody human heads were still piled up in the city gate, while an immortal who ordered 30 men to commit suicide with just a single sentence was now walking on the street, which ordinary people would not be afraid of him. Looking at the empty street, Wuxia suddenly breathed out a deep sigh. He had finally experienced the mightiness of an existence of Jindan realm. Walking slowly 10 feet in front of Wuxia, Nia Baihong suddenly said with a deep voice, "Those patrolmen framed you, and their deaths are not to be regretted. Judging from how they dealt with you so skillfully, I wonder how many times they have done this kind of thing to you. All of them deserve to die. You don't have to take it to heart, and don't think that I'm a cruel and murderous man." After a moment of silence, Wuxia said indifferently, "Let them die. If not for Master's intervention, perhaps I would have killed more of them if I fought back violently. It's just that I suddenly recalled that innocent girl in the Myriad Red River a few days ago was killed by Master with just one sword strike." Nia Baihong sneered and said with a cold voice, "Do you think I killed the wrong person? Shouldn't they be killed?" Wuxia pondered for a moment and nodded. "If you want to kill someone, you can go ahead and kill Qin Qin Shui, Hao Ying Fenglong, Tuoba Haofeng, or even their entire families. Exterminate every single one of them. I won't show any mercy. But that girl was just a pitiful person who hung around in a brothel. Why did you kill her because of a small mistake?" Frowning slightly, Nia Baihong said with a deep voice, "What if I refuse to give you an explanation?" Wuxia puffed out his chest and calmly said, "On that pleasure boat, I once swore that if you were such a wanton and murderous person, I would definitely kill you once my cultivation reached a certain level. I'm not a good person, but you've touched my bottom line by killing that girl." Grinning coldly, Nia Baihong spun around and walked backward, looking at Wuxia and saying mockingly. Yep. Nodding his head seriously, Wuxia said in a serious tone, "Me? I'll definitely cultivate faster than you." Shaking his head gloomily, Nie Baihong smiled wryly and said, "It seems like I've taken in a disciple with an excessive sense of justice. Unfortunately, you're my disciple, and I want to use him to strengthen the core disciples of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect in the future. Since I can't kill you, what can I do?" Nie Baihong sighed faintly, bowed his head, and pondered for a while. Then, he flew 9 feet closer to Wuxia, walking side by side with Wuxia. He breathed out a deep sigh and said coolly, "I'm curious as well. Why don't I kill you right now? That way, I can save a lot of time and effort. However, as you used to be very similar to me, I'll make an exception and tell you something." He raised his head up and looked at the sky, then pointed his finger out and unleashed a sword beam that killed the mount of the secret agent of Scouting Office, who acted as a guide for Wuxia. The secret agent was sensible enough to jump down from the dead mount and stayed far behind Nie Baihong, not daring to take even half a step closer. Nie Baihong sighed lightly, then said coolly, "Yanli is my mother's husband, and my surname is Nie. I've taken my mother's surname." Wuxia turned his head and looked at Nie Baihong. He wanted to hear what kind of excuse this man was going to use to absolve himself of killing the girl on the pleasure boat. He swore that he would kill Nie Baihong, but since Nianu thought highly of him and even gave him the sword of Greedy Wolf, Wuxia could not do something like killing someone after receiving a favor from her. As a man, even if he was going to kill someone, he would have to make it clear first and understand the reason thoroughly. He, Wuxia, and his former master, Wu Wang, were not the kind of people who would kill someone without a reason. Nie Baihong's expression turned strange. His pupils were slightly dilated, and a thread of his soul had long gone somewhere. Using a tone that sounded like he was talking in his sleep, he slowly told Wuxia something that happened a long time ago. He had to start from the time when Nie Yaonu inherited the legacy of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. Over 600 years ago, Nie Yaonu was just a herb gatherer from a small village outside of G City. She visited Mount White Sun all year round, harvesting herbs and selling them to the herb shops in G City. That year was also her lucky day. For the sake of harvesting a 5-colored ink heart grain, she used a rope to hang herself down from the cliff. For some unknown reason, perhaps it was because her foundation met the requirement, she entered the Immortal's cave of sword stems from the heart, inherited the legacy of an immortal, and obtained the heaven-breaking sword technique and arts of heaven-patching formation. As a commoner girl born in a mountain village, how could she know anything about the stakes? The news about Nie Yaonu obtaining an immortal fate spread out very quickly. At that time, the ruler of Great Yin Dynasty, led by the crown prince, Yin Shijuan, paid a visit to her. Under the name of the righteous cause of the country, the ignorant Nianu became the imperial sinecure of Great Yin Dynasty. Great Yin Dynasty contributed money and manpower to establish Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. Because of the restrictive spell set by the Immortal, apart from Nie Yaonu, no one could obtain any information from the Heaven-Breaking Sword technique and arts of heaven-patching formation. Unless Nie Yaonu taught them personally, no one else in Great Yin Dynasty could obtain the corresponding cultivation technique. Therefore, Nie Yaonu, who had just started her cultivation, suddenly fainted after attending a banquet due to drunkenness. When she woke up, she was already sleeping with Yanli, and both of them had become husband and wife. Some cliché but very effective methods were used one after another. For the safety of the mountain village, and for the safety of her childhood sweetheart, Nie Yaonu, who had lost her chastity to Yanli, became husband and wife with Yanli. Therefore, Yanli naturally obtained the sword technique taught by Nie Yaonu. However, Nie Yaonu, who had gone through an unforeseen event, quickly became mature. She concealed the existence of arts of heaven-patching formation, and the sword technique taught to Yin Li was missing the most essential part of unity of sword energies. And then, Wuxia looked at Nie Baihong with a gossipy gaze, who had a gloomy expression on her face. He knew this kind of gaze could easily be misunderstood by others, and could easily irritate those who were sad. But This was the bad memory that came from Lu Xiaobai's soul. In order for Wuqi to get rid of this bad habit, he would need to put in a lot of effort, a very arduous effort. At least, when Wuqi heard the gossip told by Nie Baihong, all the cells in his body were burning. What happened after that was very logical. Nianu, the childhood sweetheart of Nianu, who also joined Heaven-Breaking Sword sect and obtained the inheritance of the sword technique, died in an accident when he had just formed his Jin Dan and was about to transcend his heavenly tribulation. He died quietly and without leaving any trace. At that time, Nianu was already pregnant, and the child could never be Yin Li's. From a moment Nianu became pregnant until she gave birth to Nie Baihong, Yin Li had been in a secluded cultivation, trying to break through the Jin Dan realm. When Yin Li finally formed his Jin Dan realm and came out from his secluded cultivation, Nie Baihong had already begun to run all over the place. From the time I was born until I became the sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect, I've experienced 297 assassination attempts, almost one every year. Nie Baihong looked at Wuqi, smiled faintly, and said, I used to have 7 trusted disciples, who were 7 of your senior brothers. For the sake of protecting me, all of them were assassinated. I've stepped on their blood and flesh, and with great difficulty, I finally secured the position of sect leader. Nie Baihong sighed lightly, then continued in an indifferent tone, I have to kill. No matter who dares to disrespect me. Even if it's just a little bit, I'll have to kill them. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Those who refuse to submit to me, I'll kill them with my sword. Only by killing until everyone under the heaven is afraid of me will I not be killed, and no one will have the courage to attack me. Nie Baihong looked at Wuqi, shook his head, and said, That girl on the pleasure boat sneezed in front of me. It's just a small matter, not worthy of death. However, the people of Great Yin Dynasty address me as Tai Bai God of Slaughter. If I don't kill her, I'll no longer be the God of Slaughter. Those who once wanted to kill me will come again with their swords. Therefore, I can only keep on killing. With a pitiful look, Wuqi gazed at Nie Baihong, who had a gloomy expression on his face. He sighed and said, You should have killed Yin Li. Nie Baihong remained silent for a while, then lowered his voice and said, If I tell you that the people I want to kill the most are Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan, will you report it to the public? Suddenly, Nie Baihong let out a strange chuckle, looking at Wuqi with an interested expression. After a brief moment of silence, Wuqi shook his head and said, If you really want to kill Jingku, I'll report it to the public. As for Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan, I don't have any feelings for them. If Nie Baihong really wanted to kill that brave warrior, Wuqi would definitely report it to the public. As for Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan, they were not Wuqi's sons, so why would Wuqi care about their life and death? Since they could do something like that to Nianu, it showed that they did not have a good moral standing. Nie Baihong laughed, a very happy laugh. Chief General Jingke? That is a man with bones of steel. Throughout the entire Great Yin Dynasty, only he and Gao Jianli can be considered as a pair of foolishly good people. You're born to be my disciple. Wuqi pondered for a brief moment, then looked at Nie Baihong and said, For the sake of that girl on the pleasure boat, after I form the Jin Dan, I'll stab you with my sword. As long as you don't die, I'll let this matter go. If you die, you'll pay for her life, and that will be the retribution from the heavenly Tao. Ask yourself, the Grand Supreme Elder is in a pitiful situation, but that girl is just like the Grand Supreme Elder in those years. She is just a weak girl. The smile on Nie Baihong's face froze. The bright gleam in his eyes became chaotic, and his body trembled. Suddenly, a mouthful of warm blood sprayed out from his mouth. He stared fixedly at Wuqi and said with a deep voice, I see. Good. After you form the Jin Dan, I'll no longer hide or defend myself. I'll use my corporeal body to receive a sword strike from you. Ask yourself, what a good Wuqi, what a good Taoist greed. He threw his head back and let out 3 wild laughs, then suddenly lowered his voice and asked in a mysterious tone, For the sake of this, ask yourself, do you want to know a secret related to Princess Zhonglu? Princess Zhonglu is on good terms with you now, but I don't want you to be killed and thrown into the moat. A secret related to Princess Zhonglu? Wuqi's face fell. Tell me, I'm listening, he cried with a low voice. Nie Baihong let out a few strange laughs, condensed his voice into a thin line, and transmitted it into Wuqi's ears. Upon hearing Nie Baihong's words, Wuqi's face fell instantly. After a long while, Wuqi let out a strange laugh. Chapter 96. Along the way, Wuqi had entered the inner city and was only about 1 mile away from Duke Yanli's mansion. Nie Baihong and Wuqi were walking side by side. An indescribable joy could be seen on his face. Gloatingly, he said, "Keep this to yourself, and don't ever tell anyone about it." Whoever dares to tell anyone about this will be in deep trouble. After all these years, I still haven't figured out who is the real mastermind behind all this. You better never tell anyone about this. Wuqi gazed at Nie Baihong with a bitter expression on his face. The current sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword sect was indeed a stingy man. He had just told Wuqi some private gossip, and he immediately retaliated by telling him such a deadly secret. This secret was not a big deal, but it was not a small one either. If it was leaked, it would definitely bring him an unexpected disaster. But it was also a thorn in his heart. Actually, it was not a strange thing to tell him about it, as it was about Princess Zhongli's mother. A barbarian girl who could be offered to the crown prince of Great Yin Dynasty by a vassal kingdom was definitely not an ordinary barbarian girl who would run deep into the forest, hit her on the back with a stick, put her in a gunny sack, and run away. Among the barbarians, Princess Zhongli's mother had an extremely noble status, so noble that it was unbelievable. Before the founding of Great Yin Dynasty, there was a loose alliance of tribes living in the land of Great Yin Dynasty. Those barbarians who were locked in a fierce battle with various vassal kingdoms of Great Yin Dynasty, and wars would break out every 2 to 3 days, were the descendants of this alliance of tribes. This alliance of tribes was destroyed by Great Yin Dynasty 100 years after the founding of Great Yin Dynasty. Countless barbarian tribes were forced to flee into the remote mountains and forests where they originated from. That was the reason why the mountains and forests around Great Yin Dynasty were now filled with barbarians. That alliance of tribes didn't have an administrative leader, but only a religious leader. At that time, the noblest religious leader of the barbarians was the Lady Officiant, who was responsible for worshipping the god Hua. The position of priestess was passed down from generation to generation. When the priestess was still alive, there would be a saintess under her. After the priestess passed away, the saintess would automatically inherit the position of the priestess. She would become the religious leader and spiritual teacher of all the barbarian tribes. Princess Zhongli's mother was the current barbarian saintess. For some unknown reason, she was captured alive by that vassal state and sent to Yin Shijuan's palace. Just like what was mentioned in the previous chapter, Yin Shijuan spent the night with this saintess after a drunken banquet. That was how he got Princess Zhongli. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was just that. However, the truth was that the saintess of the barbarian race was an extremely talented person. Moreover, she was born with all kinds of extraordinary abilities. No one knew who did it. In short, when Princess Zhongli's mother was pregnant with her, someone fed the heaven-defying vitality pill to the saintess of the barbarian race. With the power of the pill, the saintess of the barbarian race fused all the essence, qi, and spirit of the saintess into Princess Zhongli's body. That was why Princess Zhongli was born in her mother's womb after a long period of pregnancy. After she was born, the saintess of the barbarian race died due to the depletion of her blood essence. It was because of the essence of Princess Zhongli's mother that the Princess Zhongli was born. Therefore, the young Princess Zhongli was able to cultivate to the embryonic breath realm of the Xianxia realm at the age of 10. She was only one step away from forming the Jin Dan and becoming a human immortal. This matter was neither big nor small. However, It was like a thorn in Wuqi's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. If he told the truth to Princess Zhonglu, it might bring him a calamity. Perhaps Princess Zhonglu wouldn't care about her mother's background and identity. If he didn't tell the truth to Princess Zhonglu, it would make him feel very uncomfortable if he kept it in his heart. After all, Wuqi and Princess Zhonglu now shared friendship. Looking at the troubled and gloomy expression on Wuqi's face, Nie Baihong burst out into a loud laughter once again. He laughed so hard that he was rocking back and forth. Wuqi kept shaking his head. As the current sect leader of Heaven Breaking Sword Sect, he was too stingy. Only Heaven knew how he managed to cultivate to the Jindan realm with such a narrow mind. Sighing and sighing, Wuqi shook his head and rode back to the entrance of Duke Yan Li's mansion. Upon arriving at the entrance, Wuqi was struck dumb. A row of dozens of coaches was parked right next to the entrance of Duke Yan Li's mansion. At first glance, they looked inconspicuous, but if one gave them a closer look, one would find that they were extremely luxurious. Even the nails on the wheels were made from purple gold. About 200 guards clad in cloaks on the outside and soft armor on the inside, looking valiant and valiant, were standing next to the carriage like iron nails. Their vigilant gazes were constantly scanning the surroundings. These coaches didn't have the symbol of dark green swallow, which was commonly used by the nobles of Great Yin Dynasty. On the outside of the coach, which was made from 10,000 years old deep water gold sandalwood, hung an inconspicuous badge about the size of a palm. On a black background, two golden smiling faces were engraved side by side. The smiling faces had gone through an artistic exaggeration and processing. Their eyebrows, eyes, and nose were exquisite and small, and only the two big, smiling mouths were eye-catching. Wuqi was carefully sizing up these coaches and guards. Those guards had also sensed Wuqi's approach. A team of 12 guards moved their feet slightly, forming a defensive formation in the shape of a semicircle, facing Wuqi. The movement of these guards was almost instinctive. They weren't sure if Wuqi would pose any threat to them, but they had already made the necessary response. Wuqi gave these guards a deep look, then nodded his head and smiled. After that, he leaped down from the single-horned deer, threw the reins to the gatekeeper who came to greet him, and eagerly led Nie Baihong into Duke Yan Li's mansion. When they entered the mansion, Wuqi gazed at the place where Nie Baihong had just walked, his heart aching with pain. Just as he expected, the stairs in front of Duke Yan Li's mansion, which were carved with fine jade, and the square behind the door, which was paved with a huge amount of money, were all left with deep footprints by Nie Baihong. What a prodigal! No matter where this guy went, he would be defeated. Wuqi shook his head. Suddenly, he recalled the footprints left behind by Nie Baihong on the several dozens of miles of streets when he walked all the way from the city gate of G City. Suddenly, his mood was lifted, and he nearly let out a loud laugh. Taking a deep breath, Wuqi laughed out loud and said, Yin Fu, quickly inform young master that an honorable guest has arrived. Ask young master to come out and greet him quickly. The white-haired Yin Fu quickly came out from the main hall. He ran over hastily and said, Mr. Wuqi, master is entertaining a guest. This mister, your humble servant will inform master to come out and greet the guest immediately. Yin Fu had been working as the chief steward of Duke Yan Li's mansion for many years, and he had a very keen eyesight. When he saw Nie Baihong hovering in midair and the deep footprints left under his feet, he immediately knew that an extraordinary man had arrived. Without hesitation, he was about to inform Lu Changfeng. But Nie Baihong stopped Yin Fu with his words. He said with an indifferent tone, Never mind. Wuqi, bring me in. Those carriages parked outside the entrance are the carriages of Great Yin Dynasty's Wei clan. Although I'm a cultivator, I know the reputation of this Wei clan. As long as someone is tangled with them, even if he is a member of a duke's clan, he or she will have to suffer a great loss. I like to see what the purpose of this Wei clan is. Wei clan. The Wei clan of Great Yin Dynasty was able to make someone from a duke's clan suffer a great loss. Wuqi was shocked and asked, Is this Wei clan a cultivator as well? Yeah, Baihong shook his head. While following Wu Qi into the main hall, he sneered and said, "They're not cultivators, but they have something more powerful than flying swords and magical treasures. Money makes the world go round, and the publicly acknowledged richest family of Great Yin Dynasty is Wei clan. They are the imperial merchants employed by Great Yin Dynasty, and at the same time, they conduct their own business in private. Wei clan's businesses are spread all over Great Yin Dynasty. Not to mention anything else, just the energy stone veins in Great Yin Dynasty alone are controlled by them, and they're the only ones who can sell them to the immortal sects of Great Yin Dynasty." Wu Qi stared at Nye Baihong with astonishment and said, "They control 40% of the energy stone supply in Great Yin Dynasty? What do the immortal sects use to purchase energy stones from them?" Nye Baihong said with a cold voice, "Take Heavenly Spirit Sect, for example. They use all kinds of powerful talismans to exchange energy stones with them. Another example is Valley of Medicine. They use all kinds of spirit pills to exchange energy stones with them. The people of this Wei clan are greedy by nature, and they're the most cunning and treacherous ones. Furthermore, they are backed by the imperial clan." Wu Qi rolled his eyes, lowered his voice, and asked, "Does Heaven Breaking Sword Sect have any special products like talismans and spirit pills?" Nye Baihong shut his mouth and pulled a long face, which was even longer than the face of a donkey. Suddenly, Wu Qi understood why Nye Baihong had such a strong opinion of Wei clan. It turned out that Heaven Breaking Sword Sect was a group of murderers who only knew how to draw their swords and kill people. They didn't have any spirit pills or spirit talismans to exchange with them, and could only rely on the energy stones provided by Great Yin Dynasty every year. No wonder Princess Zhang Lu could threaten Nye Baihong with a supply of energy stones and magical items. No wonder Nye Yanu valued Wu Qi and Lu Qingfeng so much. Lu Qingfeng had 2 provinces as his fief, and there must be some energy stone veins in his fief. By taking Lu Qingfeng as their disciple, Heaven Breaking Sword Sect would have one more source of resources to develop itself. Furthermore, they didn't have to share the resources with Yin, Li, and the other sect elders. How cost-effective was this? Sure enough, there was no free lunch in the world. This sort of greedy wolf was not given to him for free, and the script of heaven-patching formation that Lu Qingfeng was going to learn in the future was not something that could be taught for free. Twitching his lips, Wu Qi shook his head and brought Nye Baihong all the way to the main hall of Duke Yin Li's mansion. Right when they came to the bottom of the stairs outside the main hall, they heard Lu Chengfeng's displeased voice coming out from the hall. "So that's how it is. So, the one who has their eyes on the few iron mountains and iron smelting fields in my fief is Wei clan's iron shop? Hee, why don't you just say it out loud? Why do you have to beat around the bush and threaten me through Prince Si? Yin Hala." He sneered. Then Lu Chengfeng cried out again. "After leaving the iron mountains and iron smelting fields, it seems like Wei clan has their eyes on the energy stone veins in my fief, which have been sealed and yet to be excavated. Huh, what does Wei clan treat me as? You want me to give up on these energy stone veins with such a small price? You must be dreaming." A tender and sweet voice that sounded like the chirping of an oriole followed up Lu Qingfeng's words with a pitiful look. "Since Duke Yinlo has said so, what else can I say? But I've left my clan for an experiential training, and if I can't even complete the first task, my future in the clan will be completely ruined. Can't Duke Yinlo be a magnanimous man and fulfill my wish this once?" She sighed lightly, then continued with a soft and gentle voice. "As long as Duke Yinlu is willing to hand over those iron mountains and energy stone veins to me, no matter what Duke Yinlu wants to do to me in the future, I'll be yours." Lu Chengfeng burst out laughing and said, "Miss Wei, what kind of man do you think I am?" Wu Qi blinked his eyes, then suddenly burst out into a loud laughter. "That's right. Miss Wei, do you think our young master is a virgin who has never seen a woman before? How many gold ingots is the most popular and famous girl in G City worth in one night? You can sleep with our young master for 1 year, and even if our young master has sex with you 3 times in one night, he will only have sex with you for 1,000 times. How is that worth 7 iron mountains and those energy stone veins? Wuxi's words were extremely unpleasant to the ears. Suddenly, a loud scolding broke out in the hall. How presumptuous! You're courting death. A sword beam suddenly shot out from the hall, along with an ear-splitting whistle, thrusting straight towards Wuxi's face. Chapter 97. It was a 6 feet long cold beam, pale purple in color, and came piercing at Wuxi's face with a threatening heat. It was not an ordinary flying sword, but a divine weapon that was nearly at the level of lower-tier magical treasures. Ordinary flying swords could only hurt their enemies with their sharpness, but this pale purple sword beam, which contained a high-temperature poison, was still 20 feet away from Wuxi. However, the scorching heat had already curled Wuxi's hair. It was definitely a flying sword of magical treasure level. Wuxi swung the sword of Greedy Wolf with all his might, unleashing a dark beam that spread out like a fan and greeted the incoming beam. A loud clanging noise rang out. Wuxi's body trembled, and he tumbled 18 times in a row, flying several hundred feet back. He staggered and fell to the ground, nearly falling flat on his face. All of a sudden, his clothes were set ablaze. Along with a loud, swooshing sound, his pair of long eyebrows were burned out. His hair, which had just grown out, was curled up by the high-temperature flame and turned into smoke, dissipating in the air along with a sizzling noise. Cursing aloud, Wuxi's body was shrouded in a layer of mist as the innate water energy wrapped around his body with a bone-piercing coldness. Abruptly, the flame on his body was extinguished. His fingers were aching, and the sword of Greedy Wolf was shaken by the tremendous force, nearly flying out of his hand. Fortunately, he had unleashed a strong suction force with Hand of Web to hold the hilt, or else the sword would have been smashed far away. A shocking cry was heard coming from the hall. "How dare you, little brat! Come and die now!" The pale purple sword beam, which was pushed 10 feet back by Wuxi's sword beam, burst into a blaze. A layer of about an inch thick purple-red flame burst out from the sword beam. Like a flaming dragon, it chased after Wuxi with a threatening heat wave. But before the sword light could travel more than 30 feet, a white light that was over 10 feet in length shot out from the side and tangled with the sword light. Nie Baihong, who had opened his mouth and spat out the sword beam, sneered and said, "How dare you hurt my disciple right in front of me? You people from Wei Clan are getting more and more disgraceful. I'll teach you a lesson today. In the future, you better restrain yourself." Nie Baihong's eyes went wide as a tiny white beam shot out from his pupils to a distance of 1 foot. The sword beam unleashed by him grew more powerful. Abruptly, the white beam split into 3 white sword beams, transforming into a web of light that tightly enveloped the pale purple sword beam. All of a sudden, the 3 sword silhouettes shrunk inwardly. Along with a loud, cracking noise, the faint purple sword light was crushed into pieces by the sword net. Countless thumb-sized, purple-red light spots splashed out in all directions. The sparks sprinkled and sprinkled on the ground, burning several hundred fist-sized holes on the ground. A hoarse voice came from the hall. "Which senior has graced us with your presence? Please forgive us." "Senior? Nya, of junior of Nyen 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 Nya." Nie Baihong snorted coldly, then beckoned Wuxi and Yin Fu into the guest hall. Lu Qingfeng had long come forward to greet them. Reverently and reverently, he arranged Nie Baihong to sit on the most honorable seat of the host, while Yin Fu was busying himself inside and out. The serving ladies of Duke Yin Li's mansion strode into the hall with quick steps like butterflies, serving top-grade fragrant tea and all kinds of snacks and fruits. Hastily, Wuqi gave Lu Qingfeng a wink, asking him to greet Nie Baihong carefully. After that, he fixed his eyes on a few men in the hall who had an unsightly expression on their faces. Sitting on the guest seat, Obviously, the leader of the group was the young lady from Wei Clan who teased Lu Changfeng just now. She was a girl with a stunning appearance, clad in a light green long dress. Her clothes were lavish and luxurious, and she gave off an air of someone from a great clan. However, although this young lady of Wei Clan was born with a stunning beauty, her pair of sharp and piercing eyes and her overly thin and pointy chin had filled her with an aggressive aura, which made her look less adorable and gentle like a girl. She was a girl with an extremely domineering aura and a strong sense of superiority. Standing next to her in a straight line were 8 old men, who were brimming with spirit energy and blood essence. All of them had the cultivation base of embryonic breath tier of Xianxia realm. However, as they were fed with spirit pills and spirit medicines to replenish their blood and energy essence, their faces didn't look withered. Their skin was glossy and rosy, and they looked as energetic as young men. However, a trace of blood could be seen hanging on the corner of one of the old men's mouth, and his rosy face had turned a little green. Obviously, his divine sense had been damaged after Nie Baihong shattered his sword beam. However, even though Nie Baihong had taught a lesson to his right-hand guard, and even his guard had begged for mercy, this lady was still standing high and mighty. She tilted her chin up proudly, using a disdainful gaze to size up Nie Baihong, who was emanating a faint aura that only human immortals of Gold Core realm. As for Wuxia, who was sizing her up, she did not pay any attention to him at all. His eyebrows and hair were completely burned off, and the clothes on his upper body were burned into ashes as well. At this moment, Wuxia, who was only wearing a cloak, looked really ugly. He touched his bald head, gave a few more glances at the girl, smiled, and asked, "Young master, what is going on here?" This girl is trying to forcefully buy the iron ores and energy stone veins in your fief. That won't do, as we're counting on these things to feed our families. Before Lu Chengfeng could answer, the girl had already burst out into a loud laughter. Interesting. This is really interesting. I suppose this is Mr. Wuxia, the chief hanger-on of Duke Yanle? Frankly speaking, if we, Wei Clan, speak up, the iron ingots and energy stones found in Duke Yanle's fief will never be able to be sold to anyone. If you want to feed your families with these things, you'll have to eat iron ingots and energy stones. Presumptuous. Nie Baihong snorted with a deep voice and said, "Slap yourself 3 times, or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword." Wuxia smiled, took a few steps back, and gave the initiative to Nie Baihong. He truly deserved to be the current sect leader of Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect. With just a few words, he had forced the girl into a dead end. Either she opened her mouth, or Nie Baihong would draw his sword and kill her. Being fierce and ferocious had its own advantages. Sometimes, being unreasonable could be the biggest reason. The one with the bigger fist was the boss. Suddenly, Wuxia had a deep understanding of the essence of this saying. Obviously, the girl was stunned by Nie Baihong. She opened her mouth and remained silent for a while. Then, she slightly nodded her sharp chin, rose to her feet, and bowed to Nie Baihong. "Senior, I'm Wei Xiaoxiao. From now on, I'll be responsible for all the affairs of Wei Clan's merchant in Great Yin Dynasty. May I know your name, Senior?" Nie Baihong closed his eyes, sneered, and said without giving Wei Xiaoxiao any face, "Slap yourself 18 times. Or else, I'll kill you immediately." Wei Xiaoxiao's body trembled. Her eyes went wide as she stared at Nie Baihong and said furiously, "Senior, do you know that Xiaoxiao is for Wei Clan?" "We, Wei Clan." Nie Baihong's eyes went wide. He circulated his Jin Dan energy and cried out furiously, "You, Wei Clan, are just some peddlers who buy low and sell high. What gives you the right to be so presumptuous in front of me? So what if I kill you today? Don't tell me that you, Wei Clan, still dare to declare war on Heaven-Breaking Sword Sect?" Amidst the furious roar, Nie Baihong opened his mouth and shot out a beam of white light, slashing towards Wei Xiaoxiao's neck at an incredible speed. Lu Chengfeng nearly clapped his hands and laughed out loud. Today, when Wei Xiaoxiao came to visit, she had used a domineering attitude to force him to cooperate with Wei Clan. As for the so-called cooperation, It was actually to seize the management rights of those most valuable mineral resources in Lu Qingfeng's fief and leave Lu Chengfeng with some worthless junk. As Lu Qingfeng did not know the exact background of Lu clan, he had been acting very cautiously and was almost willing to compromise. However, Wei Xiaoxiao was insatiable, pushing him step by step, not giving him any leeway. At this moment, when Lu Chengfeng saw Nie Baihong unleashing his sword beams and killing people in such a wild and unrestrained manner, if not because of his status, Lu Chengfeng would have applauded and cheered like a commoner in the marketplace, and smashed a few teacups and fruit plates in front of him, venting the suffocating anger in his heart. Wei Xiaoxiao screamed out in fear. Did Nie Baihong really have the guts to kill people? Especially, did Nie Baihong really have the guts to kill her? She was the most outstanding member among the younger generation of Wei clan. No matter it was her business methods or other aspects, she was the cream of the crop. That was the reason why she was chosen by her clan to be the person in charge of all the merchants in Great Yin Dynasty. In the future, she would have to shoulder a greater responsibility and be put in an important position by her clan. How could Nie Baihong kill a talented elite like her, a daughter from a wealthy clan who was born in an excellent family? Suddenly, 7 sword beams were unleashed from around Wei Xiaoxiao's body. The 8 guards standing next to her cried out at the same time, "Tai Bai got a slaughter? Retreat now, young master." The old man whose sword beams were shattered by Nie Baihong just now grabbed Wei Xiaoxiao up, hugged her waist, spun, and fled. Although his flying sword was destroyed, this old man still had the cultivation base of embryonic breath tier of Xianxia realm. He could control his energy and glide for a short distance of 3 to 5 miles. Holding Wei Xiaoxiao in his arms, he leaped up and dashed out of the guest hall, and in just a blink of an eye, they were almost out of Duke Yan Li's mansion. Looking at the 7 sword beams shooting towards his face, Nie Baihong's long hair that hung loosely over his shoulders stood up. He cried out with a stern voice, "How dare a grain of rice shine brilliantly? Hee hee, all of you are going to die now. My disciple Wuxia, when I capture that Wei Xiaoxiao, I want you to give her 108 slaps." 3 sword beams whistled out from above his head, transforming into countless wisps of white mist that drifted down from the sky. Nie Baihong opened his mouth and spat out 6 white beams. Together with the white beam he spat out earlier, they fused the scattered white mist into the sword beams. The 7 white beams grew mightily, like 7 raging dragons, tangling with the sword beams unleashed by the 7 old men. The flying swords wielded by these old men possessed a power close to that of lower-tier magical treasures. Obviously, they were divine weapons that Wei clan had spent a fortune to purchase. However, the grand white sword wielded by Nie Baihong was left behind by an ancient immortal, and his sword control technique was even more ingenious. Furthermore, his cultivation base was also at the Jindan realm, while these old men merely had the cultivation base of embryonic breath tier of Xiantian realm. The gap between their overall strength was like 108,000 miles. When the 7 white beams shot out, the sword beams unleashed by these old men immediately dimmed down. Their bodies trembled, as if they were struck by a thunderbolt. They staggered back quickly, while blood kept bursting out from their 7 apertures. Nie Baihong let out a wild laugh. The sword beams shone brightly as the 7 white beams pressed inwards, and 14 pieces of scrap iron fell to the ground. All the flying swords wielded by these old men were broken by him. Die! Nie Baihong narrowed his eyes, and his pupils abruptly turned blood red. 7 white beams shot out like 7 white beams, and 7 heads flew up into the sky together with a towering pillar of blood. Fresh blood and heads were seen rolling and splattering all over the ground. Wei Xiaoxiao's guards could only block Nie Baihong's attack for a split second and were all killed by him. Laughing wildly, Nie Baihong transformed into a white beam and chased after Wei Xiaoxiao. Wuxia and Lu Qingfeng hastily followed behind him, as they wanted to see how Nie Baihong was going to deal with Wei Xiaoxiao, this extremely overbearing girl. In just a blink of an eye, the last guard of Wei Xiaoxiao was killed by Nie Baihong with a palm strike, while she was being dragged by Nie Baihong by the neck. When facing a Jin Dan realm human immortal, Wei Xiaoxiao did not even have the chance to escape. She let out a hideous laugh and was about to deal with Wei Xiaoxiao, whose face was as pale as a piece of paper. Suddenly, a large sheet of dark clouds came rolling and rocking in the sky at top speed. A frightening pressure was gathering towards G City from all directions. Countless lightning bolts were seen rolling and rocking in the dark clouds, and the faint rumbling of thunder could be heard, causing one's heart to feel heavy. Gradually, the dark clouds turned into a cloud vortex that measured several hundred miles in diameter. After that, the cloud vortex began to shrink rapidly, and very soon it was only tens of miles in diameter. Nie Baihong cried out in surprise. Jin Dan Thunder Tribulation? Is there anyone in G City who has formed the Jin Dan Tribulation? Chapter 98. Standing at the top of the tallest pavilion in Duke Yin Li's mansion, the company gazed into the distance. The eye of the dark cloud was aiming right at the imperial palace of Great Yin Dynasty. Large patches of sunlight brushed past the edges of the dark clouds, which were getting smaller and smaller, and shone on the buildings of the imperial palace. The greenish-black glazed tiles reflected a dazzling light. When the vortex shrunk to about a mile in diameter, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the imperial palace. 63 layers of light enveloped the entire palace. The dull sound of thunder came from the sky, as if countless burly men were beating war drums. The dull sound of thunder became one, causing people's hearts to beat wildly. Even with Wuxia's cultivation, the sound of thunder caused the qi and blood in his body to circulate uncontrollably. His nostrils felt hot, and he nearly had a nosebleed. Wei Xiaoxiao, who had fallen on the roof and had her body restrained by Nie Baihong, was in an even worse condition. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, while blood kept trickling down from the corner of her mouth. However, the few people on the roof, no matter it was Nie Baihong, Wu Qi, or Lu Chengfeng, all of them were men with a firm and unswerving character. None of them gave Wei Xiaoxiao a second glance, as if this peerless beauty lying on the roof did not exist at all. Not to mention that she was only vomiting blood. Even if she was struck into pieces by lightning, the three of them would not have the slightest bit of mercy. Who in the palace has formed the Jin Dan? Why was this lightning tribulation so strange? It's been charging for a quarter of an hour. Why hasn't the lightning struck yet? With a puzzled expression, Nie Baihong stared at the direction of the imperial palace. Based on his experience, he began to calculate the situation of the thunder tribulation. When an ordinary cultivator forms the Jin Dan and transforms the body of a Taoist into the body of a human immortal, he will only have to face 3 ordinary thunder tribulations. But today something is wrong, very wrong. Nie Baihong kept shaking his head as he murmured under his breath. In the past, when I was facing my tribulation, the thundercloud only brewed for the time it took to finish a pot of tea before falling down. But today something is wrong, very wrong. Could it be that some demon ghost kept in the imperial palace has formed the Jin Dan? Or was a demonic beast about to transform? Otherwise, how could this happen? Looking at the tribulation cloud hovering in the sky, Wu Qi felt refreshed and relaxed. He did not feel nervous and restrained like Nie Baihong, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. According to the Scroll of Stealing, after forming the Jin Dan, there was a mystic technique called the Thunder Stealing Technique of 5 elements. It was a technique that allowed one to steal the heavenly thunders from all kinds of thunder tribulations of cultivators, and use the mighty force of the heaven and earth to temper one's body, Jin Dan, and soul, tempering one's body to an unbelievable level. Putting aside the physical body in Jin Dan stage, with the cultivation of the thunder-stealing spell, as long as there were enough thunder tribulations, with the help of the heavenly thunder divine power, one could even form a primordial spirit in the Jin Dan stage. Primordial spirit was something that could only be cultivated by Earth immortals at the late stage of nascent soul. Once the primordial spirit was formed, it would be considered as an immortal. The scroll of stealing was indeed a heaven-defying ability, as it was able to forcibly form a thread of nascent divinity with just a cultivation base of Jindan realm. Therefore, when Wuxia saw the rolling and rumbling thunderbolts in the sky, he felt that the heavenly thunder was so kind and lovely. Suddenly, Wuxia fell in love with Ji City, deeply in love with this city. Once he formed the Jindan stage, it would be even better if there were a few cultivators who could face their tribulation every month. With that, he would be able to make a fortune. Although it was just a tiny thread of nascent divinity in Jindan realm, with this thread of nascent divinity, how many things could Wuxia do? After another full hour, Nie Baihong's face had turned as pale as the snow. He murmured to himself, could it not be the thunder tribulation of Jindan? Could it be the legendary thunder tribulation of nascent soul? Impossible, according to the records. Even if it is the thunder tribulation of nascent soul, it won't take more than an hour to accumulate its power. Right after Nie Baihong's voice faded away, a strong light suddenly enveloped the entire Ji city from the sky. A thunderbolt about 10 feet in diameter and 7 to 8 miles in length, surrounded by countless crimson fireballs, came smashing down from the eye of the cloud with a loud rumble, thrusting straight towards somewhere in the backyard of Great Yin Imperial Palace. The halos above the Imperial Palace suddenly shone brightly. Layers upon layers of halos stretched up into the sky like an inflated balloon, bringing with them a large sheet of light rain. In just a blink of an eye, the thunderbolt had smashed onto these halos. A loud boom was heard, and the entire Ji city trembled for a moment. The tiles on the roof of Duke Yin Li's mansion leaped up a few inches into the air, and many of them even fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The servants and serving ladies in the mansion screamed out loudly. Many of them fell to the ground and didn't have the strength to stand back up for a long time. Instinctively, Wuxia could sense a tremendous force falling down from the sky. After that, he saw the thunderbolt shatter 18 layers of halos in a row like a hot knife through butter, and only then was it gradually neutralized by the halos. On the wall of the Imperial Palace in the distance, he could vaguely see some human bodies flying up into the sky. They were the soldiers who were stationed in the Imperial Palace, sent flying away by the shockwaves caused by the collision between the thunderbolt and the defensive mechanism of the Imperial Palace. Judging from the height of the wall, these soldiers would at least have a few broken bones. While he was calculating how much damage this thunderbolt had caused to the Imperial Palace, another 8 thunderbolts came whistling down from the eye of the cloud. Each of these 8 thunderbolts was thicker and longer than the previous one, and the fireballs surrounding them had changed from red to orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. Each of these fireballs contained a frightening force of thunderbolts, and when they came into contact with the halos and defensive mechanism above the Imperial Palace, they would explode immediately. The shockwaves spread in all directions, causing the entire Ji city to tremble violently. When the last thunderbolt, which was surrounded by several tens of thousands of white fireballs, the size of a water tank, was forcefully neutralized by the defensive mechanism of the Imperial Palace, countless white shockwaves swept across the place. The wall of the Imperial Palace facing Duke Yin Li's mansion could no longer withstand the impact. A loud cracking noise rang out, and countless cracks appeared on the wall. A section of the wall, about 2 to 3 miles long, was blown away by the shockwaves. Countless broken bricks and tiles flew a few miles high up into the sky, smashing down towards the direction where Wuxia and his company were standing. With Nie Baihong's protection, all the broken bricks and tiles were shattered into pieces by his sword energies. However, the mansions of those princes and nobles around Duke Yin Li's mansion were in a bad situation. Wuxia saw a marquee mansion next to Duke Yin Li's mansion being hit by a piece of over 100 feet wide wall, smashing right in the master's living room in the backyard. The spacious courtyard was smashed into a mess, and at least a dozen servants were crushed under the fallen pieces of the wall. The sound of houses collapsing filled the air. At least 300 to 500 houses around Duke Yin Li's mansion had collapsed. The loss was extremely severe. Amidst the cries and cries of countless people, the swirling clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Nie Baihong stared at the dispersing clouds in the sky as if he had just seen a ghost. He kept murmuring, "Nine heavens thunder tribulation. This is merely the first thunder tribulation after forming the Jindan. Who is the one who is facing the thunder tribulation? If he is a human cultivator, how much sin does he have to commit to attract the nine heavens thunder tribulation? If not for the defensive mechanism of the imperial palace, who could withstand this nine heavens thunder tribulation?" A clear and melodious cry was heard coming from afar. It sounded like the cry of a young phoenix, melodious and sweet, as if a clear spring water was pouring down from the top of one's head, cleansing one's entire body. Abruptly, from the rivers flowing around G City, circles after circles of tiny whirlwinds rolled up countless streams of clear water and gathered towards G City. A fragrant aroma was slowly spreading out in the air. Countless tiny white clouds could be seen hovering in the sky above their heads, while clean water droplets were sprinkling down from the sky. The refreshing water vapor nourished G City and gave it an indescribable sense of vigor. Suddenly, Wuxia felt a throbbing in his heart. He quickly glanced around and saw that under the nourishment of the fragrant aroma and water droplets, a large patch of flowers in the backyard of Duke Yin Li's mansion suddenly bloomed. The moss that hid in the dark corners of the walls was growing rapidly, and very soon, the entire Duke Yin Li's mansion was dyed with a pale green color. The surrounding trees were growing taller bit by bit, as if they were injected with a stimulant. In just a blink of an eye, the trees had grown 2 to 3 feet taller. The energies of 5 elements in the air were rippling in an abnormal manner, as if they were controlled by a mystical force. Suddenly, a few big trees that were growing taller were abruptly set ablaze. Right after the flame was ignited, a few houses in Duke Yin Li's mansion were also caught in a flame of several tens of feet tall. Not only Duke Yin Li's mansion, flames were bursting out from every corner of G City. First, it was the water, then the wind, and finally the fire. Before Wuxia and his company could figure out what was happening, the ground suddenly began to tremble. A vast amount of earth elemental energies were stirring restlessly under the ground, causing a nearby street to collapse. All the houses were smashed by the violent earth elemental energies, and at least 2,000 houses and pavilions had collapsed. Before the dust from the collapsed houses could rise into the air, it was brought down to the ground by the raindrops that sprinkled down from the sky. Then, countless sword cries rang out, and the gold elemental energies in the air were stirred violently as well. How many people lived in G City? A city that measured 170 miles in both width and length was an incalculable number. But one thing was for sure, all the people in G City needed to eat. Therefore, the number of kitchen knives, iron pots, and other ironware in G City was definitely an astronomical figure. When the gold elemental energies stirred violently, countless roofs in G City were riddled with holes of various sizes. A great amount of kitchen knives, iron pots, blades, spears, swords, halberds, and many other weapons were flying up into the sky. Some iron pots were even steaming hot as rice was being cooked. The entire G City was stirred, and countless people began to cry out in shock. The source of the unusual movement of the natural energies should be the cultivator who had just formed the Jindan. A thought suddenly flashed in Wuqi's mind as he suddenly thought of a person, Princess Xianxia. His instinct told him that if there was someone in G City who could cause such an unimaginable scene, it must be Princess Xianxia. She was born after absorbing all the life essence of her mother, and she must have inherited some miraculous abilities of her mother. As the holy maiden of the Barbarian Alliance, it was obvious that Princess Xianxia Li's mother possessed some miraculous abilities. But it was really too shocking. A cultivator who had just formed the Jindan could actually cause such an unusual phenomenon. This was too shocking. At least, Nie Baihong's face had turned as pale as a corpse, and his body had turned stiff and could no longer move. All of a sudden, an extremely strong ripple of energy came approaching from a far distance. A 200 feet long golden beam was seen flying over from the north of G City, surrounded by several hundred sword beams that were less than 10 feet long. The golden beam flickered, causing everyone who saw it to feel a piercing pain in their eyes. Instinctively, they had to close their eyes. When Wuxia opened his eyes once again, the golden beam had vanished without a trace. A young man clad in a dark green imperial robe of the emperor was seen hovering right above the imperial palace. From afar, no one could see how the man looked like. But when he appeared, it was as if he was the only person left in this world, in the entire G City. No matter where everyone looked, they could only see his slightly hunched and tired figure. Suddenly, Nie Baihong let out a groan and said, "Emperor Yindan, to what level has he cultivated to?" "Emperor Yindan?" So, this man clad in a dark green imperial robe was the founding emperor of Great Yin Dynasty, the man who single-handedly controlled Great Yin Dynasty for over 2,000 years. Yindan? Hastily, Wuxia fixed his eyes on the man. If this Yindan was indeed the Yindan he knew, then he was a real famous person in history, and Wuxia had admired him for a very long time. Suddenly, the cheers of countless soldiers were heard coming from the imperial palace. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The cheers of "Long live the emperor" shook the ground once again. Chapter 99. When they left the mansion, the street was already crowded with countless carriages and people. They were all the nobles of Great Yin Dynasty who were rushing to the imperial palace for the banquet. The clan leaders of over 100 imperial clans of Great Yin Dynasty, many nobles with titles of nobility, the prime ministers and 9 ministers, and the clan leaders and elders of various influential clans. As long as they had the status and prestige, they would all rush to the imperial palace. Wuxia and his company were seated at the furthest area of the grand hall. Behind Wuxia were 2 rows of chimes and drum stands, and over 500 musicians were gently adjusting their instruments, preparing to play the song when the banquet began. From where Wuxia was sitting, he could only see the backs of countless people and their heads. He couldn't even see where Lu Qingfeng was sitting. Nearly 5,000 people had gathered in the grand hall. Apart from those musicians, no one made a single sound. Everyone was sitting on their knees on the soft cushions behind the tables, with both hands placed flat on their legs and their eyes looking straight ahead. After an unknown period of time, a delicate fragrance wafted out of the hall, and a melodious music rose into the air. Many of the nobles in the hall bowed their upper bodies and shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor!" A group of people slowly walked out from the back of the grand hall, and the leader was none other than Yindan. This man could not be considered as handsome, and his face could only be described as rough and boorish. However, every single move he made, and in between his eyes and brows, there was a mighty aura that was as strong as a mountain. He was frank, upright, and pure. With just a glance at him, Wuxia could tell that such a wonderful man was none other than the man with the bleak wind and cold water. A series of footsteps rang out, followed by a 9 feet tall imperial servant, who had a stocky build and a face as red as if it was smeared with blood, strode into the grand hall with 2 jars of wine in his hands. Wuxia was struck dumb by what he saw. What this imperial servant was carrying in his hands were not 2 pots, nor 2 jars, but 2 jars of fine wine. The height of these 2 black wine jars was over 1 zhang, and the diameter of the jars was about 6 feet. Fortunately, the eunuch had spread his arms and carried the bottom of the 2 wine jars, steadily carrying them in. In the extraordinarily majestic and ancient soaring palace, there was a black table that was 3 feet and 6 inches long placed in front of Chi-Chi. There were already some tableware and wine utensils placed on it. Under the guidance of the etiquette officer, the nobles who entered the soaring palace were seated strictly according to their status. Wuxia spoke straightforwardly, pointing out the reason why the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect wanted to recruit Lu Chengfeng. Yet Baihong did not feel offended. He just nodded lightly and looked at Lu Chengfeng. Lowering his head and pondering for a brief moment, Lu Chengfeng smiled and said, "What Wuxia said is absolutely right. Having sect leader as my master is indeed a good match." Then he dropped to his knees and gave Nye Baihong a few kowtows, confirming the relationship of master and disciple. After that, he rose to his feet, pointed at the unconscious Wei Xiaoxiao, and said, "I'll have to trouble master to take care of this girl from Wei clan." After tidying up his appearance and changing into the official duke outfit of Great Yin Dynasty, Lu Chengfeng had transformed into a Duke of Great Yin with a dignified appearance. Wuxia called out to Luo Kadi, Ma Yang, Zhang Hu, Hu Wei, and a few others. Then, all of them changed into their official outfits, brought along a large group of guards, and rode towards the direction of the Imperial Palace. After entering the Imperial Palace, the crowds were quickly separated according to their status and were sent to the different palaces and pavilions in the Imperial Palace. It was also the first time Wuxia had a clear look at Yindan's face. He was a young man who looked to be in his 30s, with a handsome and resolute face, but there was an indescribable weariness on his face, as if there were many things weighing on his body and heart. He was clad in a dark green imperial outfit, with an imperial crown on his head. His eyelids were slightly drooping as he walked out slowly, sitting behind a 12 feet wide dragon table placed on the dais at the far end of the hall. Nye Baihong shook his head, as he didn't take this matter to heart. He pulled Wei Xiaoxiao up, turned to Lu Chengfeng, and said, "The purpose of my visit is to take you as my disciple. Heaven Breaking Sword Sect has a secret technique called the Script of Heaven Patching Formation, which is exactly what you want. As the Duke of Yinlu, you have to attend a banquet held by Emperor Yin. I'll be waiting for you in your mansion. After the banquet, you can come back and formally acknowledge me as your master." Lu Chengfeng had inherited the title of Duke Yinlu, as well as the official position of Zhua Guozheng. As the Duke of Zhua Guozheng, who was responsible for supervising the affairs of 37 vassal kingdoms in the west of Great Yin Dynasty, Lu Chengfeng had several dozens of subordinates around him. Therefore, Wuxia and all the others were now holding the position of subordinates in Zhua Guozheng Mansion. For Wuxia, his current position was the kingdom supervisor under Zhua Guozheng. If he were to leave Great Yin and visit the 37 vassal kingdoms in the west of Great Yin Dynasty, wherever he went, his status would be equal to that of the monarchs of those vassal kingdoms. A muffled thud rang out as Qin Shui scrambled out from the crowd. Those who were qualified to enter the highest level of Great Yin Dynasty's imperial palace, the Towering Palace, were of course the 8 princes, the clan leaders of 100 sects, numerous dukes and marquises, 3 ministers and 9 ministers, and the clan leaders and elders of influential clans. The total number of these top-notch and core nobles of Great Yin Dynasty was only about 1,000. As a result, the spacious Towering Palace still seemed empty. Therefore, according to the level of their status, those who entered the Towering Palace could bring 1 to 3 subordinates with them. "Your Majesty, spare my life." Qin Shui kowtowed to the ground, begging Yin Dan to spare his life. With the title and official position of Duke Yin Lu in Zhou Guozheng, Lu Chengfeng was qualified to bring 3 subordinates with him into the Towering Palace. Following him into the palace were Wuxia, Zhang Hu, and Hu Wei. Luo Kadi and Ma Yang, who both possessed the cultivation base of Xianxia realm, exchanged a glance with a bitter expression. They had no choice but to obediently follow the imperial guards into the palace that belonged to the middle and lower class nobles and officials. Both of them knew very well that compared to Zhang Hu and Hu Wei, they were not the trusted subordinates of Lu Chengfeng. Naturally, they would not have the chance to enter the Towering Palace. The dais at the far end of the palace had a total of 3 levels. Yin Dan and his companions were seated on the highest level, while on the second level, 5 long tables were placed in a straight line. 5 men with different appearances were seated behind each of the tables. Among these 5 men, Wuxia could immediately see the burly man standing in the middle. He was clad in a white robe, with his long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders and a red belt tied around his waist. He paused for a brief moment. Then Yin Dan's voice rang out again. "I've been in a secluded cultivation for 3 years, ignoring all the affairs of the imperial court. Today, I'm finally out of seclusion, and coincidentally, Zhang Lu has become a Jin Dan human immortal. It is indeed a joyous omen. Starting from 3 days later, I'll return to the court once every 3 days, and I'll deal with all the government affairs. None of you should slack off, and all the important documents and files for the past 3 years must be ready within 3 days." While Jing Ku was drinking happily, Yin Dan rose to his feet, turned to the crowd of wealthy and prestigious people, and said, "All right, rise now." When the chief general of Great Yin, Jing Ku, saw the 2 jars of wine, his eyes immediately lit up. He turned to Yin Dan, smiled, and said, "His Majesty knows me so well. With these 2 jars of wine, I don't need to prepare any other dishes. Come, give me a wine cup. Who has the patience to use a wine cup?" Upon hearing Nie Baihong's words, Lu Chengfeng turned to look at Wu Qi with surprise. On the dais, on the left side of Yin Dan's long table, was a slightly smaller table. A man who looked 90% similar to Yin Dan, and was clad in the imperial robe of a prince, walked slowly to the back of the table. With a stern look in his eyes, he gave the crowd of wealthy and prestigious people below the dais a glance, and only then did he slowly sit down. Before the banquet began, Jing Ku had placed the 2 jars of wine behind his back. Using a wine cup carved out of white jade, he gulped down 3 cups of wine. Wu Qi did a quick calculation in his mind. Based on the capacity of this wine cup, each cup contained at least 5 liters of wine. The total number of these great nobles and important officials amounted to over 10,000 people. Together with their personal guards, the stream of people, carriages, and horses were moving forward through the streets. If not because the streets of G City were very spacious, it would be a big problem for them to pass through. With such a transcendent and unique position, Wu Qi and his company naturally had the right to attend the banquet held in the imperial palace. Wu Qi smiled faintly, nodded his head at Lu Chengfeng, and said, "Heaven-breaking sword sect is the legacy passed down by the ancient immortals, and the script of heaven-patching formation should be an extraordinary technique of formation. Since young master has joined heaven-breaking sword sect, we can take care of each other." After a brief pause, Wu Qi continued with a deep voice, "Heaven-breaking sword sect needs the energy stone vein in young master's fief, and young master also needs the support of a powerful force. Since young master has joined heaven-breaking sword sect, it will be a perfect match for both of us." On the right side of Yin Dan's dragon table, behind the extremely luxurious table, which was carved with flowers, inlaid with gold, and decorated with all kinds of precious stones, sat Princess Zhang Lu, Yin Zixing. She was wearing a green palace dress, her eyebrows were dancing, and her face was filled with a big smile. She was sitting right behind this table. All the tables in front of everyone in the grand hall, including Yin Dan's dragon table, were painted black. Only the table in front of Princess Zhang Lu looked particularly eye-catching. Obviously, it was specially made for her. From this, it could be seen that Princess Zhang Lu held a very high position in Yin Dan's heart and the pampering she received. All the nobles in the grand hall rose to their feet. Suddenly, Yin Dan cried out with a loud voice, "I heard that Yin Buji, the Duke of Yinlu, had drowned? What a joke! No matter how absurd and unruly Yin Buji is, he still has the cultivation base of innate unity god. How could a mere river drown him?" The chief supervisor of scouting office's Central Wind Guard, Qin Shui, "Get your ass out here and answer me." The loud slapping on the table startled all the nobles in the grand hall, causing their bodies to tremble. However, Yin Dan let out a loud laugh and said, "The chief general's alcohol addiction is acting up again. Ma-ee. quickly served the chief general some wine. Nie Baihong said delightfully, "All right, I'll go deal with the people of Wei clan right now. You just need to attend the banquet in the imperial palace." Grabbing Wei Xiaoxiao up, Nie Baihong transformed into a white beam and sped off into the distance. A loud cry of surprise was heard coming from the entrance of Duke Yin Li's mansion, as all the guards of Wei clan who had just recovered from the sudden change of the heaven and earth were brought away by Nie Baihong using his mighty energy. In just a blink of an eye, they had left Ji City. Wuxia and Lu Chengfeng did not agree with Yin Dan's words, but Nie Baihong frowned in surprise and said, "Emperor Yin is personally handling the affairs of the imperial court? Nothing has happened recently. So what is there that is worth him personally handling? For the past few hundred years, hasn't he always been the one supervising the 8 princes and discussing the affairs of the imperial court? Although the 8 princes have changed a few times, I've never seen him personally attending the imperial court." The atmosphere in the grand hall suddenly turned into a dead silence, so oppressive that it felt like the rumbling of thunder and flashing of lightning. Amidst the thunderous cheers of "Long live the Emperor," Yin Dan's hoarse and tired voice was heard clearly across the entire Ji City. "Princess Zhang Lu has succeeded in Jindan. Today is a joyous day. Gentlemen, please come into the palace and enjoy the banquet. Inform the great Yin dynasty through the communication formation. Let the whole world celebrate together." Right after they were seated, the white-robed man grabbed the wine pot placed on the table and gulped down the fine wine. After finishing the wine in one gulp, the man shook the pot in his hand unhappily, then suddenly slapped the table forcefully and said, "You bunch of cowards are getting more and more stingy. Serve me the wine. Serve me the wine now." The emperor didn't say anything about starting the banquet, but he didn't say that we are not allowed to drink. Chapter 100. Wuxia lifted his buttocks slightly off from his heels, got into a half-kneeling position, and carefully poked half of his head out. Through the sea of dark heads, he saw Qin Xingshui, who was kowtowing like a garlic in the grand hall not far away. Perhaps it was because of extreme fear. Qin Xingshui's kowtowing was extremely loud, causing the entire grand hall to be filled with a buzzing sound. Soon, a large piece of flesh was cut open on his forehead, and blood was dripping down from it. His long, donkey-like face looked even uglier than before. Jing Ku, who was sitting on the second level of the dais, was still gulping down wine from his white jade wine dipper, as if he didn't notice that Qin Xingshui was playing with his forehead on the floor. Next to him was a handsome and elegant middle-aged scholar. His eyelids were drooping, and he was examining a pair of white jade chopsticks in his hand, not saying a word. On the other side, there was an old man with a tall and burly stature, and a middle-aged military officer, who was clad in a black armor and had his hair tied into a bun with a blood-red string as well. Only the man sitting on the left, a tall and slender man who looked to be in his 30s, looked a little unnatural. Qin Xingshui was still kowtowing and begging for mercy. When the floor of the grand hall was dyed 2 feet red by the blood from his forehead, the tall man, who was sitting on the second level of the dais with Jing Ku and the other 3 men, finally couldn't restrain himself any longer. He rose to his feet, kneeled down, and bowed to Yin Dan and said, "Your Majesty, I, Qin Shui, have only been in charge of the Central Wind Guard for a few years. I'm lacking in experience, and I have made some mistakes. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Yin Dan, with a gloomy face, rubbed his brows and suddenly laughed. "Since you Wuyang have said so, I'll let him go. Qin Xingshui, since your patriarch is begging for mercy on your behalf, I'll let you have it easy this time. Within 3 months, thoroughly investigate the cause and effect of Yin Buji's death. I want to see the heads of all the people who are related to this incident after 3 months. If you can't do it, you can go into secluded cultivation." He paused for a brief moment. Then Yin Dan scolded with a cold voice. "The chief supervisor of Central Wind Guard is an important position, as he is the eyes and ears of the imperial court in the territory of Great Yin Dynasty. Wind Patrol, what is Wind Patrol? Go back and think about it. The original intention of establishing the scouting office was to allow you to investigate every nook and cranny like a cool breeze. However, you still haven't found any clues about the drowning of a duke. As the chief supervisor of the Central Wind Guard, do you only know how to use human lives to falsely accuse others of the city gate? Wuxia raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Dan in surprise. The so-called false accusation of killing people at the city gate was clearly what Xianxia and the others had done when he returned to the city during the day. He didn't expect that Yin Dan, who had just come out of the closed-door training, already knew about it, and even used it to warn Xianxia. Just as he expected, Yin Dan continued, Haoying Xianxia, as the criminal and court minister, some of the disciples in your clan are really good-for-nothings. Haoying Fenglong is your eldest grandson, right? This kid is too stubborn and unruly. How can he use the patrol officers of the criminal and court minister to frame someone? I heard that the Hanhai Kingdom in the northernmost region has just discovered a snowfield that is rich in resources. Let Haoying Fenglong build a kingdom there, and let him bring 300,000 people there. A fat middle-aged man, who had fair skin and looked like a virgin, was seen standing in the middle of the 3 ministers and 9 ministers in the Grand Hall. His body trembled, and he quickly stepped out from the ranks and kowtowed to Yin Dan to express his gratitude. With just a few simple words, Yin Dan had deprived Haoying Fenglong of the right to inherit Haoying clan. And at most 3 days, he would have to bring 300,000 ordinary people and a group of guards, travel several 100,000 miles deep into the land of ice and snow in the northernmost region, and arrive at the snowfield that the Hanhai Kingdom had just discovered, where he would have to build his own kingdom. This was the grace given by Yin Dan, and also the punishment given by Yin Dan to Haoying Fenglong. If Haoying Fenglong was lucky enough, in a few hundred years, a new vassal kingdom of Great Yin Dynasty would be born in that snowfield, and he would become the founding monarch of that vassal kingdom, building a valuable foundation and leaving his name in the history of Great Yin Dynasty. If he was not lucky enough, or if he did not have the ability, the 300,000 people he brought would be quickly devoured by the snowfield, and from then on, Haoying Fenglong would no longer exist in this world. Since the founding of Great Yin Dynasty over 2,000 years ago, every 3 to 5 years there would be a large number of sons of concubines from influential clans, or those who had committed crimes and were demoted, bringing a large number of people and guards to different places, going into the mountains and wastelands to build their own foundation. Some of them succeeded, and the current Great Yin Dynasty had over 100 vassal kingdoms and several tens of thousands of cities, big and small, that had yet to be declared as a kingdom. Some of them failed, and no one would ever remember them again. Wuxia knew about this custom of Great Yin Dynasty, to build a city in a newly discovered land, and then build a kingdom. This was the path that many sons of aristocratic clans would eventually take. After all, the resources of a clan were limited, and it was impossible for them to allow more and more of their clan members to enjoy the blessings of their clan. Therefore, risking their lives and leaving Great Yin Dynasty to explore the world was also a way out. Not only the sons of aristocratic clans would do this, but many of the disciples from 100 imperial clans of Great Yin Dynasty would also make the same choice after they had accumulated a certain level of ability, resources, and connections. But it was a pity for Haoying Fenglong. Wuxia sneered indifferently. By sending him to the northernmost region, Yin Dan could be considered as a form of protection for him. If he would be banished to some place in the west, which happened to be within the jurisdiction of Lu Chengfeng and Zhuo Guizheng, Wuxia would have 100 ways to make Haoying Fenglong and the 300,000 people he brought here die without leaving even their bones or evaporate into thin air. While he was making up his mind, trying to come up with a way to give Haoying Fenglong a hard time, he heard Yin Dan speaking again. Xianxia, what is the reason behind the incident with Taoba Xianxia? As a hostage of Xian Kingdom, instead of staying in Ji City obediently, he went out in the middle of the night and even brought a ballista to assassinate the members of Imperial Clan. Is he trying to rebel? I'll give you 3 days to find out the truth of this incident and report it back to me as soon as possible. Also, that Tuoba Haofeng asked him to go to Zhuo Guijing Mansion himself and receive 30 strokes of the rod. As a prince of a vassal kingdom, he should not stir up any trouble in Ji City, or else he will be severely punished. Wuxi's eyes lit up immediately. It seemed like Xian Kingdom was also under the rule of Zhuo Guijing Mansion. Since Tuoba Haofeng had committed a crime in Ji City, according to the law, he should be punished by Zhuo Guijing Mansion. Since Yin Dan had ordered him to receive 30 strokes of the rod, if Wuxi did not give Tuoba Haofeng a good reception, how could he be worthy of the deep friendship between Tuoba Haofeng, who had colluded with Qin Shui and Haoying Fenglong to falsely accuse Wuxi? In just a blink of an eye, at least a few dozens of vicious and ferocious thoughts had emerged in Wuxi's mind. 30 strokes of the rod. If he were to calculate with his mind, it was more than enough to beat Tuoba Haofeng to death. While he was pondering whether he should beat Tuoba Haofeng to death or cripple him, Yin Dan had already finished dealing with Qin Shui and had driven him back to his seat. After that, Yin Dan cried out in an indifferent tone, "Where is Duke Yin Lu? Yin Chengfeng? Come out and let me have a look." Lu Chengfeng abruptly rose from his seat, walked to the center of the hall in a slightly reserved manner, and knelt down and bowed to Yin Dan. Perhaps he was feeling nervous. Lu Chengfeng's etiquette was meticulous, but his movements were stiff like a puppet, making him look very unnatural. On the platform, Yin Dan was looking down at Lu Chengfeng. After a long while, he nodded his head in satisfaction. His voice had become much gentler. At least, it was not filled with a murderous aura like when he was scolding Qin Shui just now. With a smile on his face, Yin Dan said, "Chengfeng, raise up your head." Lu Chengfeng quickly straightened his body, raised his head, and looked at Yin Dan. After all, he was born in an aristocratic family, and there was nothing to nitpick about the temperament and image of Lu Chengfeng. Furthermore, because he was born as a bastard, Lu Chengfeng appeared to be much more mature than other people of his age. Although this was the first time he met Yin Dan, and he was a little nervous and reserved, no matter it was his expression or behavior, there was nothing to nitpick about. Nodding his head gladly, Yin Dan said, "You have the look of a talented man. Forget about the title of Duke Yin Lu. The position of Zhuo Guizheng is a prestigious and powerful one. Since you have inherited this position, you'll have to work hard. I'll give you 1 year to train yourself in this position of Zhuo Guizheng. If you perform well, you will be the official candidate of Great Yin Dynasty's Zhuo Guizheng. If not, you will have to live in seclusion with the title of Duke Yin Lu." Living in seclusion? Wuxi took a deep breath. In Great Yin Dynasty, living in seclusion was not a good thing. It was the synonym of losing all power and authority, and living a life of eating and waiting for death. If one had the talent in cultivation, it would be better, as Great Yin Dynasty could still provide him with the resources for his cultivation, allowing him to focus on cultivating the Tao of immortality. However, he would never be able to meddle in the affairs of the court. If he did not have the talent in cultivation, he would be like rearing a pig, eating and drinking every day. The only thing he could do was to marry a few more wives and concubines, giving birth to a few more sons and grandsons for the imperial clan and all the great clans of Great Yin Dynasty. As long as he was a man with a normal temperament, he would never be willing to live in seclusion, as it was not something pleasing to the eyes. It looked like he had to let Lu Chengfeng make some achievements in the position of Zhuo Guizheng. But how should he do it? He only had 1 year to do it. In the Grand Hall, Lu Chengfeng dared not to show even the slightest expression on his face. He bowed respectfully and meticulously to Yin Dan, obeying the order given by Yin Dan. Yin Dan stared blankly at Lu Chengfeng for a while, then suddenly waved his hand and signaled Lu Chengfeng to return to his position. Frowning, Yin Dan stared blankly at all the ministers and nobles in the Grand Hall, then slowly said, "Today is a joyous occasion. The achievement of Princess Zhang Lu in Jindan is a good thing. At such a young age, Princess Zhang Lu has become a human immortal in Jindan. This proves that the destiny of great Yin dynasty is at its peak, and the fortune is on the rise. Several thousand people in the grand hall raised up their wine cups, laughed joyfully, and said, "For great Yin dynasty." A tired smile emerged on Yin Dan's face. Then he nodded and said, "Well, since this is a celebratory feast, we shouldn't have too many trifles. I've settled a few trivial matters just now, so please don't take them to heart. Today we are going to drink to our heart's content and enjoy ourselves to our heart's content. Everyone, please go home with a good time." Clapping his hands, Yin Dan smiled and said, "Play the music and start the feast. Today is a joyous day for the entire dynasty. No restraint is allowed." The people in the grand hall answered in unison. Sitting right next to Yin Dan, Yin Shijuan, the crown prince of Yin dynasty, raised both of his hands up into the air smilingly. The laughter of the people in the grand hall stopped abruptly as everyone turned to look at him. Yin Shijuan laughed out loud and said, "Today, Zhang Lu has become a member of Jindan. Coincidentally, the famous grandmaster of Zither, Yutan, is currently in G City. Today I've spent a great deal of effort to invite Grandmaster Yutan to perform a performance." The people in the grand hall cried out in surprise. Some young and vigorous men even lost their composure and shouted the name of Yutan, completely forgetting that Yin Dan was sitting right in the grand hall. However, Wuxia noticed that Yin Dan's face had turned excited as well, as if he too was surprised that Yutan could perform in this grand hall. Wuxia couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who exactly was this Yutan? Was she a superstar in this world? Why did everyone in the grand hall lose their composure when her name was mentioned? Lu Qingfeng was puzzled as well. He kept looking to the left, then to the right, as he had no idea who this Yutan was. After all, he was just a country bumpkin who had just come to G City from a remote place in the Lu Kingdom. How could he have heard of this name that was being praised secretly among all the prestigious clans? Right when Wu Qi was puzzled and Lu Qingfeng was at a loss, a tune of zither came from nowhere. Like a clear stream of spring water, it spread across the entire imperial palace in an instant. Immediately, the entire heaven and earth fell into a dead silence, and only the tune of zither could be heard. Chapter 101. The sound of a zither was faintly discernible, and Wu Qi couldn't tell what was so good about it. He just felt relaxed and happy, as if he had returned to his mother's womb, free and unfettered, without any fear or melancholy. He seemed to have seen the growth of all living things, the growth of the grass and the flight of the orioles, the rain and dew, and the struggle of all living things in the world. Wu Qi suddenly smiled. He closed his eyes, and there seemed to be a young eagle flying past his eyes, a bolt of lightning flashing across his eyes, and a hazy greenery mixed with the wet raindrops falling slowly down from the sky. Some things that Wu Qi had forgotten for a long time suddenly emerged in his mind. He saw himself, who had just learned how to walk, crawling and rolling on the magical and wild black land, in the farm built by his parents, dragging a 1-meter-long loofah. He saw himself when he was 3 or 5 years old, chasing a giant African toad that was the size of a wash basin in the farmland of the farm. He saw himself when he was 6 or 7 years old, with his father's company, using a piece of beef to tease the pet cheetah of a black man in the neighborhood. He saw himself when he was 8 or 9 years old, kissing a black girl with a pair of bright eyes under the shade of a tree. His memories were full of beautiful things. The sound of a zither could actually evoke the softest and warmest memories in one's heart. There were many details that Wu Qi himself had forgotten, but today, all of them appeared in front of his eyes because of the sound of the zither. He even recalled the African-American girl who had lost her first kiss with him. She had a natural, grassy scent on her body. 2 streams of tears rolled down from Wu Qi's tightly closed eyes. Then, the innate water energy automatically started to circulate in his water meridian for 3 small cycles, and turned into a bone-chilling clear air. rushing into Wuxi's sea of consciousness. Ever since he started cultivating the source chapter, the several thousand feet wide pool of water in Wuxi's spiritual ocean suddenly began to boil. An immense cold air was emanating from the water, and countless ice mountains and snowflakes began to form on the surface of the water, turning Wuxi's spiritual ocean into a world of ice and snow. The immense cold air made Wuxi shudder, and very soon, he woke up from his stupor. A mysterious incantation from the scroll of stealing slowly emerged in Wuxi's sea of consciousness. The name of the incantation was Minor Heaven's 7 Deities and Devil's Soul Tempering Technique. It was a magical incantation that could train the soul, stabilize the mind, and prevent the mind from being invaded by the devil. Originally, this incantation would only appear when Wuxi reached the embryonic breath tier of the Xianxia realm. But today, after being stimulated and threatened by the sound of the zither, this incantation was chosen by the subconscious in Wuxi's soul. The scroll of stealing could steal anything under the heavens. In all the different worlds, there were countless spells that could confuse one's mind. Among them, there were some cultivators and almighty people who liked to use all kinds of bewitching spells to protect their cave abodes and treasures. If there was no way to defend against these spells, how could the scroll of stealing steal anything under the heavens? This Minor Heaven's 7 Deities and Devil's Soul Tempering Technique was a type of bewitching spell, and it was a very profound and mysterious one. Not only could it defend against all kinds of mental attacks, it could also defend against all kinds of divine sense attacks. Wuxi's heart sank. Instinctively, according to the method of the soul tempering technique, he condensed his divine sense into the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. Within his eyes, there were 7 tiny light dots flashing. Suddenly, an indescribable and mysterious aura surrounded his body, and the expression on his face was vaguely filled with an evil aura. In Wuxi's spiritual ocean, the embryonic form of the 7 emotions, deities, and devils was slowly taking shape. Because of the strength of his divine sense, the current 7 emotions, deities, and devils were just 7 drifting shadows that looked like green smoke. However, they were more than enough to defend against the bewitching power contained in the zither melody. Although the zither melody was still as beautiful and melodious as before, it could no longer move Wuxi's heart. Slowly, he wiped the tears off his face. With a hint of anger, he narrowed his eyes and glanced around. He wanted to see what this Yutan, who used the zither melody to tease him, looked like. His childhood memories were one of the few warm memories that Wuxi had, and they had been locked deep in his heart. How could this Yutan, with her zither melody, evoke these memories that Wuxi did not want to recall? How could he not be angry? He was like the most selfish little kid who had his private world intruded, and his favorite toy was touched. Right now, Wuxi was filled with anger, and he wished he could draw out his sword and kill someone. Everyone in the hall had different expressions on their faces, but all of them were staring blankly. Obviously, none of them could escape from the attack of the zither melody. Zhang Hu, who was sitting on the left side of Wuxi, had a lustful smile on his face. He was laughing silently with his mouth wide open, and 2 long streams of saliva were dripping down from the corner of his mouth. There was no need to ask. This guy must have thought of his old sweethearts in the brothel all these years. Looking at the little tent on his lower body, it was obvious that he must be having sex with his old sweethearts in the illusion. Hu Wei, who was sitting on the right side of Wuxi, had his head lowered and a faint smile on his face. A faint murderous aura was being emitted from his body. It was as if he was in a military camp, having fun with his fellow soldiers. Behind his smile, there was a trace of indescribable sorrow. Wuxi stared at Hu Wei in surprise. This guy's mind was much firmer than Zhang Hu's. Perhaps he had realized that these fellow soldiers in front of him were just illusions. It was just that he didn't want to wake up from this beautiful memory. How many years had Hu Wei served in Little Mang City? During all these years, how many of his fellow soldiers had lost their lives in the endless barbarian tide. Wuxia gave away a pitying look. He decided to let this man spend more time with his brothers in the illusion, even if it was just for a short period of time. This was a real iron-blooded soldier, and the time to show his tenderness was very precious to him, right? But for Zhang Hu, Wuxia grabbed the wine pot and slowly poured the wine onto the little tent on his lower body. Zhang Hu shuddered and abruptly awoke from the zither music. He looked around angrily and was surprised to find that he was actually in the hall, not in the brothel in the illusion. Zhang Hu was also a knowledgeable person. He lowered his voice in horror, grabbed his wet crotch, and asked in a low voice, "What the hell? What the hell is this song? Just now, Lao Tzu had sex with at least 100 girls on a big bed." Wuxia glared at Zhang Hu and snapped. Just now, if it was a 7-year-old kid, he could have killed you with a single slash. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Hu's forehead. He angrily looked around and scolded, "Where is the damn zither player?" Wuxia did not say anything. He glanced around and discovered that apart from Yin Dan, Yin Shijuan, Jing Ku, and a few others who were still standing on the platform, there were less than 30 people who could still maintain their sanity in the Grand Hall. Ma-Yi, the chief imperial attendant who brought in 2 vats of wine for Jing Ku, didn't fall into the virtual world created by the zither melody either. Like a vigilant old hound, he stood steadily next to Yin Dan, glancing around with a pair of eyes that shone brightly. Princess Zhang Lu sat on the dais, holding her chin with both hands, narrowing her eyes as she glanced at all the important ministers and nobles in the hall. When she saw that, Wuxia quickly woke up from the enchantment of the zither melody. A bright smile suddenly emerged on her beautiful little face, and she nodded her head at Wuxia delightfully. Her tiny red lips moved soundlessly. Wuxia happened to have learned lip reading before, so he could tell that Princess Zhang Lu was cursing someone. "What an ugly woman! My father treats her as an honored guest, but Zhang Lu hates her." Wuxia chuckled, poured himself a cup of wine, raised it up, and poured the wine on the ground. He told Zhang Lu that no matter what Yutan's background was, she would just throw her out like water. She was just a musician, so how could she be compared with her, Princess Zhang Lu? Princess Zhang Lu, who looked a little unhappy a moment ago, smiled sweetly, straightened her back, and raised her chin proudly. She grabbed the wine pot in a bold and unrestrained manner, gulping down all the wine in the pot. After that, she breathed out a mouthful of wine towards Wuxia in a very proud manner. Both Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan noticed the little action of Princess Zhang Lu at the same time. Both of them turned their heads and looked at her. Princess Zhang Lu winked at them and gave them a smile, then sat up straight like a lady. The 5-color divine ray behind her back swayed and fluttered like a peacock spreading its tail, giving off an indescribable sense of pride and joy. Then, both Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan turned to look at Wuxia. However, Wuxia had already straightened his face, pretending to be immersed in the melody of the zither. Yin Dan and Yin Shijuan looked at Wuxia for a long while, but apart from Zhang Hu, who was silently exercising his internal energy to dry the wine on his crotch, they could not find anything wrong with him. Shaking his head, Yin Dan turned to Yin Shijuan, chuckled, and said, "Zhang Lu, you've grown up." Yin Shijuan smiled faintly and shook his head disapprovingly. Then he turned to look at Wuxia, raised his brows, which were as sharp as blades. All of a sudden, the melody of the zither stopped. All the people in the hall gasped at the same time, while Chi-Chi let out an exclamation. Those young men from the prestigious clans kept sighing and praising, using all the words they could think of to praise Yutan's zither playing, which had reached a magical realm. Amidst the praises from these nobles, Yutan was simply a celestial being who should never appear in this mortal world. A lady clad in a white dress walked slowly into the towering palace, carrying a zither in her arms. All the nobles in the hall, who were praising her just now, were rendered speechless. They straightened their faces, rose to their feet, and bowed to the lady. It was especially true for those young nobles. Like a cock in heat who had just seen a little hen, they tried their best to show off their beauty and appearance, wishing that they could pounce on the lady and bare their hearts. Wuxia, too, was scrutinizing the lady. She was able to create illusions with the zither melody and draw out the memories hidden deep in one's subconscious. This was a very powerful enchanting technique among immortal techniques. He really wanted to see what kind of appearance such a powerful lady had. With just a glance, Wuxia could not help but feel greatly disappointed. The lady had a slim and graceful body, but she was wrapped in a thick white cloak. Apart from her translucent hands that were as fair as jade, he couldn't see any skin on her. She was wearing a bamboo hat weaved from purple bamboo threads, with a 3-foot white veil hanging down from the edge, covering her face. One could barely see her oval face, but couldn't see what she actually looked like. However, such a secretive behavior had added a little bit of temptation to Yutan. Even Wuxia was tempted. He wished he could tear off her veil, tear off her clothes, and have a good look at her delicate body and what kind of beautiful face she had. Right when he thought of this, Wuxia's heart twitched once again. The 7 holy deities and devils trembled, and an invisible evil force covered Wuxia's spiritual ocean. The cold air refreshed his spirit and brought him back to his senses. The enchanting force of Yutan was so strong that Wuxia nearly fell into her temptation once again. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia lowered his head and stopped looking at the lady. After breaking free from the enchanting force of Yutan for 2 times in a row, Wuxia had consumed about 30% of his divine sense. He didn't want to waste too much energy here. Like moving clouds and flowing water, Yutan walked to the platform at the end of the hall, then slowly bowed to Yandan. "My humble daughter, Yutan, offers greeting to your majesty. Long live his majesty. Long live." You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.